Good morning, everyone. It's another one. I said another one, right? We are here with the JSCC FIDE Master James Canty III with my twin brother, Grandmaster Robert Hess. Hess, how you feel, baby?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm commentating with you. It's another excellent Junior Speed Chess Championship match. It's Friday. It's Raunak Sadhwani and Denis Lazavik. What more could you ask for?
Absolutely, of course, as we have a big matchup today, and whoever wins this semifinal is going to go face Gukesh. In the final, we got Raunak Sadhwani versus Denis Lazavik, the number 2 versus the number 3. Now, as you see here on the bracket, Sadhwani and Lazavik have made it all the way through to this point. Right here, the semifinals, you see Gukesh won both his matches, taking it all the way up to the championship part. And whoever wins today is going to go face the man, the myth, the legend himself, number 1 in the JSCC, Gukesh. And Sadhwani and Lazavik have a shot at that today, Rob.
They certainly do, and they were dominant in their opening round matchups. They both won by 2 touchdowns, 14-point spread in their opening matchups, where Raunak Sadhwani beat Riyad Samadov, and Denis Lazavik, he destroyed Daniel Darda. So it was great opening rounds for them, but James, there can only be one of them going through to the final, so that's what we're going to prove today.
That's right. There can only be one out of the 2 today to go face that man, of course, and they're going to have to go through the grueling time control, 3 of them, that is, of course, which is actually, of course, what we see every time in these JSCCs. You got 3 formats, which one is 90 minutes, 5 minutes with 1 second increment. You got 60 minutes of 3 minutes with 1 second increment. And then you have 30 minutes of 1+1. I think right there, that's usually sometimes the make or break it round there. It's like if you're not playing any bullet, you're up 3 games. You know, you could lose those in the first 3 games. And with that 1 second increment, it does not make it real bullet at all there, Robert. So, I mean, this format is grueling, of course.
It is, and it's funny because normally when we talk about bullet and people who need to play it more, that's usually the veteran players. These kids, they're online all the time playing bullet. We don't have to worry about Denis Lazavik or Raunak Sadhwani.
Absolutely. Speaking of Raunak Sadhwani, okay, let's take a look at the kid's player card. Keep calling him a kid, but his chess is grown man. 2021 JSCC runner-up, 2022 Abu Dhabi Blitz winner, 2022 Chess Olympiad bronze medalist, 4th Indian Grandmaster in history. He's a top 5er. Defeated former FIDE World Champion Veselin Topalov in 2022. He has a lot of accolades there, and the man is ready to go. I mean, look at him on the screen. He's just dripping swag and just fresh. You know, he got the new tattoo as well. So he got sipping the water in the apple juice there. His pillow is actually upside down, but that's okay. We don't have to worry about the geometry. We got to worry about the chess, says Sadhwani, of course, as he's ready to go, baby. He's ready to go, Hess.
And he wants to take his opponent into the upside down. And, you know, he just wants to take him down because Raunak Sadhwani, he's a beast. I actually hung out with him in the Olympiad in Chennai last year. We played some table tennis. A good kid. But as you said, I mean, these kids are adults when it comes to the chessboard.
Absolutely. And speaking of another adult, I mean, that's his opponent. Of course, adult in chess, we say JSCC. I mean, look at this man's lineup. Now here, what really impressed me the most is actually number 1, the 2-time Title Tuesday champion. Think about that, guys. Just who plays in Title Tuesday, right? Just think about that for a second. And he's won it twice already. 2023 PCL Levitov Chess Wizard star player, earned Grandmaster title in 2022. And he's a 16th. He placed 16th at 2022 World Blitz Championship and started as the 116th seed. So that's pretty funny there, Robert. Denis Lazavik is a beast.
You know, James, it's funny because you just mentioned he scored 16th place and he was seeded 116. I think it's what they say about the kids, right? He might be a little bit underrated.
Yeah, just a little bit underrated, a little bit, right? Or a lot of bit, guys, because of course they are not. Now they know. They're like, okay, now we know, right? After you get hit so many times from something like that, and that being Denis Lazavik, of course, you start to understand. Now, of course, we bring them to the next portion of today, guys. This is the part where Robert Hess loves to prove him wrong. Who is it? It's the Smarter Chess prediction. Look at that. The Blitz ratings 30-48 and 30-63. Denis Lazavik is actually higher rated. Now, of course, that's a small range of numbers there, but at the same time, he is higher rated by a few. Really doesn't matter as much at that top level. Of course, anything can go either way. And look at the win probability. 59% for Raunak Sadhwani, 41% for Denis Lazavik. It has Raunak Sadhwani winning the 3-1 and the 1-1 portion. This is actually a close match. Final score 15-13, Robert.
Yeah, and I might have to push back against Smarter Chess, and I love to do it. You shouted out already. But Denis Lazavik actually beat Arjun Erigaisi 6-2 a year ago in the Junior SpeedChess Championship in the 5-minute plus 1 second increment time control. That should be surprising because Arjun Erigaisi, much higher FIDE classical player. But look at this kid here, Denis Lazavik. He's looking out the window, thinking about the chess he's about to play. He actually won that time control against Arjun Erigaisi, who won the entire thing last year. So he is not to be deterred in the early start of this match.
Yeah, he's not to be deterred at all. As he's just like in the zone. I mean, he was looking out the window, frolicking through the flowers in his mind, just ready to play some good chess today. And of course, I mean, confidence is a huge thing. So I'm sure he has a lot of confidence winning Title Tuesdays. I mean, this was before, but also making it this far. In fact, it's good to note that he actually lost in 2021 and 2022, both in the first rounds. So for him to make it this far, he's like, yeah, I've leveled up. I feel better. Let's get to work, as he says. But we got to check out what's at stake. What kind of money they got today? What kind of dollars? Winner advances to the finals to go face Gukesh, right? Congratulations, Robert. Now you got to go play Gukesh, right? Okay, cool. Great reward there. But at the same time, total event prize pool is $45,000, and the winner earns $4,000 plus a split of $4,000 based on win percentage. So if I meet today, okay, if you're not that motivated, you definitely are now. You want to play some great chess, the best moves, because every move, every game counts no matter what. It's a lot of money on the line there, Robert. It's pretty hefty today.
The winner of this match takes minimum $6,000 and likely going to be quite a bit more than that. And if they win, they play Gukesh. More prize money at stake there. But the big prize is that the winner of the Junior SpeedChess Championship, they make their way to the SpeedChess Championship, the main stage. Gukesh was there a year ago. You know Denis Lazavik, Raunak Sadhwani, these two players, they would love nothing more than to take on the likes of Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, and the rest of the top players in the SCC.
All right, Robert, you know what? I got to put you on the spot, big fella, okay? Who's going to win today? Prediction, chat, you as well at home. Predictions, put them in the chat. Who's going to win today? What you got, Robert?
They had the same margin in the first round matchups. They both won by 14 points. We saw the Smarter Chess prediction saying 59% for Raunak Sadhwani to 41% for Denis Lazavik. That's very close, right? That's a couple games difference. It was a 2-point spread in his predictions. I'm going to go with Denis Lazavik. I think he's just been stellar in the Pro Chess League, in Title Tuesdays, as you've been shouting. I remember, Title Tuesday isn't the Junior Title Tuesday. It's with everybody on the planet playing, all the best GMs. So, James, what about you? You put me on the spot. I'm throwing it right back to you. Who's taking this match, in your opinion?
I am, well, of course, I'm always that guy that likes to play $100 a move kind of thing. So, in fact, if you're going with Denis Laz, I'm going to have to go with Raunak Sadhwani. Of course, I mean, we both have tattoos as well, so maybe that's a symbiosis, as they say, the thing. So we'll see what happens. I have to go with him because I'm not going to go with Denis Laz because you already picked him. But I also like Raunak as well. It really was closer. In fact, I think my Smarter Chess prediction was a little bit closer than 59-41. It was more like 52-48, something like that. A little bit closer for me, but I'll take Raunak Sadhwani. Chat, what do you have? And look at him on the screen right there, ready to go. He looks like he's just like, bro, this is work. Like, I just got to do work. I got to get it done. And he's ready to go as well. But these guys are unfazed.
James, they're missing something. Raunak is missing a certain cap that says COE on it. Because I feel like he would look good in that drip.
Yeah, he got the glasses on, too, and the hat. I mean, it's almost like a younger version of myself. That's crazy. Okay, all right. Well, we got games coming up soon, guys. So it's going to be fun to see today. We want these predictions in the chat. You see his camera back there? Is just going crazy? What is that?
He's sharing.
Is that him?
No, it's a screen share in the background. Right. You can see the chessboard. So the players right now, they have to share their screens. They have multiple camera angles. That's why that phone is up there. It's showing what's in the surroundings. They take fair play very seriously here on the Chess.com event. So both players have that. For Denis Lazavik, you don't see his camera behind him, but it is over there. And I think he's kind of bored until the chess starts.
You know what? He's always like this. He's one of those guys that he's going to get even stronger because he really does only. It looks like, I mean, from all of the chess games, I don't even see emotion from him much. He just plays chess for real. This is his job right now. He knows that I'm not doing nothing else but chess for the rest of life. Now, of course, he can always, go whatever route he would like to, but you can tell he's already done so much at this young age here. Shout out to Denis Lazavik, very strong, ready to play. Raunak Sadhwani, who's in great form as well. This is going to be a heavy, heavy matchup today.
Oh, yeah. Look, the medals on the wall behind him. Those are just a small collection of the winnings that Denis Lazavik has had. We mentioned he won Title Tuesday a couple times. That gets you prize money. You don't get little medals for that. No participation trophies, but instead some hard-earned cash. So he He's done really well, has Denis Lazavik, but so has Raunak Sadhwani. I know that's the player you picked. I really think that this could go all the way down to the wire. You said that Bullet might be the difference maker.
Absolutely. I always usually see that in the difference maker parts of the portions. In fact, is usually in the bullet portion where like someone's down 4 games, but they get them all back in bullet. It's really just you have to move fast, you have to move quick, and a lot of times being the underdog or being below, it's a certain amount of points. Like if you're down 4 points or so, then you'll be able to try to get those back in the bullet. And all right, we got games, Robert. We got games.
Oh yeah, we do. We've got that little Italian to start with. So far, I think we should talk about their styles a bit. I think Raunak likes a little bit more chaotic positions, and Denis Lazavik, he's as solid as they get. A kind of a professional, which is funny to say because he's so young, but he just loves to work those little advantages.
You know what? Yeah, he reminds me of like the likes of Kramnik, the likes of Magnus Carlsen, even Capablanca. Like these games where they just like, bro, there was not one tactic the whole game. Like that is how he would play those games. But he would play them with perfection and like really understand the positions more than anybody else would. Ronak, of course, is definitely that kind of guy, chaotic, loves tactics. I'm the same way. So got to see Ronak do his thing here. This is still mainline theory though.
Yeah, we're 13 moves in, and both players are playing the mainline stuff, as James has indicated. You see these pawns on the queen side over here. They've stepped up quite far, and the knight says, I don't want to be kicked away with his b5. Let me safely transfer over to g6. And James, sometimes that knight lands on f4, and it can get uncomfortable. This rook would love to slide to g6. We get that rook lift going. White's king could be in danger.
Well, as they say, knight f4 for the score, of course, and rook g6 is in the mix there. So it's very scary, of course, if you get these two pieces or these two combinations going on. There's knight g6, by the way, and knight f4, and then rook g6 is very annoying. I do know Geary has some files. I'm Mr. Chessable, so Geary has files with rook a2. Obviously, I mean, that's a move you make, but the bishop usually doesn't go to b2 so early sometimes because of the fact that you need to defend, obviously, the f2 square that can be problematic. But I like black in these positions, even though I've looked at the theory. I actually like black a lot in these positions because of precision it requires. Look how fast Dennis is moving here, and I mean he really has a legit kingside attack.
Yeah, this knight can come to g5, this knight maybe even to h4, and of course, as we mentioned, knight to f4, but this white knight likely going to g3, maybe to f5. And I'm looking at this queen side, James, and we keep focusing on the king side. We have 3 pawns up here for white, and he does what you said, bishop c1. He may want to take away knight f4 and play bishop e3. So, James, yeah, you're pointing to your head. It's working well thus far in the early going.
Absolutely, of course, as a Jedi would, because a Jedi could. Bishop c1 actually is, I mean, it should be there because you want to play rook a2 and bishop e3 at some point. You also have, I saw, what's the book? Mastering Middle Games by, I guess this probably came exactly from one of those games, the Mastering Middle Games from Panchenko. But it was a very hard book to read, to say the least. And they had positions like this. Karpov had a game where he played like king h2, rook on a2, and put the knight on g3. He actually played knight f1 to kick the knight, to play g3 and king h2, and all this other stuff. Say that to say it's very slow. It's a very, very slow game. This is the slow Italian, what they'll call it here. But it's very slow stuff. And bishop e3 blocks it up. I never really have fun with these positions. It's just, I love chaotic stuff, more tactics. Here it takes a long time to get a lot of these things, but we are able to try to use our queenside advantage and maybe even press in the center a little bit. But I think it's still double-edged. Anybody has chances for sure.
And it's an unusual position because not a single pawn has been traded. We have seen the first big attack of the game. This rook comes to g6 attacking g2, which likely means that, yes, the knight goes and blocks it. So without pawn trades, without pawn pushes, we haven't seen lines open up for the rooks. This rook had to get creative. It took a bishop, went over to g6. But, James, you mentioned this rook a2 idea. So in big picture terms, what is White's plan?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, now after this trade on f3, big picture, now we don't maybe need to play even rook a2 anymore. Knight g5 from Lazavik, playing quickly as well. Okay, but not as quick. We're actually faster here on time. So we have to move the queen and maybe put a knight on f5, right? Knight on f5 and we live. So you want to put a knight on f5, very strong square, and it's very annoying to get it off because I don't see an immediate way to get rid of it besides moving your rook, playing g6, which can't even be played without h6 falling. You got to make some moves first. So knight f5, but we need more pieces than just the knight. So maybe a trade, play queen e3 and f4. Try to open up the game. I'm a fan of those type of lines. But you got to be careful. Like if we're looking at, I'm just going way down the rabbit hole here, Robert. Knight f5, queen e2 after bishop e3 takes. You play f4, takes, and then knight h3 check. So you have to be careful of this whole fork here idea as well because of the rook on g6 is weirdly placed, but it also is really strong on the g file.
Yeah, I like what you're indicating there, that this knight on g3 kind of has to stay for the time being. Otherwise, there may be some tactics against the white king. And also, this knight that went from f6 to h7 to g5, it might also go to e6 because d4 and f4 are both juicy squares for it, especially with this rook sitting on g6. So Raunak's in for a think here. James, maybe he'll take. I wouldn't want to take the knight. He doesn't. But the fact that he was thinking for so long made me think that he was considering bishop takes g5 there.
Yeah. He probably was. He probably was looking at that, but then rook f6 and like knight f5 and all this other stuff, really annoying. And we're going down the line here so far. He didn't have to trade knight f4. There's that square. Yeah, this is like, ugh. Like, why would I ever want to play this with the white pieces? I don't understand. But I was never a fan of this Italian ever. This just doesn't. Ugh. You have to go 92 here. Okay, we do have f4 and space here, but black's equalized for sure.
I'm laughing, James, because this is exactly what you said would happen. Not a single tactic thus far in this game. It's all strategy. Like, we haven't seen any pawns stare at each other. Like, there's no trades. And I will say that black does look better in this position, though, because I would maybe start with a5, and that would encourage white to play b5, but that gives black all of his dark square control. So unless white could punch through a d4, or as you mentioned, f4, in these types of positions, and now you can't play f4 or d4 because you drop this pawn. I'll show that quickly, bring up an analysis board. It's not going to happen, but you want to initiate some trades. But the problem with doing something like this is that the h3 pawn would hang at the end of the line. So queen d7 is one of those kind of sneaky moves, stopping white from pushing pawns forward and opening up the board.
Absolutely, of course. I mean, it was funny. It's like you mentioned, no tactics. And I think the less tactics there is, the harder it's going to be, I think, for Raunak. In fact, Dennis loves these positions. Raunak the other way, right? So, of course, not to say that Raunak can't play the positions, but sometimes he just doesn't prefer them as much, which it gives Dennis, a very nice slight advantage, I would say there, of course, due to just, hey, I play these positions all the time. I always play these type of positions with slow maneuvers and grinding here. Raunak, he plays these positions, but not as much, I think, as Dennis does here. So, I mean, we haven't, still all pawns are on the board. What move are we on?
We're
all pawns, all hope.
Yeah, 23. So they have not traded a single pawn. Rook f8. I think he's making his intentions clear. He might want to play f5. Will Dennis Lazavik. But James, I think you're absolutely spot on. Look at the clock. Look at how much time Raunak is investing here because he wants to open up this board. But moves like f4 or d4, they could backfire. You have to be 100% certain that that works. But look at white's pawns all extended up here. Rook a1 to d1 already drops a pawn. So be very careful if you're Raunak, but you don't have time. He's down to 55 seconds.
I just saw a head shake from Raunak, right? And this is an equal position, but he just doesn't like it, which is understandable. I'm the same way. Equal positions, I don't even read the rest of the book if that's all they talk about is equal positions. So, D4, okay, he's trying to make things different, which is totally understandable. Playing towards his style or what he prefers. They say what the grandmaster's like is being comfortable. Playing what you're comfortable here. Dennis is very comfortable right now, feeling great. And Dennis is trying to cash in on the time advantage and also the equal position. Who even says that? But of course, Dennis can definitely do that type of thing.
I do like the way you're framing it, though. Cash in on the equal position. And you mentioned the likes of Capablanca and, Karpov, Magnus. They win positions that are just equal. And look at this. It's about time. And Dennis Lazavik, he doesn't make speculative pawn pushes. He said this is the right moment to do so. He takes with this rook on e5, and suddenly, hey, we're live, James. These pieces are active for black.
Wow, rook e5 and we live. Oh my goodness, rook e5 and there's going to be a shift. Okay, he has to move the queen. Where is he going to move the queen to is the question. Queen f3 runs into maybe a rook f6. Like, you can smell the initiative changing right now. That's his. This is definitely some initiative for black.
Love the rooks. And also queen c6 will hit the c4 pawn, but watch out. Don't blunder checkmate in one. Because white's pawns are pushed so far up the board, they're easier to attack. How are you going to get after this pawn on c7? You're not. This pawn on b7, yeah, you could attack it for one turn, but black's pawns are at their starting points, and white's pawns are up the board, which makes them more vulnerable to black's pieces.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great way to put it. In fact, it's vulnerable is the right word there, because black has active pieces, and the pawns, as they're extended a little bit, as pieces come off, though, they're going to be more liabilities unless you can get rid of them. And we do not attack really anything in black's position. Believe it or not, there's not one weakness in black's position that you can really exploit. Even a king is defended by his pieces. Everything really solid here from Dennis Lazavik. If I'm Raunak, I just want to take Dennis Lazavik into the forest is what I was saying. Yep. Exactly. It
And
doesn't. It just
you see
takes it.
Raunak shaking his head. Yeah, he's like, "What did I just do? I gave away the pawn." But you're right. This forest is there's only room for one to get out, and it looks like Denis Lazovic in game one here. He can just grab this pawn.
He can just grab and go. But you know what? He's so like positional too as well. He's just making sure. Do I even need to grab it? The Karpov style. And in fact, I heard about Karpov with he would draw so many games with black, but even games where he was winning because he just didn't want to give you anything, right? And that's a really cool mindset to have. But also he could have won a lot more games too as well. But hey, Karpov is known for that style. Now he takes f4. I like the stoicness there. He sat there. He thought about it. All right, why not? It's a free pawn. Grab it and go.
Hey, look, if any of these pieces were a bishop, there would be checkmate down the line. But you look at this dark square control for Denis Lazovic over here, and he is just up a pawn. All of his pieces are active. White is pushed back. These pawns on the fourth rank still vulnerable. But now it's a matter of technique, and both players are in a bit of time trouble. Raunak has 5 seconds. Denis at 37, so he could make a mistake because there's not so much time left on the clock.
Absolutely. I don't see him him losing this one. Him being Denis Lazovic. Yeah, just grab B4 there. I mean, everything's dropping. Like D5, don't even want it, right? Like just straight up. What do you want? You want that? All right, let's do this. You want this? I'll do that, right? That's a great style to have, man. That's fire stuff.
This is hilarious. He's just closing down the queen side, right? He's up a pawn, and now his pawn is more advanced. His pawn on D5. He closed the queen side, but he's worried about his own king. If he pushes D4, queen C4 check, does that work?
Queen C4 does. Oh, Ricky won. Ugh.
Oh, but this rook f8, it's getting a question mark. But James, we know in bullet scrambles, these kind of moves can win you games.
What? I was just going to say, what happens? Yeah, he has a check now, and then you get a perpetual? Perpetual! Ooh, get out of there.
Disappointing result there for Denis Lazovic. It's a draw, perpetual. It seems the queen belonged on e5. That would allow the black king to run up the board, but he put his queen on e4, central square. But James, a draw in game one, good result, at least on paper, for Denis Lazovic, drawing with black, but he had the upper hand throughout that game.
Definitely he had the upper hand. Of course, tactics is what Raunak likes. He's going to go for this all the time, obviously, and he didn't get him until towards the end there where he created some counterplay. And obviously, it got the draw. He escaped with a draw, so now he has to be a little bit more careful here. And also maybe play positions that he would like. He's very nice with this Catalan here. Both are, in fact. Denis Lazovic made it all the way through Title Tuesday, winning, of course, twice with this Catalan. But also, I've seen some very strong games from Raunak, starting with 94s and Bishop B7s and F5s, going more like Stonewall Dutch-like in some of these positions. Pretty nice.
Yeah, because if black gets enough time, as you're saying, 94 F5, you gain some space. But look at what Denis Lazovic's doing. He plants his bishop on c7, forcing the queen away. Now if you put your rook on c8, you're staring into this bishop, so you're not actually accomplishing anything. And the queen went up to b3, so it protects the a3 square. So what white is going to do is try to provoke some weaknesses. If you play a6, guess what? You lose b6. You call it James, the knight comes up to e4, but white's knight may come up to b5. He's trying to push the pawns forward, just like in game one. The more advanced your pawns are, sometimes the easier they are to drop. And
whoa!
Tactic.
There it is! Yeah, Tactinos. Did he just sack a piece, bro?
He sacked a piece.
Oh my goodness. That was nasty.
Is this like home prep? Because let's just do an instant replay there. We just saw knight b5, knight to c5, but let's not forget the knight protects the bishop, and he just sacks a piece to get his pawns up the board, and he's down a piece.
He's down a piece. And it's still equal. There are some ways you can do it. I mean, there's even sacking exchanges in the Catalan lines with the early 95, and you sack the whole exchange, and you don't see the compensation until later with the pieces on the side of the board. So it's something like that. I mean, this is definitely some home cook, because he likes Catalan. So this is some home cook prepper.
I was about to say, they're both playing way too quickly for this to be inspired over the board. Like, this is clearly in the general ballpark of their preparation. But, James, we get a position now. Even material, I had to do a quick count. Black has these nice pawns from e6 to c4, and white can take this knight to ruin the pawn structure, but then we get opposite colored bishops. So they're moving way too quickly, so it's all some kind of home cooking. But I like white's position, I have to say. This bishop on b5 is not the most impressive piece.
That's the annoying part, and this is probably like Catalan 101. This is the part you hate about the Catalan. You get what you want out of your prep from the black pieces, and you still have to fight. Once you get out of prep, obviously you have to calculate and improve. Ideas, plans, everything comes into play here. But really, practically speaking, I mean, okay, white has an extra piece. I mean, one mistake from black, and you just completely lose the game. because you're just down a piece, right? Yeah, you have the pawns for it, but it's not probably enough. I can't play. Really, the bishop's not even that active. Right? I go to d5, e3. I can open it up, but I give a pawn up to do what there? In fact, yes, you have the piece, but how do I use these pawns here, Robert?
Yeah, if white can get this pawn to a5, suddenly we're talking about a huge advantage for white. So it's going to be a matter of timing. Like if black says, oh, let me bring my queen to go for the attack, then a4, a5 happens before you know it, and this rook is tied down to passive defense. So I like this alpha zero type of move, the Raunak playing h5, but where are these pawns going? You're not playing g5, I don't think. Maybe e5, but that makes your bishop lose on d5.
Yeah, you know what's funny, Robert? You said G5. You're not doing that. You know we are doing it. We sacked the whole piece here. You know what I mean? Like we are in this to win this. So G5 probably is going to be played, and Queen G6 maybe, and just trying to push forward. Because you do anything passive here, you probably will end up losing or letting Denis Lazovic consolidate, or just get a fine plan, something easy, like you mentioned, pushing the A pawn, which is not possible now because it hangs. But if it's ever possible, we are going to push this A pawn here and have a nice day. I might even go h4 right at some point from white, just to kind of stop you from playing g5, control everything, and then see what happens from there. I am
And Dennis might be looking up for an exchange sacrifice because this board is very closed for the moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if at some moment that has to be considered. But rook a6, keeping everything nice and steady. a3 is a great move. I have to say, James, I know we've been joking about the types of positions we've had. Very few tactics. There was a piece sacrifice in this game. Apparently, it was some kind of theory. But this is the most Denis Lazovic type of first two games. Like both have been in his style. So far, I would say that he's kind of controlling the pace of these games.
Dennis, he's actually really good at that. I think that's an asset from him for sure. 100% asset. He's had a lot of practice. Obviously, winning 2 Title Tuesdays, you don't just do that, right? But Hikaru plays in Title Tuesday. Fabi and Draken. I mean, you play in Title Tuesday, Robert, of course, right? I played sometimes, but it's getting that 9 and the 10 is not happening. But he's doing it, and he's done it more than once, right? So he loves these type of positions. Definitely take white here. I'm gonna play h4 next. Try to stop everything from happening. Let's have a good day. He doubled up. Yeah, this is him all day. No tactics. Maybe e3 at some point. You have to play this. So this bishop is just kind of garbage. So he plays queen e3. Makes sense.
Yeah, so he's stopping that idea that you keep mentioning that this pawn would like to be out the way and put his queen on e3. I just want to quickly show a blunder that was available to black. Let's bring up an analysis board. There's a reason why the rook went to d7 rather than d8. If you had rook d8, queen takes e4, thank you very much, because you take my queen and I take your rook, but I also get your queen because there's a pin along the last rank. You see white would have a winning advantage up one pawn, but it's a very important one. So that's why the rook went to d7, because you can give up your queen, but when the rook lands on d7, you're not getting a queen in return.
We don't want that, of course. And what's the live move? He played rook d7, and it is on his move. Okay, perfect. What do we play? Interesting. Rook d5, no, queen d4, queen f4. Yeah, Denis Lazovic move, h4. Yeah.
They drew by agreement, banned the draw offer. I say it every single day. It was our question for the community yesterday. Yes, that position was very clogged. Maybe there was no progress. But, James, we got to see those games played out.
Yeah, if I'm Denis Lazovic, yeah, definitely. Okay, Raunak, I sacked the piece here. It wasn't that great. Like, I didn't really get much from it. He wasn't even phased. Denis Lazovic was not even phased. Maybe you've seen it before, but it was like, all right, cool. I take the quick draw. I usually hate drawing with white. Of course, I would say win with white, draw with black. Bobby Fischer kind of changed that. You try to win with both colors, but you win, with both colors if you can, if the opportunity is given to you there. Did not like Raunak's position. Take a draw. Cool. Yeah, I'll take a repetition. Get out of there. Try again with the white pieces, and he tries Roy this time instead of the slow Italian, which definitely is going to fit Denis Lazovic.
Yeah, and we have a bit more open position. A pawn has been traded as early as move 8. So, James, I think we should celebrate that. There have been some pawn trades already. But this is that opening that Hikaru Nakamura played against Timur Rajabov, and the candidates is becoming increasingly popular. And I think a lot of our audience would take on c6. But, James, I think you know very well that giving black the bishops in an open board, that would be a mistake.
No, in fact, that definitely 100% a mistake there. You do have, obviously, the double pawns. There is like, okay, I can play knight c4 at some point, but the bishop pops up at a6. That whole diagonal is weak, right? So we don't want to do that. And just giving up the bishop here just to damage the structure, you got to have a plan afterwards. So he did not take it, and knight b8, side of a Breyer-style Roy here. Want to play c6, says black. And knight b to d7, maybe.
Yes, exactly. And that way the pawn structure can't be compromised later in the game. The bishop slides back to f1. And you can't play bishop e6. That may drop a pawn on e5. So you have to figure out what to do with this light square bishop. And he answers that question. He says, let's go fianchetto.
Big fan of that. Do like it. I like the flexibility of it too. Maybe he doesn't even have to go there yet. Maybe he may think you want to go here. But b6 is hinting at bishop b7, obviously. It ties down some pieces as e4 is attacked twice. It's going to be hard to attack it a third time. But I think we have a placement for our knight. Maybe we go knight d7 to f8 and g6. Maybe around that route. Because we got to figure out where our pieces want to go. And he's figured out where to put this bishop at. Couldn't put it on g4. f5 is a no. E6 was a no. I like this move. Yeah, knight d7. Wow, look at the reroutes, both sides.
He has a game of rerouting, jockeying, maneuvering, and after bishop b7, the e4 pawn's under attack, but knight f5. I don't think that's very threatening for black. The queen can just slide back to e or f8. I'd go to e8 because maybe the bishop or the knight belongs on f8 after that. So I think that black can complete the development. And James, I have to say, I once again like Denis Lazavik's position. It's not much better or anything like that, but I feel like the pressure on e4 is going to be annoying for white to deal with.
Yeah, and I actually, I'm going to take white here, of course. I do like the knight on f5. I like that. He took it. Darn it. Dang. He was like, I know you do, can't you? And then immediately took the knight. So, because I was going to play knight f5 and knight h4. Like, I'm no matter what, I'm going to get a knight on f5. And now, look at that e4 pawn, as you mentioned, is quite annoying. We have to play f3. We get some dark squares, or take the knight on c5. And then we have a Denis Lazavic position. I mean, if we keep going through that, that's going to be the theme of the day. Can Raunak get him out of these slow type positions here and get positions that he would like? F3, we get some dark squares. Knight h5 immediately exploits them with maybe queen h4, knight g3, annoying ideas. Could be later. I mean, even sacrificing the structure, letting him play bishop takes c5 so we can stick the knight on f4 and keep it there as well. Even knight e6 to f4. Really not looking the greatest now for Raunak.
I like the move knight e6. I like the way you're talking about this position, James, because you're right that if this bishop were to force the pawn structure to be bad, let's say that were possible, black would not be unhappy about that. Give me these dark squares on the queen side. You've compromised them. And king h2 may be necessary at some point for white. And look at Denis Lazavic rerouting the knight. So objectively, white is doing okay. But I'm struggling to come up with a plan for white, and that's difficult in blitz games. When you see your opponent, maybe there's a knight f4, maybe there's a queen h4, you start thinking, all right, it seems easier to play for black. What's this knight doing on b3? Completely dominated by black's pawns.
The eval bar is just gross here. It is like, it's equal. But like, man, it's hard to even do that. When you see black has just so much activity, which is how active the pieces are. It looks good, besides the bishop on b7. But these knights here, and also the queen coming over to maybe h4 is looking very, very promising for black. Putting a knight on f4 at some point. I do like the trade here from Sadhwani. He might be just like, hey, man, you know what? I got a worse position. Trade some pieces off, and if it's a draw, it's a draw. We go to the next game.
Look at that move, bishop c6. He's setting up pressure against a4 because after rook d1, white, of course, wants to take with the rook to take the open file, but that would drop the pawn on a4. And I think more than anything, the position's even. Raunak Sadhwani is playing super well, but it's more Denis Lazavic style. All three games thus far have been crazy positional. Just like small little moves here. Let's improve our bishop. Let's get our knight to the good squares. James, we have not seen tactinos.
It's funny. Tactinos, of course, what that is, Chad, is tactics. Make sure you eat your tactinos for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Robert has approved. But at the same time here, right, what type of positions do you want to stray away from if you're playing Grandfather Tau, Mikhail Tau there, right? What you would want to probably to draw the game, take all the pieces off the board and do something like that. But if you give him tactics, it's going to be a problem for you, right? Most likely. So in this situation, it's the same. I mean, Denis Lazavic is very strong. He loves the Catalan, back and forth. Who else loves the Catalan? Magnus Carlsen, who actually doesn't even care about opening advantages, is what he says in interviews. I don't care about opening advantage. I'm going to beat you in the middle game where it's real chess, is what he likes to say, right? So, of course, this type of thing, Denis Lazavic is doing a lot of that. He loves these type of positions, so it's really hard to face a player like Denis Lazavic, where there's no tactics. I mean, what tactic happened besides the piece sacrifice that didn't even really work? Denis wasn't even phased. It's really hard facing a guy like this.
Yeah, and Denis now investing some time. So I like the lead on the clock for Raunak. 30 seconds in the bag for him. I'm looking at queen h4. I don't see a problem with that at first glance. You're just trying to go for these dark squares on the king side. But maybe Denis has another idea in mind. James, any other ideas that you see besides going for the dark squares?
Yeah, Queen H4 and G5 was an idea. I do like playing those type of moves, obviously, but my queen could be trapped if I'm not careful. So maybe Knight F4 first, then Queen G5, and but then there's a G3 there. So I want to get more pieces, and there's Queen H4, first move, but you need more pieces. Obviously, you have to do it with multiple pieces. So we have to attack with more pieces. So I need to push F5, G5, or get the rook in somehow. I don't have enough yet.
Yeah, that's what Dennis did in that first game. He put F5 at the right moment. So maybe there's like a knight G5, pawn F5, sack on F3 kind of thing in the air. And Raunak, he's correctly spending some time right now. I think he needs to be careful for the next couple moves, because if he's not, I do think that black is bringing enough firepower to the king side. Queen G3 check, knight F4, things like that. They look scary for white. Not delivering a checkmate, but you have to worry for your king safety.
Absolutely. We have to worry about king safety here. I mean, obviously, white is under fire. Black has the initiative, and my pieces, actually white's pieces, are on the queen side. In fact, majority of them, the knight, the queen, and the rook are on the queen side. So he says, let me move it to the king side. Queen F2 gets something into play here. I will happily trade, and he does. And we have the bishop pair. But I mean, okay, this is a grind. Like, this is going to take a long time. A4 is hanging. I'm not a fan of white's position. A4 is such a liability. And what does black have as weaknesses? Really nothing. Nothing. Again, like, how many times have we said this about Denis Lazavik's position here? He plays really solid chess.
Denis Lazavik didn't win game one, but I actually feel like he's playing borderline perfect chess thus far. Super pristine, precise chess. Look at this move, F6. Just protecting E5, so his knight's free to go. The rook on D8 controls the only open file. Advantage, black. A4 is a weakness. No weaknesses, as you said in black's camp. Advantage, black. This knight would like to be replaced by a pawn, so you protect A4. But if you move the knight, rook D2. Advantage, black. Everything about this position is advantageous for Denis Lazavic, including the clock. That's the 17th piece, James. And right now, Denis Lazavic ahead on time.
This is a squeeze. This is a squeeze. Like, I mean, as you pointed it out, I mean, bishop C4, I was about to say, that's probably the only move I have. Play quickly, king F8, and then what? Think? King G1? Like, bishop back to F1? Like, what moves do I actually play here to actually, try to create some type of advantage or do something? Maybe take the knight and play G3, walk the king over, hope for the best. Hope I don't lose. My A4 pawn is still hanging. I need to, like, play B3, but that means I need to move the knight. Where do I move the knight, Robert? I can't move the knight anywhere to a good square. This is really rough for Raunak. And, again, the 17th piece here, time. I'm down to 30 seconds.
And he takes it, and the knight will take back because you have to. This was under attack. He plays G3. So you called this idea, and I'm looking at this position, and this rook on D8 is loose. If this king were on E7, maybe knight D3 works. But without the rook protected, you're walking into rook D1 pin. So Denis Lazavic, he's thinking about this position. His knight can retreat to G6, he can retreat to H5. He won't get trapped on the rim over there. But you know he would love to play knight D3 if available to him. But unfortunately, it seems that his knight would be pinned, and that is an issue.
Absolutely. It is, in fact, it's very good. It's still like it's, even he got bar, like black's crushing, but knight D3, you didn't like this?
Oh, rook D1, his bishop takes A4. His knight gets pinned, but then the other knight gets pinned, and he's stealing a pawn.
Let's show that. Rook D1 and bishop A4.
Oh, he went rook A2.
Raunak hurts.
And knight C5, ruining it. You mentioned this idea before, James, ruining your own pawn structure. He throws in the intermezzo. White is frozen. This rook is passive, and B2 is a liability.
Tactinos there. And the rook is on the second range. This is gross, bro. This is so bad. My position is just terrible. I have to play maybe B3 at some point, after king E1, but I mean, the rook's hanging. B4, there's nothing. There's nothing. Like, he squeezed him. He squeezed him like the boa constrictor type. I mean, wow, that was very nice. G5, the engine didn't like it, but I mean, black has a great position.
I think F5 was stronger before that because after E takes, the F3 pawn was loose and white was complete. He got his rook trapped. Rook C1, bishop D1.
Tactics. Tactics. What?
And Denis Lazavic was putting the squeeze on him, but he squeezed a little bit too long, and his rook is trapped.
This is how games are going to go here. He's squeezing them every game, and then the last game, the draw, what happened? A little tactic. I got a perpetual, right? So it's crazy how, like, you have your weaknesses in a way, I think. And not that he's weak in tactics at all, obviously not. But at the same time, Raunak is favorited for that, and that Denis is the other way. And that is failing now, as we see. Wow, Denis is down in exchange. I never thought that would happen from this position.
Yeah, his rook got trapped, and now he's just down a rook for a bishop. Here comes that rook. It was stuck on the queen side. It can come over to the king side. Threatens to go to d8. Now it's going to go over to h1. Finally, that rook will infiltrate. James, better late than never, and it's going to be, it would appear, a winning track for Raunak Sadhwani.
Wow, he's going to be up one game now. Of course, it's not over yet. There's still a lot of chess left here, and it's going to have to be some changes from both sides here. Maybe in the time scrambles, just have to be a little bit more accurate here from Dennis. Easier said than done. And Raunak cannot let him squeeze him like this every game. It's just not. It's going to be a point where he's not going to be able to come back from these.
And Dennis is trying to set up a little fortress over here. I mean, it's a bad bishop, but all of it's going to be defended after a4. But what Black's going to do, White is going to take on c6 at some moment, or take this bishop on b5. That's the essential plan, and then win the remaining black pawns. Takes, and all the pawns fall.
There it is. He finds it, sits back, leans back, chill and relax, and feel good about it.
I cannot believe the turnaround that we just saw, because for the majority of that game, Denis Lazavik, he really was playing exceptional chess, but Raunak Sadhwani is a tenacious defender. And James, we've been talking about the different styles. Raunak is a great tactician. I mean, he knows when to spot those moments. He brought the bishop back. You could see it on his face. He's like, are you sure you want to do this, bud? And he trapped that rook in there, was able to steal it, and steal game 3.
Yeah, and steal game 3. And in fact, he was able to steal a draw, too, as well. When the thing is, Dennis is playing perfect chess until he does it. And as soon as it's not perfect, Raunak, oh, that's not right. You didn't squeeze me correctly. I'm getting out. I wiggle out, and I win the game. So this is going to be a battle of, like, really, and maybe not blunders here, but who has the better, time management, but also skill when it comes down to them critical moments here. We have some good positions. Dennis has had an advantage every game, in fact. So besides those little slips there, so if he can fix that, Raunak may be in a little bit of trouble here. But if Raunak can make it a little bit more tactical, I mean, we don't know. That's why I liked it at 52-48% for me. What does it see with the pregame prediction? 59-41, and now 65-35. Smarter Chess current prediction. Don't believe that at all. That is 100% garbage there, Robert.
Yeah, I like disagreeing with it. But Raunak is the favorite right now. He has a 1-point lead, but so early in this match. And I do want to give so much credit to Raunak Sadhwani, because many people, when they're worse, they lose games quite quickly. Raunak stays in them. He's stayed in the 3 games thus far, and he has a winning record, 2-1, despite having the disadvantage for the majority of the time. So Knight just came out to h5. He's attacking this bishop on f4. But James, in these positions, does Black even want to take this bishop on f4? Because White just takes back with a pawn, and he goes bishop f1 to say, go for it. And after e takes f4, look at the clamp that we have on like a square like e5.
Yeah, that's actually really nice. It's kind of London system reminiscent. He takes it. He goes for it. I mean, knight h5, knight on the rim is dim, obviously. So maybe we reroute the bishop over to d3 at some point. That's exactly what's played. Knight e4. That's all being played out. And after f5, or queen e2 or something like that, attack this knight. You could even try to take it. I wonder if he takes it. Knight g5. I mean, we do have a weakness on e4. But he could play e3 at some point. No, I'm not touching that knight. So maybe queen e2. Yep. Interesting. 92.
I like it.
What does he play?
I like your process of elimination there, right? Because when we calculate, as all players must, you're thinking, what changes? If knight takes c3, bc3, how does that pawn structure change affect us? But it opens up our bishop, and it opens up the e-file, so maybe we get an f5 or a knight g5 at the right moment to go for an attack. So these are the things that we have to calculate. James is working through them right now, just like we all must. And I like your conclusion, James. Queen e2 is the move that I would play, but instead he hops forward with knight g5.
G5. He's like, knight g5, go for it. So he's stopping f5. That is really strong, really strong. f5 would have been super annoying, and you have like the stonewall knight in the way. But now you can't play it. And then if you take, I'm going to take with the h pawn. What a structure that would be, by the way. Like, cool. Like, what is that structure? Wow, what a structure. But we open h-file with a smile, play king g2, rook h1, and literally almost even sack on h7 in certain cases. But going for mate 100% here. This is different Dennis I'm seeing right now. Knight to g5, I like it. Knight f6 seems like I don't want any trouble.
But that's, again, a sign of such a skilled player that then knight just went into e4, and its next move was knight back to f6. So players who are willing to acknowledge that, okay, these tactics aren't going to work in my favor, let's just go back to where we came from, because Black's base is very solid. This is a very solid chain towards the center. No pawns are under attack, but at some moment you know that Dennis is going to throw in an a4 pawn push to open up the queen side.
Yeah, that's actually a very dual-purpose move there. Queen e2 stops. Well, it doesn't stop. If you play h6, I move the knight, and then there is no knight e4 anymore. Queen e2, very nice. Also connecting my rooks and pointing out what Robert has said here with a4, b4, a6 would be hanging in many cases. You see this a lot in the London system type structures as well. So I wonder if we have. I'm always looking for an attack. I'm like, yeah, that's cool, a4, but like, where can I sack something? Nope, nothing over there. There's literally nothing. Really rock solid. My pieces don't even aim at that side. Besides the queen, knight, and bishop, which are negated by black's rock solid structure on that side of the board.
Hey, I'm going to start looking for tactics too, James. I'm going to go into your calculation over everything mindset. Maybe there's an F5 at some moment. Like this queen protects the bishop, but if that queen were ever to move away, some kind of F5 move, he goes queen D7, and he's just playing solid as a rook. I mean, he's just defending everything, but this bishop on B7 is so much worse than the bishop on D3, and that's why white has a slight advantage right now.
That's a bishop on b7? I thought that was a pawn. It looked exactly the same. Even if you take it off of the board, it looks exactly the same position there, right? So that is a very bad bishop, obviously, as we're pointing out here. But it's I think what did Jeremy Silman say? Reassess your chess. It says it's useful. It's useful. It's bad, but it's very useful. Like, of course, because it's just helping on the e4 diagonal. Maybe I can go knight e4 at some point. That's the only way that it's useful. Other than that, I mean, it's technically still a terrible bishop, because all the pawns are on the light squares here. So, yeah, a3, whoa, b4. I guess you just take it.
He played that move so quickly, James. That's a big decision to spend very little time on, so he must have worked this out. But bishop takes a6. Is that just a free pawn? Are my eyes deceiving me?
I'm trying to work it out. I'm trying to work it out myself. You know, Raunak is like, look, I don't sit around and play this Dennis Lazavik chess. So he's like, I'm just going to – I mean, every game he's been doing something – sacrificial, right? Which is understandable, playing right in this style. But it's I just don't see it. Takes maybe h6 knight e4. Maybe he's going on initiative. Take h6 knight e4. It might be the only thing he's going for.
Yeah, that seems to be a very natural idea. This knight, though, goes back to f3 into e5. So he parks his rook on c7, second rook going to c8. He's just trying to go right for this pawn, and this knight is going right for e5.
Right. It's going right for 95. Looks great there. C3. Yeah, so you get the Catalan. I'm up a pawn, and I'm just going to try to convert, and black is going to do everything in his power to not let him do that, in fact. So, yeah, I'm just down a pawn. I really don't like these positions from black, because you have to fight from behind. You are actually down a pawn here. But, okay, it's under control. 94 is still coming, but I also have 95. So the only thing different is just white has the extra pawn.
If this pawn were on c5, white has maybe a winning advantage. So that means knight e4 may be too soon, because I play c4 in some positions and you can't take me. You have to time it right for Dennis Lazavik, but I think that knight e4 could backfire in critical moments, and that's why Raunak Sadhwani is showing restraint. First g6, let's get luffed for the king, let's stop any kind of f5 move. I like the way both players are handling this, and James, I'm looking at the clock, Raunak up a little bit on time, and c4 played, so I like how you keep calling it the Catalan type of position. Black is down a pawn, but is blockading all the key squares. I think you just take, and you should have enough to hold on to this game.
Yeah, you definitely have enough to hold on here. Pawns are all on the same side here, and we can't even really create. It's going to be hard to do that, but to create a pass D pawn here, if we had to shift the pawn from f4, put it on e3, and then okay, I'm playing this all day, every day, right? We trace everything off, and we try to obviously convert the one pawn we have. Yes, it's on the king side, still harder to do, but takes a lot of precision from black. I'm literally playing for 2 results as white, and right now, I mean, playing for 2 results, hard to lose this as white. But I mean, I have the extra pawn. Black is just trying to hold, which I think he's going to do a great job here as well. Maybe just knight d5 and just kind of say, hey, how are you going to convert this extra pawn that you have?
I have no idea, but I like the points that you're making, that this is a good illustration of why double pawns are typically not preferred. They open up files, but the e-file isn't very useful. But you can't create a passed pawn. If your pawn were on e3, d4 would feel better. For us on e4, maybe you strike with d5. But for now, these pawns are not going anywhere. I think it's going to be a slow game, James. I think we have to defend this pawn. Maybe move like... I can't go king g2 very easily. I'm a little worried about the diagonal. But he just plays rook b1. If this queen leaves a 7th rank, watch out for that f7 tender pawn.
That is nice. There might be even some. Oh, yeah, you said trade them off. Yeah. Okay, y'all can shake hands right now. Then that's what they're doing. Yep.
Yeah.
Queen b8.
It's a good move. I really like rook b8. Just make sure that without the rooks on the board, there are going to be nothing that you have to worry about. So is Laz going to go rook a1 back and just kind of pray that there's something there? Yeah, he does, but I don't know where he's going.
Yeah, that's correct. Maybe you can just shuffle, right? Same thing. Maybe queen b7. Can I improve? Queen b7, queen b6, maybe. Keep an eye on d4. Go queen b2 in some cases. Try to trade some queens. Knight d5 also jumps out as well. We have lots of moves, to be honest here. Really is up to Raunak how he wants to proceed, but not get too low on time while doing it. Having a minute here, right around the same as Dennis Lazavik, makes a move. Rook B2. I love the initiative. He just always wants something more, and I'm a big fan of that chess as well. Rook B2. It makes you think a little bit.
Yeah, I was thinking rook A8 check if king G7, queen A3, threatening checkmate down here. But after rook A8, there's also rook B8. Right? We just were saying how a rook trade is what black wants, so it doesn't actually get you anywhere to play rook A8 check.
Ooh, very nice. Very nice. Knight to C4 attacks the rook. What do we do about it? Well, you got to move it, but where? He just goes back. Rook B8, same idea. Rook B4 is possible too as well. Rook B8, and this is a sort of a time scramble. We have a 1 second increment, but it is under a minute. That doesn't help as much when you have like 20 seconds on the clock. Definitely still a scary situation to be in. Rook to D1. They're playing this one out, Robert. They are playing this one out.
James, I have to say, this has been one of the more strategic Speed Chess Championship matches I've ever seen. Like, we have had so few tactics in these first 4 games, and they're just saying, all right, white's up a pawn. Let me try to milk this. Maybe white, oh, look at this, knight G4. Maybe he'll throw in an H5. I don't see a checkmating attack just yet. But, James, if this pawn goes up to H6 and Raunak stops it before it gets there, the king would have been caught there. But there are sacrifices that black needs to be careful about in the future.
That's why he went knight e7 to stop a knight g6 sacrifice. It was definitely real, getting 3 pawns for it, because I take on g6 and e6. And then I just have these pawns. Definitely you have a weak king. I'm taking that all day long here. And all right, we almost at 20 seconds here. 1 second increment. This is going to kick in. This is going to kick in at some point, and someone can blunder. It could be either side with this time being this low.
Yeah, and d5, I mean, that move is available. Maybe black has queen b7 type of ideas. We might see too many trades for white to have winning chances, but you need to poke holes in black's position. But Den Laz, he's dropping under 20 seconds, and he goes knight f3. So he's just playing this as solidly as possible, hoping that Raunak makes a mistake.
Might be a repetition here. Knight e5 again. I'm getting low on time. Dennis likes to think, even though he plays Title Tuesday, like one Title Tuesday, in fact. So, of course, yeah, he knows when to move fast. But this is definitely some dangerous territory for both.
He just wants to play king e2, rook d2, king d3.
Right. Trade him off. Trade everything, win the end game. That's how you do it, Chad.
That's what he's looking for, because if the rooks come off, maybe then the white pawns can start pushing f3, g4 at the right moment. And he can't do that with his knight on f5. The pawn on g3 is too weak.
I do like this move, knight e7, moving around, putting the knight on d5, blockaded. The square in front of it is the most important square of the pawn. So he puts the knight on d5, blockading the d4 pawn. So it's going to be hard to push it anywhere, and moves are coming in like lightning. 1 second increment is all they have, and they're still trying and fighting from this position.
Yeah, this rook needs to come to b2 and b7. The knight has to hop back forward to the e5 or g5 squares. But that's why Raunak safely parks the rook on the 7th rank. The only weakness in black's position is f7, so that rook is going to stay for black on the 7th rank.
I feel a blunder. I don't know why, but I feel like something's going to happen here. These guys are professionals, so I don't believe it all the way, but it just feels like king d3, don't play king d3, don't play king d3. Okay, perfect.
I'm looking for knight d6, James. At some point, knight d6, like rook c8, knight to e8 check. And the king's up to e4, so he wins king of the hill, but will it win in this chess game?
All right, king of the hill, check. And he go back. You want to draw? He says no, rook b3. King e4. 8. Oh, my goodness. So he went back to e2.
Oh, I blundered a 4.
Oh, there it is. He got him.
Sadhwani takes game 4. And Den Laz can't believe it. You called it, James. Watch out for the forks. And that is game 4 in Raunak Sadhwani's favor. He now leads 3-1.
Look, and what's funny is I think it was more Dennis's fault there. Like, Dennis could have definitely taken a draw. We know it's a draw here. And I think a little bit of the nerves, because that was a nerves thing. Like, he doesn't blunder those type of things. It was just nerves. He got low on time. He wanted to push. He's pushing too hard. You push too hard, you lose. And he blundered. And it sucks, man. It really does. Because he played a great game. Up a pawn. Like, there's no way to lose it besides doing that, right? It's hard. It's definitely difficult here. Now he's a 2-game deficit. But okay, 2 games. You just relax and keep playing chess and not do that again.
And we saw a featured chat earlier. I'm sorry, I forget who wrote it, but they were saying this might be foreshadowing what's going to happen in the bullet segment. So when they get into the time scrambles, that's when Dennis has gone wrong and Raunak has scored 2 full points from worse positions. So this is really tough for Dennis Lazavik. He's playing a solid game here, the 5th one of the match. I actually, once again, like Dennis's position.
Yeah, like he just gets. I mean, he never has a problem getting good positions. His opening prep is honestly really good, and there's no way to attack him like this. I mean, if you play different openings, maybe it depends on what he knows there. But here, Black's just solid. Everything's developed. Like this is what you want in a position. King safety, check. Right. Develop pieces, check. Right. Activity, everything's active. Besides the knight on a5, we can reroute that somewhere in a few moves. So not too bad. It is controlling some squares. Like the knight can't go to c4 or b3. It can, but we're just going to trade it very quickly and go Dennis Lazavik style, right? Like easy grind. Maybe we'll start with a5 there. So yeah, White's going to have to prove something, and he plays d4. I do like this decision.
It's another game where Raunak's pawns are more extended than Dennis Lazavik's because Dennis only has the pawn e5. Now we see a bunch of pawns out here for White. So if you take on d4 and White takes back, now we have two unopposed pawns in the center, but that center is under attack by many of Black's pieces. So I wouldn't be surprised if Dennis makes the very tough decision to take on d4 and after pawn takes, makes a move like bishop b4 perhaps, trying to undermine White's center completely.
That's a very strong sequence, in fact. Actually, I'm a fan of having a big center and stuff like that, but that's a very annoying move. Bishop to b4. What an annoying move. Hits d4 be hanging if you take, and e4. Like, you actually have to defend the pawns. That's, like, very accurate from accurate Hess here over here. That's a very nice takes, and bishop b4 is just super accurate. Because I wanted to even go f4 as to have a big center here, but it's it's not going to be possible now, especially with c takes d4, bishop b4, I have to respond. Nice job.
It's just like one of those positions that starts from these d4 openings where at some point White plays f3 and e4, and then Black takes. And he does take on d4 and plays c5, another really good idea. Instead of going for to win a pawn in the center, he says, play d5. Come on, do that, because then I will chisel at your pawn position with f5, trying to win this central pawn. Everything in the center feels a bit flimsy for Raunak Sadhwani. So James, I feel like c5, very good choice in the end by Dennis Lazavik.
Yeah, that's a very good choice. In fact, I'm trying, we always look for aggressive moves first. So obviously we look at e5, but if we can get e5 to work, there could be, something, obviously. Bishop d3 provokes some weaknesses, maybe g6, bishop h6, and we get a few pieces in there, but it's not that clean yet, especially after e5. He moves the bishop away. We take on c5, there's the in-between move. Queen takes e5. Both the bishops and the queen are aiming, like, who's mating who right now, right? Like, you got to be very, very careful with this. So he's calculating e5, but then he's probably going to choose something else. And the move here, I don't really know yet. In fact, Ricky won, like knight f3 hangs e4. I might have to take on c5. I don't want to.
Yeah, because c takes d4 threatens to win a pawn. Bishop d4, bishop takes h2 check. At the very least, scoops up this bishop on d4. So I feel like this is a critical moment for Raunak. He's using his time. And James, the one piece you didn't like in Black's position was the knight. Isn't that knight ready to go back to c6 now that this pawn's in c5?
Oh, you can bounce back around, of course. And now, usually they say knights work best behind pawns, not in front of them. So having the knight behind that pawn on c6, it helps influence a little bit. And we have a capture. Takes. And the question is, then this is like, how am I going to capture? Queen or pawn? He answers it with queen. Here we go. Another endgame. Yeah, now we're every game.
Another endgame. Not many tactics in this match, at least not yet. We may see in the quicker time controls that change, but rook a2. So what Raunak does is he protects his knight on d2. That knight is protecting this pawn on e4. From my perspective for Black, why not play rook d4, rook d8, just try to double and start poking at some of White's weaknesses, a4 and e4 among them, but White can also return the favor with rook c1 and go after the c5 pawn.
Man, yeah, that's actually a nice in-between move. Rook d4, maybe f3, rook d8. Rook c1 hangs the piece, so you have to go rook c1 maybe first. Then the pawn's hanging. But then rook d8 anyway, rook c5, rook d2. Like, what is going on there? Takes, and then e4, but then there's a mate on e1. Like, this is like some crazy stuff. Like, what the heck is that? But yeah, it's wild here. But he's calculating. He's going through all the calculations now here. Rook a2 was nice. We want to go rook c1. He is going to go rook c1. And we have to respond to that now, says Dennis. Yeah, rook d4 is very nice.
Yeah, it looks like a good try. But Dennis is investing some of his time in this move. And James, this will be the final game before they get a break because halfway through each time control, before the bullet, they get a break. And f3 was played quickly by Raunak and knight to b1. So once again, it feels like Dennis Lazavik has the upper hand. He has the active pieces. White's piece is a bit awkwardly placed, but it's also a pawn structure that is better for White. You have a protected pawn chain from g2 to e4, and this pawn c5. James, is that an asset? Is it a liability? Is it going to fall victim to attack, or is it a passed pawn that's going to run to the other side of the board.
You know what's funny is I think it's both, in fact, because it's weak, but also it is strong. Like it's strong. It's annoying. You have to deal with it. You got to pay attention to it. Love this knight b3 move because rook c1 was quite annoying. But we do have rook c2, but then rook a4. So very nice play there. I mean, knight b3 was a very strategic move there. Super strong. Also, c4 could solidify it in there. Now, if rook b2, c4, I can take on c4 myself and then take on b3. Nice tactics there. So he goes knight c3, developing knight rook to b4. And what do we play?
Is this knight coming to d4? Like, was his knight b3? He stopped rook c1, and that knight's getting into the center. I feel like White's just having a hard time moving his pieces. Where does this rook on a2 go? Rook b2 would actually be a blunder, I think, because this knight goes back to d4, and you can't take on b4. You would lose a piece. So I'm liking... Oops, sorry, that's my mistake. I grabbed the bishop and put it on d3. But I'm liking the way the black pieces are maneuvering, but I still feel like it's going to come down to this c5 pawn. Is that a strength or a weakness? It's not an easy question to answer, and the eval bar says the game is pretty level.
Yeah, that's a nasty reroute. In fact, I love the knight b3 to knight d4 idea. Very strong. King f2. You can centralize your king, and Dennis Lazavik says, I'm going to do the same. Right now, of course, guys, we have about a minute or so before things get a little bit hectic. More blunders can actually happen, as we saw literally twice from Dennis Lazavik. In fact, 3 times he blundered the draw, and he blundered 2 games here, and with that. So there is, or actually, sorry, the draw in the other game was the game. So too, having low time will give you bad decisions. It does happen to all of us here too as well. So hopefully these guys can get it, or at least Dennis can help with his time a little bit, so you can have some better games in the time scrambles here. Raunak is winning all of them.
Yeah, and right now Raunak is the one down 20 seconds on the clock, so that's good news for Dennis. And I don't think Raunak is finding a plan. That's the issue. This knight on b3, such a pesky piece. He goes rook b1. He wants to put some pressure on the knight, but the knight can just move to d4. You're not taking this rook. If you give that c5 pawn an avenue to b4, then it's going to be a protected pass pawn, and that's no good for white. So this rook on b4 is a really strong piece.
Very strong, and then we going back to that pawn. Is c5 the strongest piece? Knight d4, and here it is. And he doubles up, says, I'm going to take now. Is there an a5?
Looks like it. Why not?
Do nothing. Yeah.
You know what's funny about a5, James? Is that even if a knight attacks this rook, you may sacrifice the exchange on that square just to get some passed pawns. So a5 looks like a great choice. He's probably thinking, do I take on e2 first, or do I play a5? Do I want that bishop? What trades am I looking for?
Very good. Take on e2. What if I take on b4? Maybe take on c3, take b7, take b1, takes, rook d2, king g3, draw probably. So a5 played, and bishop b5 out of the way.
Yeah, he's just using the square. There's no a6. Come on, put that pawn back here and kick your bishop out of there. That's not allowed. So a good response by Raunak. And now he's up quite a lot of time. So suddenly Denlaz went into the think tank, and Raunak's the one who left that position with a lead on the clock, and he doesn't sack the exchange, James. I know as a commentator we can do that and take it back, but I was looking if he gave up the rook here to get a pass pawn.
Yeah, he did not. He was like, yeah, we don't need to do any of that. Plus, I'm in a time scramble again here. Says Dennis Lazavik. He is down 30 seconds or so, and I don't see the clear advantage at all. Maybe knight c3, knight d5 check. Knight c3 is good. Bishop e6, though. Just try to improve. King e3. Just move a piece closer to the center. Rook to d2 after that. Lots of easy moves I think White can play here. Try to put some pressure on Dennis Lazavik's clock. If I'm Dennis here, I got to worry about this pawn. So I think it's easier to play from White's standpoint right now.
Yes, and this pawn the question's been answered in this position. The c5 pawn looks more like a weakness than a strength. You need to keep that knight on d4 because otherwise this rook comes into b5 and attacks g4. Dennis Lazavik.
There we go. Oh, okay, I'm here, guys. What's up? Hey, hello, hey. Chat.
Hey, sorry that cut out there for a second. My bad. My point was so bad that the internet had to cut me out.
Yeah, I thought I had to move. I'm like, am I frozen? Chat, are we here? Chat, anybody? No, everybody here. Robert is back, guys. Robert is back. They tried to take him out, but he said no. Okay, so rook to d8.
What do you think about the rook trade, James? So White now is down on time, and rook trade, they will get into an endgame. The c5 pawn feels safer and maybe a little bit more dangerous, so he avoids it, and they make a draw by repetition.
Yep, maybe a draw here. Check. Oh, it looks like, okay, draw now. Perfect. Quick break from them. Well, it's going to be the same for us too then, guys. As we see, I mean, this is what, 3.5 to 1.5 now? So it looks good. Raunak Sadhwani on the screen. The man is leading by 2 points there, Robert.
Yeah, 2-point lead for him. It's been a very interesting match thus far where Denis Lazavik, he's had the upper hand in several positions. He was up a pawn and just blundered a knight fork. That position probably should have been a draw. He played it on a little bit too long. But Raunak deserves all the credit. He is resilient. He is playing great defense. And he's turning into offense when the moment arises. And he has earned his 2-point lead.
He does. He has. He's earned it. I mean, no matter how you get it, it matters if you got it done. And he's getting it done right now. You can always have that reset. Maybe Dennis gets that reset. They probably even check, some of the files on the break there. So when it comes to break, we're going to do the same thing, guys. Get some water, stretch the legs too at home. And we'll be back and we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy. Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3. King e4.
Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was
Check
played.
on b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
Knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was made. And instead he played here and they're losing on time when knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess. Decoy, in-between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzichuk games.
Look at the kid right there on the screen. He is 2 points up. Now, of course, he has a lot of work to do there. That's Raunak Sadhwani winning so far of 2 games against Denis Lazavik here. Now, those games were very tense towards the end. Lots of maneuvering in the beginning here, and we got more games left here. Rough.
Yeah, 2-point lead is nothing. We know that from all the Speed Chess Championships we've covered. But, it feels good. He must be feeling good heading into the first break. He'd rather be in the lead than facing a deficit. But I think Denis Lazavik, he should be happy that he's played some good chess, but he should be very disappointed with the current score.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it happened more in the time control, in like the lower parts of the time control. So like when he got long time, blunders happen. It happens, right? So just a reset here. It's not like a 5-point lead. It's only 2 games, and 2 games can diminish very quickly. We win 1, cool, we're back in there, right? So it's up to Denis to just have the right mindset, keep coming back strong, and keep playing here. If I'm Raunak, I need to maybe change some things up, maybe change the openings, maybe play a little bit more aggressive here, just to try to extend the lead here. But definitely Denis needs to fix that time.
And the entire world can learn from Gukesh, but especially Den Lazavik. Yesterday, Gukesh was down 3 points heading into the first break against Pranav, and then Gukesh stormed back. He was winning 4 games in a row. It got a bit double-edged. Both players were winning games, but then Gukesh won down the stretch. So we are heading into our next game. Denis gets the white pieces once again, and are we going to get another Catalan?
Oh, he played. That's all he played. I don't care who you are. I'm going to play. Wait a second. Hold on.
Sorry, James. What was that?
You know what? Wow, this don't look like Denis. He went to the break and came out a new man. Who is this guy? Denis Lazavik. We know him from them Catalans. Now he's like, nah, we about to play something different. So let's see what this is. This was like a Tarrasch, right?
Yeah, it was. And we look at these positions. Black has this isolated d5 pawn. Even though it's not the Catalan, it's still a very Denis Lazavik position. He's saying, I have a slight pull against your isolated pawn. What Black often wants to do is push d4 to trade off the isolated pawn for a healthy white pawn, or play around it. Get a rook to c8, get a rook to e8. Use that open line, because inherent to having an isolated pawn means the next files are open. But for now, Black is settled defending it. So James, I love playing against the isolated pawn. Do you prefer to play with or against?
Yeah, I have to prefer with, because I've had so many games with the Panov Botvinnik many times, especially against the Carol Khan, just trying to find something very aggressive. I've tried even the hillbilly attack with like Bishop C4. I've even used that in the I Am Not a GM Speed Chess Championship. I was able to beat Shupalova with her Carol Khan with this weird, thing. It happens, right? So you can do that, But this, I'm a fan of the isolated pawn. But what I find is the stronger the player, the harder it is to play with the isolated pawn. I'm just being honest. Like, I've even seen it doing more commentary. Like, it's harder to win with the isolated pawn with the higher rated players. It's just how it is. Like, it's very difficult if you don't get the chances you're looking for. And so, I actually will take Denis here. In fact, with the slight pull, because I have the ISO pawn. The G5, Whoa. You know what I mean? You have to play like this. You have to. There's no choice.
Wow.
94? Bro, chill. What is wrong with him?
Takes, queen takes. Does he want queen takes b2 at the end? So he's going for a queenside pawn, but his king is wide open. So, James, I know you usually say g5 we live, but here the king might end up dead.
Yeah, g5 may not be that live, in fact, right? You might have to go hide. My guy, okay, after knight takes, queen takes, it's on the board. Queen b2 has to be it, because you don't have anything else, right? And then bishop d3, like, I guess he goes queen g7. Oh, this is crazy.
Yeah, that queen slides all the way back, and actually, the black king does feel relatively safe with the queen parked on g7. Usually you fianchetto a bishop to g7, but the queen will do here. And 2-on-1 majority for black on the queen side. That means some long-term endgame chances for Raunak.
Definitely. It's funny. You like isolated pawn, attack, and then endgame, right? Like, but also Grinfeld's like that too as well. If you're for the Grinfeld players out there. In fact, you have many sharp positions, open stuff happens, and then in-games favor the black pieces due to having the 2 versus 1 on the queen side, which is the advantage you want going into in-games. It's the better one to have. So it's very crazy stuff here so far, but it worked out. Bishop d3, queen g7, probably going to be the next move. Maybe knight e5 there. No, bishop e4? But okay. I mean, not really. Okay. Right? I mean,
You've been hanging out with
But
Danya
Danya,
too much. Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
gonna see Danya in July 8th. I'll be over there.
That's hilarious. You guys do the commentary, and also you're speaking like him. But H3, look at this. He goes for the attack, and then he says, "Okay, I'm a principal chess player. Let me make sure my king has an escape square, no back rank checkmates." And what's Black's plan here exactly?
Yeah, right. Yeah, chat. What's Black's plan here? Wow. You know what I mean? It's one of those. I want to play F5 so bad, but you can't because E6 is hanging. So there's problems. I mean, maybe I go G4 at this point. I mean, this is what we played for. We played for an initiative. We had an isolated pawn, voluntarily. So you have to continue that type of thing here. G4 definitely looks like a move. You take with the bishop and then maybe bring the other rook to C8 or something. Maybe rook AC8 now. But this is weird. It's just weird. I'm holding, but I'm definitely a little frightened. If I make any type of mistake here, I could lose instantly. Maybe H5, yeah. Bishop E4. Okay, I like it.
Yeah, so he goes after the queen. Okay, no way are we going to get a repetition, right? Like this bishop back and forth dance.
No way.
Maybe white can play queen B5 instead. Let's try that in blue to make it a little clear. Go after the B7 pawn because there is no rook B8 for black. This bishop on G3 is sitting here covering that square.
Queen B5. He did play. He's like, yeah, you're right, Robert. You're right. You can't go rook B8. That's not a move. So try another one. Wait a second. There's some rook takes D3 stuff I'm looking at. That doesn't work though. Can I get that to work somehow? I'm trying to dislodge the queen, but I can't. Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, though. That's a really good point, that if you make a blunder as white, some kind of careless queen move, like queen A4, then rook takes D3 is James's point. That rook on D1 is overloaded, protecting the rook in the corner. But bishop E4, Den Laz, he's putting the squeeze on here. This knight on C6 is loose, but you can't take because there is a backring problem. And James, your point, rook D7 would be a huge blunder because the queen takes A1 check.
Yeah, this is what Raunak wants, is dynamicism. If he gets dynamicism, it's really hard to play him because he loves these type of positions, tactics, and etc. But that's a blunder. Okay, but why though? It doesn't seem like one at all. In fact, so let's look around the board. It's a question mark move, really bad. G4, no.
It looks like such a normal move, right? You just put your rook to attack the knight. So what in the world could be the downside of that?
I see. So good. Bishop F6. Cool. Rook B1. Let's go Rook B1 though.
And then Bishop A2. I think that rook's trapped.
Bishop A2. Oh wow. That's engine. That's Bishop F6 though is not engine, but Bishop A2 is it's trapped. You just found it. Yeah. Would you calculate that? Yeah. I saw that instantly. Yeah. Okay. He found Bishop F6 though, and look at him nodding the head. Yeah, I saw that instantly. So he did see it instantly. In fact, he did. In fact. Wow.
You know what's interesting, though, is Bishop A2, it's picking up this exchange over here. But let's say I play King H2. That way I don't trade all the rooks. Do you want to put your bishop back on E6? I'm worried about this F5 square in the future for the bishop or the queen, or especially a knight, if I can get that up there. So, of course, black is happy to take a rook for a bishop. But the point is you are leaving some important squares behind.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of going backwards here with Bishop E6. Bishop E6 is just I have the dark squares covered. Even if I move my queen out of there, the bishop covers G7 and H8. So even if you do get the queen H7, I can always block with a bishop G7. I'm willing to take that chance type thing. So Bishop A2 on the board here, and this is almost a minute time advantage too as well. This could be almost 3 games here. You got to be careful if I'm Den Laz for sure right now.
Oh, careful for sure, because right now he is in danger. He's going to lose an exchange, so he gives up in this manner. And maybe that's not a bad way of doing it. So he is allowing bishop takes b1, rook takes b1. If rook d1 check, all the rooks come off. But if the queens also come off, then black will be happy with these pawns on the board. But if white is able to trade these, it's hard to see Denis Lazavik losing an endgame with only kingside pawns.
But also time as well, and then we've been seeing it so much. He gets low on time, he blunders. And it happens. It's not just him. You get low on time, you blunder. That's a natural thing. But we've seen it, so far twice, in fact, from Denis Lazavik. If we see more of it, time gets lower. It could be, the whole theme of today. He gets low on time and he blunders. Now, of course, here, this is still practical. He has a lot of chances still. But as black, I'm up time, I'm up in exchange. I'm already looking for the win somewhere. So, and it's really tough for Din right now.
And look at this move. Bishop g7. He's ahead. Is Raunak Sadhwani. He wants to trade pieces. And rook b5. He might want to push this pawn to e5. Rook to a5, protecting a3 while attacking a7. If the queenside pawns come off the board, I think that white can feel relatively confident about being able to hold. But with the presence of the a pawns, that's bad news for Denis Lazavik.
Absolutely. Yeah. e5 happened too as well. Exchange. I'm up in exchange. Guys, what do you think, chat? What do you think's about to happen here? We always like to see what the chat says. Chat, I know you're watching. What do you think is going to happen in this game? I am going to take a bold prediction. I just think that Raunak's going to win this one.
Okay. I mean, I think the biggest problem for white is that this knight is not in the game. So if you could somehow bring the knight to e4 and up to d6. Oh, so he goes rook a4 for that purpose. Knight d4. Watch out. With e6 to follow, suddenly white is threatening to win in exchange.
Oh, wow, he's trying to get it back. Oh, but wow, look at that. That's kind of annoying. You get one, I get one, bro. I mean, I think he still can get out of that. Okay, rook b6, knight d4. Wow, maybe give it back? Hold on, brother. I mean, I still have Raunak winning this one, but he went back. Knight d4 is still quite annoying. He plays h4. Okay, maybe we just take it immediately, or g4 is a weird move. Possible, he's very weird. He just takes it.
He's going to trade off pawns. The more pawns that come off the board, the better it is for white, just to liquidate. But the a pawns, that's the critical. You need to get those pawns off the board. And a5 played by Raunak, well, that's a big move, but he wants his rook up to d5 potentially, defending and putting pressure on e5.
Okay, here we go. Rook d5, hitting the pawn. Yeah, I'm not. This is hard, bro. This is hard, Robert. Like, I'm scared if I'm white here. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just slightly concerned of my time, but also like trying to at least, draw this. Winning is probably out of the question for white here. It's difficult to do. It's possible, but it's very difficult. A4 now, but then dark square is weak. Bishop b4, a4 super weak in that case. Rook c6.
He wants to win this pawn. He's trying to get this to be a messy game. You take on a3, I take on g6. Now I have 3-on-1 on the king side. So the king goes up here, but rook f6 check, king g7, then knight h4, and suddenly white's pieces are coming alive.
Whoa, he plays a4 though. He does play a4, and the engine says that's not a move at all. Rook e6 check, and maybe rook back to e7, defends with the bishop instead, goes back to even, says the engine, but we don't really see it. Why? Bishop h4, but then g5. So like,
no, then you take it.
Oh, that's take it. Oh, that's the point. Oh, he missed it. Oh, man.
Yeah, that bishop was pinned over there. It's a good find by you, James. And now it's a matter of technique because black is objectively winning. The issue, though, is black sometimes you push too soon. And a move like g4, there's knight h4 into f5. So to be careful before you push your... Oh, he did it. And now white is back in the game.
Well, of course, this is time pressure 101. Both guys are in time pressure here. Raunak more than Denis, actually. So that's good for Denis if he can hold the composure here and not get too low or let it get closer. And he is. He's letting it get a little bit closer. Moving 13 seconds. A5 is hanging.
What? He goes for this instead. He thinks that this endgame is easier to hold. The king goes up to c4. James, that king is trying to go up to b5.
King is trying to go b5. And we live here. I am not the... I don't really like this for black too as well. I do have to hold, but I could probably sack, which is the right idea most times. Rook a8. Ooh, king c6. Hold on. Bring out your Devereski. Oh, that was probably... It might have been king c6 there, believe it or not.
Oh.
And this is losing now.
And the reason why it's losing is the black will go h4, h3 at the right moment, and now this king is cut off over here. So bishop f4, I think at some point you can try to get... Oh, I thought he was going to push his pawn.
Now look at the head nod. He always lets you know, I got it. Like you always know when Raunak has it when he does the Hikaru head nod. Yeah, I got it.
And he wins. He got a little fist pump and a little Eduardo Iturrizaga vamos fist pump.
Vamos! Oh man,
gets that game. And James, it's now ballooned to a 3-point lead. So Raunak Sadhwani, that was very nicely done by him.
It was, and what I'm seeing here is like honestly, Din Laz is if anyone can take out Raunak, it would be someone like Din Laz. Of course, very strong, very stoic. He also has very solid repertoire, and it's hard to beat him. But Raunak today is winning. He's up 3 games. I mean, we win again and again. Like Din Laz has to strike now. Something has to change, or this could get out of hand, like we've seen before in the other matches.
Yeah, and a year ago, Denis Lazavik lost his opening match to Arjun Erigaisi, who went on to win the title. And Denis Lazavik also lost to Wesley So in the Chess.com Global Championship in the first round, who then went on to win the title. So the people he's lost to in these types of events have gone on to win the championship. And for him, he needs to get over that hump. He needs to try to take down Raunak Sadhwani today. And he first just needs to score victory. I feel like when he gets that first taste of victory, James, he'll start feeling much more confident.
Absolutely. I mean, sometimes it does. In fact, it takes that, what they call it, stop the bleeding. You just need like even a draw right now. Okay, look, I'll take a draw. I didn't lose, right? Of course, that always happens to me as a human, or some of these guys are half human. But being a human here, right? You just, I feel better. At least I didn't lose. Just try not to lose here. Obviously, try to win the game, but you just don't want to lose again another game. Draw and play your best game and see what happens there. And then, that could spike, obviously, a snowball effect where you can actually play a lot better chess. We've seen it before. I mean, even Gukesh yesterday, I was like, Pranav is hitting him. Pranav was like swinging. And it's like, how is he hitting Gukesh like this? And Gukesh ended up winning the whole match. So it is possible to come back, as we know that. But he's going to have to do something now.
Yeah, score a few dubs, and it looks like in this opening is a very solid position for both sides. There's not a symmetrical pawn structure. White is missing a C pawn, black is missing a D pawn, and white has all these pieces just connected, coordinated. The minor pieces for white a little bit passive, but blacks aren't that much better. They're just all on the sixth rank over here. So, James, I do like white's position in these structures. I think that you can just sort of maneuver around the board, maybe knight A4 to C5, things of that nature, and I'm not quite sure what black's plan is.
Yeah, black is one of these. Believe it or not, what's funny with the white side of this, like colors reversed. Actually, I've seen in a book. I don't remember which one it was. We read so many chess books these days, guys. But it's like it was saying that that structure or that alignment of the minor pieces all in the sixth rank like that are cool, but it's hard to create plans or even do anything because they're just there. They're just developed. Yes, that's fine, but like sort of maybe hedgehogish or like it's not a lot to do yet. So as you see, knight to b8, not a move I was actually ever considering, in fact, but it makes sense here. He's like, I mean, what do I even do? What is my plan, actually, Robert, is what he was asking. So he went knight b8, maybe we go knight d7 now.
Yeah, I didn't have the answer to the plan, and knight e4, maybe you trade, and then this bishop feels a little bit better, but the pawn structure in the center does get doubled. It's a Sicilian. That's what this position is, right? Sicilian colors reverse, because white is essentially the e4 pawn, the Sicilian, and black is missing the Sicilian pawn, which is white. So just reverse colors, it's a Sicilian defense, and this is a standard plan. But right now for black, I think what I would go for, James, is pawn to b5, knight to b6, and he goes for it right then. He hops this knight into white's position, and suddenly I feel like black has some activity.
Wow, that is quite annoying. Maybe queen b2, but then f6, and he's not afraid to play that move. He played that before. Queen b2, f6, knight h2, queen f7, and he's like, whatever. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. Maybe knight h4, f6, bishop h5 first. Bishop f7, queen a1, same idea. Okay, he doesn't want to get hit with tempo, which makes sense. Bishop knight h4, and then bishop h5, and then if bishop f7, we go knight f5. So there are some real subtleties.
Really, really good point by you that f6 is such a committal move on these light squares. And black would like to strike with c5, but the e5 pawn is loose. So there are a bunch of tactics that you have to figure out, or at least a series of exchanges that need to be calculated. So I'm looking at this position. James, I do like black's position. I tend to dislike double pawns, especially in blitz. It's a bit biased against them. And he goes bishop b3. So he defends his pawn e5, and now he can play a move like c5.
That's correct. C5. Ooh, it may be some exchange sacrifices. Hold on, relax. Wait a second here. C5, rook d6 takes. Knight takes, bishop b4, rook c1, queen c3. It's going for it, though. He's going for it, but I don't think he should accept. It's just not. You don't even have to take on c5 if we take an exchange sacrifice. Obviously, we would like to, but it doesn't really do much. Maybe we just take on c5 first.
I love it, though, when you're coming up with these ideas, because even if it doesn't work in this position, and for everybody watching, chat, I am speaking to you. I know it's surprising, but you should consider them. Even if you discard them, it's good to calculate like that, because then when the moment comes where there is a sacrifice that works, you have it in your general wheelhouse. So, yeah, looking at rook takes d6 probably, as James said, doesn't work right here, but is a good idea to keep in mind. So b takes c5, knight takes back, rook d6,
Rook d6, hold on.
Bishop
You know what I'm
b4.
saying? It's like barely there, but I don't think it works for some reason. It just doesn't feel all the way right, but it also feels kind of correct. But
Yeah,
it's some stuff.
so
Yeah,
many.
queen here and the bishop c4. I think that's just what ends everything is bishop c4.
Let's
Just give
let's
it
just
up.
pull that up. Let's pull up an analysis board because I'm very interested now. I'm emotionally invested in James's sacrifice here. Rook d6, queen d6,
Yeah.
bishop b4. He's just going right for the pin. And if rook to c8, queen to c3, you see that white is in fact better in grabbing the material. But as James said, bishop c4, such a good find by you, Jim. That's a really hard move to spot because after takes, rook takes, it looks like the same thing. But you have this move, queen d1 check. So you get out of the pin with check, you force the queens off the board, and this looks like the previous game, black up in exchange for just a pawn. This would be a winning situation for black. So James, man, I love that line. I love the way that you worked through it, found bishop c4. You've been doing those tactics, calculation over everything.
Well, Tactinos are for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That's just what we do every single day, right? Of course, when we go to the stream knows. And sometimes we do 400 puzzles in one session, but we do it all the time, right? So it's work, guys. Hopefully you're doing your puzzle rush at home. What's your puzzle rush score? 3 minute, 5 minute, and survival. Put it in the chat if you're doing your tactics today. We want to hear it. And as we see, it is white to move here. What do we do now is the question.
And Raunak doesn't know. We have to, James. Hey, you said he's been following your lead with the tattoos, and now he's following your lead with the exchange sack. Unfortunately, gets the question mark. Will Dennis
doesn't work.
Will he take after bishop b4 find this bishop c4 move? Very very important move to play.
Yeah, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. But I mean, like I know Rick D6. I was like, I'm happy. Hey, I see you, big dog. But we had to do a little bit more COE there, calculation over everything, and it just does not work. In fact, it just doesn't work. Maybe he went Rook D6 though. Wow, he believed in it. He believed in it.
He wants to bring an extra rook to the c file. So with this rook on d6, he can plant both. But he did allow bishop takes e5 with some force. Rook g6. We saw Dennis do this in the first game, and now he's defending while attacking. So a multi-purpose rook.
Yeah, now he plays queen c3, hit the bishop. He's hitting the knight. But bishop c4 once again. That's the key move of this whole combo. Like that's why it doesn't work all the way. Okay, you get some compensation. Honestly, I might still take white to be honest. After bishop c4, we take queen c4. I'm feeling good there. You can't play f6, so I'm feeling okay. Feeling okay here. That's why practically Engines like this is garbage. Like I get him off the board, but like as a human, you're playing a human, right? So it's definitely bishop takes c4, queen takes c4.
I like what you're saying, that white gets 2 pawns and a bishop in that variation for a rook. That's a lot of material. It's about even by material, but the position apparently better for black. And another move that comes to mind is knight d7. I give my bishop on b3, but I win your bishop on e5. But he goes bishop c4, so your first instinct is right, James. Both players just over a minute on the clock. And Dennis, where is he bringing this knight? Back to d7. e4 is a bit loose.
E4 is definitely loose. This is the problem I didn't like. As well as like him playing f6 at some point, but he can't obviously because of the pin. But e4 was my whole idea around the f6 move with the bishop on e5. E4 is the loose pawn there. So knight d7, obviously you can't play f6 due to the pin, but knight d7 hits the bishop. We're going to have to move the bishop. There's nowhere else or nothing else to do. Ooh, bishop d4, he went bishop a1. Queen takes e4. Takes, check. Knight e5, knight d7. That's possible, but he has rook e6, knight d7, rook e8. Wow. Yeah, he's going for it. Check and knight f8. Oh, he didn't have to go there though. King e7, right? Rook here, okay.
Rook d6, but I would be putting that bishop on d4. You called it before, James. That's just protecting and protected, and this knight is dominated. I usually say by a pawn 3 squares away, but by a bishop even worse. So I think that white has plenty of compensation. These rooks are not coordinated, not connected. James, this is dangerous territory for Dennis Lazavik. They both have about 40 seconds for white, 45 for black, who we don't like how he's been doing in time scrambles.
Absolutely not. Time scrambles have been his kryptonite. In fact, if it was more time, Dennis, I would actually take Dennis all day. And like it's just longer time controls, obviously here. I mean, it's just harder to do. Dennis is such a strong positional player, right? But when time gets low, I mean, anything happens, and anything has been happening really in Raunak's favor almost every time here. So it's really tough to see G4. That's a very classy move. I like it a lot. H5 is kind of annoying, but G4 was a classy move.
He goes knight f8. Speaking of classy, retreating knight move to go to e6, 1 step back to go 2 steps forward. And knight e6 now does hang the rook, but rook d1 check. and then 96. James, I think that Raunak, maybe for the first time in the match, blundered very badly because there's going to be rook c1 at the end, picking up his bishop.
That's a whole piece. Then Laz is time trouble. He's like, right back at you, time trouble. Shaking his head there. Doesn't like it. He's like, your turn to make a blunder in time trouble. And he's done it. But okay, hey, make some moves, see what happens.
Whoa!
Look at his face!
Yeah, Raunak's like, what are you doing? Like, that was rook c1 winning a piece. That was a one-move win for Denis Lazavik. Something is not going right with him today.
Yeah, like I think those 2 games where he has some games where he was winning and stuff. All right, so look, the psych part is real right now. The psychology part, even Gary Kasparov says that the psychology part of chess is even sometimes stronger than the moves itself. With this being said, like the psych, if I'm Raunak, hey, I'm turning up the heat. I'm feeling a lot better. You missed a one-move thing. Ooh. Obviously, it was in time trouble again. Look at this. He's just gonna keep blundering. You can see it. You can see it now. He missed. As strong as Denis Lazavik is, he missed that, bro.
Oh my gosh, he missed a one-move win, and now this H-pawn is just winning white the game.
Sheesh. H6.
He wants some kind of checks down here, but...
Side step. You get out of the way. H7. This is classic Devereski. King F3, push the pawn, check, and takes. That's it.
It's game over. It's just a win for Raunak Sadhwani. I can't believe it. We're going to have to pull up that game to show you the critical moment as the next one will get underway. But we will bring this game right back up because in that previous game that just concluded, right here, where was it? He went knight takes c5. So here, rook d1 check. That was perfect, getting out of the attack. Knight e6, great. Rook c1 was a one-move win. And, you know, it's sad when you miss it, but James, this is it's very clear. You pin and win the bishop.
That's it. I mean, literally, that is it. It just says that he is not in the right psyche right now. Those games definitely rattled him, being down. He's not in the right psyche. And if you can get his psyche together, he's going to be good. But if not, we're going to see more of the same.
Yeah, so we'll tune back in right now. Raunak Sadhwani with a 4-point lead, and Denis Lazavik going alpha 0, pushing that H-pawn up the board. I don't know if it's alpha 0 or Daniil Duba, but some of these top stars of the game, they move their pawn up the board like this in the Catalan. And James, what can Denis Lazavik do to right the ship in the bullet scramble? Something just isn't clicking today.
It's just not clicking right now. He needs to reset. Like I think Hikaru said this a long time ago, and I never forgot it. He was like, "You need to have short-term memory loss with the losses. You lose, you're not up. Hey, whatever. New game. You need to get over it fast because if you don't, it affects the rest of the games or the rest of the match. And of course, Denis being a young player, that probably is something for him to work on. Obviously, which he will, and he'll get better. But it is something to pay attention to. It's just having." The psych part, get over it. You got more games. We just saw a lead like this yesterday happen. Whoa, hold on, bro. Hold on, big dog. Hey, hold on. Go back a few moves, my guy. I saw that in mid-combo. He hit it with a move.
Yeah, this was cool. So he went 95, giving up a pawn here, but the queen is on d8. There's a rook winning that stare down, so bishop takes h6.
Oh. Okay, I'm still here. All right, we try. Well, bishop takes h6. That was a nasty move. Oh my goodness, hit him, split him, get him off the board, bro. Tactics everywhere. That was some pretty nasty stuff here. Of course, the bishop h6 was really nice. h7, like a lot of times, usually the king's on c1 though. Usually the king's on c1. Yeah, I mean, this. All right, I see him, chat. I see you, chat. Yeah, it stunned Robert so much he just he blew it. They took him off the screen. It just that's a crazy move there, right? Hess was so shocked.
Yeah, it's that New York internet where everyone's probably using it at the same time. It's Friday. People are probably just doing all sorts of stuff. I don't even want to know. But yeah, that was a cool tactic. That was a cool tactic by Denis Lazavik. But right now, James, the engine seems to say that black is better. I'm throwing that out the window. Like, who cares what the eval bar says? The players don't know it. The black king looks like it's in some danger.
What's funny? There's always a problem here with and I mean, I always push the G and H pawns almost every game with white. So, of course, that's a kryptonite of me. But at the same time, it works 90% of the time. So here, the problem here is that the king can go to H8. If he can go to H8, I don't have a real attack, believe it or not. It's really hard for me to get an attack with 8 and he castles, which I understand. Like, you can't really attack that king the way you think you can. And it's really annoying. In fact, in these type of positions with the H4 Catalans, the best way was casting queenside. From what we've seen, obviously, statistically, is usually castling queenside is a little bit better than casting kingside in these type of things. So you can just launch everything. Imagine if I had f4 and g4 and I could play f5, but I can't kings on the king side. There's a lot of problems. I don't think this is going well for Dennis at all.
Yep, no, this is not good because the B file is also open, which means queenside counterplay for black. As you're just highlighting, James, that white wants to go all in on the king side, go for checkmate. You can't do that with your own king there. And now that you've opened up the queen side, black will have counter chances, and black is up a pawn. The minor pieces for black are doing really well. This h6 pawn in the endgame is a bad pawn, whereas with an attack, it could be good. But if all the minor pieces come off the board, black will simply scoop it up down the line. So I'm really worried for Denis Lazavik. I don't think he can afford to lose another game. I think he'll just crush him psychologically, and there's still so much time left in this match.
Yeah, there's a lot of time left, and like the psych part is huge here. There's some huge psych going on because, I mean, then having great positions, but then not converting or not winning, and that is demoralizing sometimes. Like, you have, I had him this game, I had him that game, and you still have to keep playing. These breaks are very short here, so you have to really get over them very fast and just go into the next game. C3 is such a beautiful move. E2 is hanging. I mean, we're going to take the file. If you play bishop C1, we take on B1, bring the other rook. E2 is hanging right again. I mean, you have to go like bishop G5. Can I just, maybe what if I just take the pawn, though? Maybe we just take it. Knight C3.
Is there a queen C5? I'm trying to figure this all out. It's a strange position. I mean, there's pins. This rook maybe comes to C1. Yeah, it's complicated, James. Hard to figure this out, and that's why Denis Lazavik, he is investing his time right now.
Right, yeah. He definitely has to invest here now. Bishop G5, though. F6. I really like Bishop G5, but it's only like off a whim. Bishop G5, F6, and I have to move again. It's quite annoying.
Yeah, yes, F6 were not available. I would love that move because you're trying to get your knight into F6 and go for an attack, but F6 just seems to stop you in your tracks.
Yeah, 100%. F6 is super annoying. Yeah, he takes on C3. Okay, so Queen C5, we might have to give up the bishop on, or maybe go Rook B C1. It's such a passive move.
But an advantage for Raunak Sadhwani. I agree with you. Queen C5 looks like all of a sudden black is on the offensive, and he takes on C3. So bishop takes, Queen C5 played, and as you said,
shoot.
Wait, but Rook C1, can you start trading everything down here? Take on E2, put a rook on B2. Black should be better.
Yeah, he should be better. We probably can draw, though. Rook C1, trade everything down. Bishop E2, Rook E1, Bishop B5, take on C6. Take, like, and then maybe draw.
I'm going to show everybody the taking that you're doing. Rook C1, this rook comes down to B2, something like this. You take on C6 maybe, or maybe Rook C2 even, but you just take on C6. Yeah. These type of positions, they do tend to be way closer to a draw than a win for black because of white's activity. So that's a big decision that Denis is figuring out. Do I play Rook to C1? That should be okay for him, but it's not going to be fun. He will be down a pawn in those endgames.
Yeah, he's going to be down a pawn. It's not fun playing down a pawn, but, I mean, being up one pawn is never game over. In fact, they say all working games are drawn, but you got to do the drawing. Like, you have to do it, in fact. So it's not really drawn, but, okay, your chances are better to draw, and it's very doable. And Rook C1 played as well, so Raunak does not have to trade right now. He could play something else, but if I'm Raunak, I mean, you probably as well just go for it. I don't think there's anything better. Yeah, he just takes it. Yep. And we're seeing this line probably.
You know what Raunak's doing? He's playing like Denis Lazavik. He's just saying, I'm going to trade pieces. I'll be up a pawn in the endgame. I'll try to outplay you. And right now, Raunak Sadhwani is in complete control of this match. If he wins this game, James, I mean, a 5-point lead, that's getting to territory that's really scary for Denis.
Definitely. And it's not like, Denis can, I mean, he's true to his style. We know Denis for being, just as positional as they come here. And he, what did he, being so positional, it comes with like, being universal is what you really want to be. Obviously, Fabiano talks about this too as well. And these players can be universal, but we always usually lean to some type of style here too as well. And what Denis has been, not succeeding at the most here is he missed, tactic. Rook C1, Rook C1, he found all the right moves. Rook D1 check, King G2, and then Knight E6, and then missed Rook C1 in the follow-up there, right? He found everything. So it's tough here. If he can get the tactics in line, I mean, this would be an easier match for him to come back from. But right now, it's tough.
Yeah, in that game where he was dominating with his active rook and he got his rook trapped. I mean, he's had great chances to score victories. Game one, even. I think he was up a pawn. He was outplaying Raunak, and then he allowed that draw by repetition. So we see this position. It's now rook in 3 versus rook in 3. So I think Denis Lazavik, he will not be losing this game. That would be very surprising at this stage. Yeah, rook e3, rook f3, start trading off pieces. But for Denis, okay, you said you got to stop the bleeding somehow. This is a good way to start doing that. And James, one question I have for you is look at the match clock. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining for this time control. Denis might not want another game of 5 minutes. He might be done with his time control. And if that's the case, he should try to play this out for a while.
Yeah, in fact, I mean, you play it out, right? And then he did just don't get low on time. Like what we've seen is every time he got low on time, he's had some type of catastrophic blunder. 1 with a draw, 2 with losses, right? It's just getting bad. So he knows, okay, I need to fix this time thing. Something's going on with this. I need to draw, not mess this up. And it should be an easy draw here. But with the time getting lower, really anything happens. And it will stop the bleeding here if he's able to, clinch a draw. He'll feel a little bit better going into the 3-1. All right, cool. I got work to do. It's a whole new reset games, faster chess now. And we'll see what happens there.
Yeah, this one looks like it's just going to be a draw by repetition. This rook for black is going back and forth, and the king has nowhere to hide. So rook a2 check, that should clinch the draw. But Raunak goes king f6. No way is he playing for a win, right? No way.
You know what? I think he is, and the reason being is psych. Hey, look, you know what? Or maybe I just saw the smirk there, like I'll just take a draw. That's exactly what the smirk was. All right, we'll just take a draw, but. He did play king f6 with the idea of like maybe play on a little bit. Shoot, I'm up. You've been making mistakes in time controls, but I think he's going to take a draw here. I saw the smirk there from his face.
He has. That was a draw by repetition, and that means this will be our final game of 5+1. And Denis Lazavik going for the Sicilian. So we had a Sicilian structure a couple games ago from the white side, colors reverse, and now Denis says, "All right, it's time. Here comes Sicil for the kill," as Tanya likes to say.
Cecile for the kill. Actually, that comes from me. C3 Cecile for the kill.
Oh, so she wasn't giving you credit when she was saying it, so I didn't know that. So I think you got to have some words with Tanya.
Tanya. All right, Tanya. Okay, Tanya. I got you. Yeah, no, Tanya's a great commentator as well. Worked a lot with her in Oslo. Super strong as well. So, yeah, I mean, in these type of positions, Wesley So actually likes to do the G3 Sicilian stuff, which is quite interesting. So. It's very dynamic, I say. You get like Catalan type positions, like almost in a troll type of way, right? I'm going to play the same thing as you, but I'm not a fan of these positions from the white side. I like aggressive stuff, so it's just not aggressive enough, but you get a lot of play. Obviously, we have a d5 pawn isolated that we can attack.
Yeah, but I'm now learning throughout today's commentary that you love playing with the isolated pawn. So now I know for the future that you're all about, because you get aggressive intentions around that pawn. But BC6, white can castle, get the king out of the center. This seems like a position where white's going to strike with c4, and it's likely going to turn positional rather than tactical.
Absolutely, 97. I mean, but I like Dinlas's position. You do have the bishops too as well. C4, that's nice. That is nice. It's a little bit of spice there. Okay, knight to c3, stuff like that as well. I mean, this can go either way. There's so many ways to develop this position. Takes, and knight c3, bishop b7 or e6.
Yeah, bishop e6, just defending the pawn. Bishop b7 does the same. Maybe bishop a6, but that only invites the rook to a better square. But I'm looking at that f2 pawn, James. Like sometimes there are tactics available with bishop a6 and going after f2.
Absolutely. That's why probably doesn't want to play it yet. Rook e1 is quite annoying. Space knight a4. Yeah, that's a great move. Highlights the fact that the bishop is quite annoying where it stands. So move it away, please. Bishop to d6. He moves it. Maybe bishop e3. Immediate. c5 is a square we want to deal with now. a7 is hanging if you take on, or if you do rook c8 or rook something. And rook c1. And I mean, yeah, we're stable here. Doing everything we need to do around an isolated pawn. Great job so far for Raunak, but it's level position still. I think if I'm black, though, if I'm playing, I need to, you have the pawn where it's isolated. So you need to play in that standard. The pawn structure tells you how you should play. So this isn't dynamic enough yet. So I don't know, maybe queen a5, but that's a strange move. Rook e8, okay, developing, but we do have the ISO pawn we got to deal with.
But once again, I really like how you're talking about this position, that it's not dynamic enough. When you have an isolated pawn, you need that dynamic play. And part of the reason it's not dynamic is, James, often in these isolated pawn structures, the bishop is somewhere on like d3 and the pawn is on g2. And so this bishop has more access on d6. Now it's staring into a brick wall. Like, those pawns here are just saying, what is this bishop doing? Absolutely nothing. The bishop on e3, as you mentioned, hitting a7, controlling the c5 square. I feel like white has all of the most important squares under his control. I like Raunak Sadhwani's position. I think that he has a clear edge, and he's going to try to work it.
I do too as well. I think he has a clear edge. I mean, knight f5, cool, bishop c5. Well, I mean, okay, yeah, bishop c5 is probably it. I didn't like the fact that d4 looks a little bit annoying, but I can always, maybe even sack the exchange. Sheesh, that's crazy. But I mean, like, I'm not even taking that. I'm not even touching that, Rick, if we did that. But I do have to maybe g4. That's a crazy move. And then take on d4. Okay, still like white though. Regardless of what's going on, yeah, definitely like white. In these positions, the ISO pawn, knight f5, being a nice move, challenging Raunak and say, hey, what are you gonna do next? Maybe rook e1.
Yeah, I like your rook e1 or bishop c5, both of them, because your point is that you lose this bishop, but after the rook takes, that rook may slide to d3, and that isolated pawn is maybe not so long for the board. But oftentimes, when you have a bishop pair, it compensates for a pawn. So maybe knight takes e3 is the way to go. You give up d5 and hope your bishops are strong enough to compensate for it.
Yeah, and the more pieces that come off. In fact, ISO pawn 1-on-1, which is why it's annoying playing with the ISO pawn against very strong players. Usually, I mean, it's higher rated, the harder it is playing isolated pawns, playing with the ISO pawn, because they can defend it very well. And they understand any trade that happens weakens the pawn. Every single trade that happens is going to weaken the pawn a little bit more. So if knight takes e3, rook takes, cool, I'm happy. Your d5 pawn is falling in like 3 moves accurately. I can wait a little bit and take this pawn and be up a pawn. Easy. And you don't have an attack, and there's nowhere near an attack for black here. You need to go like h5, h4, get the queen active. White is so solid with the bishop and the pawns around the king here. It's really tough to make anything work here from the black pieces.
And look at the clock. Still plenty of time for both players, but the match clock, this is the last game of the 5-minute plus 1 second added per move time control. And then I'm looking at the game clocks, and here, Denis Lazavik, he is down 40 seconds, and he played bishop b4. But you said this, James, you said it in a great way. Trades help decide with the healthier pawn structure, and this pawn d5 is just going to be targeted after trades.
You see how he's avoiding them. He's like, bishop d2, I'm not taking anything. I mean, he understands very well. This is not the position we want in an ISO pawn position, but I like the choices that he made. He avoided the trades, and okay, still white's favor we would take here because of ISO pawn, but at least we still have more pieces on the board for some type of play.
Yeah, bishop f8, I like that move. Knight c5 comes to mind as a response here for white. Why not? Just go into the position and improve your knight's location. The knight on the rim is perfectly fine, but it's looking much mightier on c5. But there's also an argument to be made for a move like b4 to gain space. a5 is not available because just take it. The bishop on d2 helps defend that square. So I really, really like this for Raunak, and he does hop in with the knight.
He hops in with the knight, says grab the bishop pair there. Now, if you take this knight, it's not going to be a good night, right? And so he did play queen b6 because bishop takes c5. I get the bishop pair. I mean, I can still grab the bishop pair here, but if you take on e6, you help my pawn structure. So we don't want to really do that right now. So if we don't do that, then what do we do? A4?
Yeah, maybe just push these pawns up the board. I'm already looking at some kind of ideas, just like you do, James, where you take on e6 and then go bishop takes d5 and go for the attack. It's not going to work right now, but let's store that in our back pocket. Maybe later it could work.
Maybe later it can work. Queen a4 with a nice kind of pin on the e file there. Kind of a pin. I can't really exploit it that much. Oh, bishop d5.
Yeah, there you go, James. There you go. You talked yourself into discovering the idea. You said there's a pin. Hey, bishop d5 is available.
Bishop d5, right? But I think there's some weird bishop c6 there. I get too many pieces for the queen and take on a4 as well. So, yeah, there's some nice tactics here. Rook d8, maybe move the rook to d8. Rook ed, knight e6 takes. There's a lot of takes there. Whoa, what is going on?
Yeah, like I'm looking at that where you take on e6, and eventually the white queen lands on d7 to go after this pawn.
Jeez, yeah, that's gonna be ugly.
So black is struggling to find a single move here. What else comes to mind? Maybe you just give up this pawn. I know it doesn't look fun, but can I? No, I was gonna say, can I go knight d4? Because then I'm please take me on d5. Don't sack that exchange.
Don't sack that boy. Yeah, that's oh man, that's nasty.
But knight d4 might just walk into like bishop e3 type of stuff. Your queen and knight are on the same line, and I'm not liking the way it looks.
Yeah, it's not. Dang, bishop d4, bishop e3 is such a strong move. Knight d4 is really good, but then bishop e3, and I just don't see anything after that. It's really ugly. Yikes. Yeah, if that's not it, and look at the time. He has no time, Robert. 30 seconds. This is a wrap. This is a dub for Raunak. There's no way he's coming back from this one. He played h6 with 20 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, he's running out of time, and he's down 4 points in the match, is Denis Lazavik. But I think you are correct. You're onto something that bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5. I do think that lets black right back in the game. So instead of trying to win material and be greedy, I feel like Raunak, he should just sit on the position, because what's black's next move, James? I don't actually see a plan for black.
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Maybe shuffle, bishop d6, king h8, just to make moves here, but there's nothing concrete. Maybe is there some type of knight d6 to c4? Now, of course, bishop d5 once again is a thing, but that's maybe what white wants. What black wants is to get some of these chances and balance things a little bit. But we'll see. Maybe knight d6, but bishop takes d5 takes, rook takes, bishop c6 takes. It's not as clean yet. Maybe queen a6. Oh my goodness, does he get a?
Oh,
no, but the rooks are doubled though.
But I see where you're going with this, because the end of the line. So James' whole point is that in these situations where this rook is loose on e8, there's a bishop c6 move hitting the queen and the rook. So you have to keep calculating down the line where white takes you get two rooks for a queen, but white's king will be unsafe without this bishop on g2. So that's why you could even think about taking on d5 in the first place, because the white king is feeling a bit vulnerable. So Raunak, by the way, down to 40 seconds. We've been talking for a while. James, he's going to find himself in time trouble.
You know what? And he's actually here. He's flicking the hand like, bro, what is this? What do I do? Like, why am I giving my time advantage back? Well, of course, that's where your up time is to have the time advantage itself. So knight takes e6 and rook over to c1. Rook takes, d5 is hanging. Do we take it, Robert, or not?
I'm not sure, because there's rook e2 ideas, even rook d6 as well. But I feel like white's pieces are very vulnerable. And now white down to 20 seconds himself. He's spending so much time.
Wow, bishop takes d5. He goes for it, but man, what do you have in mind? Queen b3, okay, but queen d8. Oh, knight d4 takes on f7. What is going on right now, Robert? Oh my
white
goodness,
is winning according to the eval bar, and I can get behind that. You just stole a second pawn, and the knight is not getting any of those checks.
Yeah, no checks there, no checks anywhere. Rook c1 is coming, or rook c8. I mean, 8 seconds. 7, 6, 5, and he moves. Bishop h5, stopping knight f3.
Yeah, this covers both key squares here. So there's no knight e2 check. The bishop is guarding it. And now it seems like Denis Lazavik down to 4 seconds. He's in big trouble, down 2 pawns, down 4 points, and down to his final 4 seconds.
8 seconds here. 7, 6. Rook d1, nice. Everything defended. Rook over to d6. Bishop f4, attack the rook. Now we can go bishop e3 or something. Bishop g6 maybe, or f7. Queen e4, nice.
Yeah, he gives up h5 because he wanted d4. But look at this move, bishop c5. That's helpful for black. h5.
Oof, quick move.
Oh, but it's quickly removed from the board. Yeah.
Jeez.
Okay, they're playing so fast, and mistakes are happening, but... Oh.
King takes. How is this? I mean, I go back. King d2. Relax. Takes. Might be draw.
Suddenly, it's only 1 pawn, and the white king is not the safest. This is an outside passer, but it's black's king in danger.
Oof, there's some heat here. Queen h5 is on tap. Be careful of queen h5 check. e4, king h3.
That's such a brave move. Whoa, trading queens. No.
And then
I can't get behind that.
Yeah, probably draw.
Why is Raunak upset? Raunik's like looking upset with himself. He's winning this endgame.
Yeah, he definitely is now, right? Check, move the king around. Yeah, there's only one person that can win this.
Yeah, and he's going right for this pawn. This is a very smart way of doing this, because this rook is tied down. Rook a6 was a good try, but I think that white can just push pawns. h5, you have 2 separate pass pawns for white.
Push him, baby! Push him, says Yasser, as we have ourselves a 2-pawn advantage, 1-pawn advantage here, and trying to queen one of these pawns.
Oh, no, but this is now a draw. This is definitely a draw. 2-on-1 on the same side of the board is an easy draw. So maybe that's why he was upset. He didn't see the path forward, and now he recognizes that this game is just a draw, theoretically speaking, but now you got to prove it.
Exactly. That's the problem, is the theoretically part. Like, make sure, oh yeah, that's clinical. That's clinical. How to do it. Just check it out. Check it out.
Great move. Because rook takes h4 allowed king f6, and they made a draw. But yeah, Raunak, he's a little upset there. You could see it. But that was really good defense from Denis Lazavik. And Raunak, I mean, look at him. He's up 4 points, James. He's acting like he's down 4. He's displeased.
That's the Hikaru effect, of course. Like, bro, oh my goodness. Like, I had this game. Oh man, what am I doing, chat? What am I doing? Obviously, I had that, right? And of course, Raunak is still up at the end of the day. As we see, guys, the match score. The man, Raunak Sadhwani, is up 4 points here. Now, of course, it does not tell the whole story because Denis has been hanging with him every single game. But in the time scrambles, it's been really tough for Denis here. And it looks like Raunak is trying to pull away. Bleeding has stopped a little bit. Half-point draw there. So he did, stop the bleeding. It's not, he didn't lose it, right? He didn't lose it. So now, how do you feel about that, Robert?
Yeah, no, I think for Denis that was an important hold. He can feel glad that he's not down 5 points. A 4-point deficit is a lot, but he knows from last year against Arjun Erigaisi, he was up 4 points. He still lost the match. It means that a comeback is possible.
Right, a comeback is always possible here, guys. Now, of course, here we go. Attention to all chess kids and parents. Who's in the chat? Chess kids and parents. Introducing new summer chess camps by Chess Kid and the Magnus Chess Academy, inspired by the legendary Magnus Carlsen. These online camps are designed to make chess an absolute blast for young chess players, from beginners to rising grandmasters. Camps are led by top-notch coaches from Magnus Chess Academy who will unlock your child's full chess potential with lessons, strategies, tactics, and lots of fun. We got to sign up just for 1 week or all 11 weeks. Enroll now at go.chesskid.com/camp or use command camp in the chat, right? Summer chess camps where champions are made and lifelong memories are created. Yeah, Chess Kid's nice, guys. So I'm a Chess Kid coach over there too as well, working with the kids, right? Keeps you sharp, you know what I mean? Keeps you sharp, man. It's pretty good, Robert, right?
Yeah, no, I want to go to camp now too. So let me take a break and go to camp right now. I'll leave you.
Let's go. You know, we're about to go to camp right now, chat. We'll be going to chess camp with the kids. We'll be back, in fact, actually with the JSCC. Go take a break yourself. We'll see you in a minute.
Ryo, congratulations on winning the Chess Kid Youth SpeedChess Championship. Defending champion has defended his title. National Master Ryo Chen wins.
Match is over with this game.
Exactly. Yez wins the final 3 games to close out this match.
This guy right here, Denis Lazavik, is on the brink of elimination. Not really. Okay. He has like 2 formats left, but he is down right now, 4 points, right? 4 points, and he has to go back as he's thinking, pondering, what do I do here? How do I get better with my time? What can I play? What can I do? He has to get over it, get the psych together, and get back into this match is his goal here. That is Denis Lazavik down to master Raunak Sadhwani as we get to the bracket. And you see here, guys, right, where his path was. He took down Darda 19 to 5 with a 14-point deficit there. And Sadhwani doing the same thing. These guys meet up today. And when they meet up, they now have to face Gukesh in the end. It's going to be one of them, Sadhwani or Lazavik. Chat, who do you think is going to be? Robert, who do you think is he going to bounce back or what? Like, I mean, it's 4 games so far. We got a 3-1 coming up.
Yeah, I think most people would say that Raunak Sadhwani is going to win this match, but we have seen comebacks, including yesterday. And I like that picturesque view for Denis Lazavik. It looks like he should write a book there. But first, if he's going to write a book of his best games, they have to start coming right now.
Yeah, absolutely. They have to start coming right now, and they are. D4, C4, knight of 6. Okay, got back to the Catalan, right? And it's faster now, guys. You know what I forget here, Robert, is that switch mentally from like I had 2 extra minutes to now I have 2 less minutes. And here we go with that H4. This is what I like. This is the Denis I'm trying to see right here. Is he going to castle queenside?
No, he decides to castle kingside, keep it safe. But you know what's funny, James? Is sometimes the players who struggle in the time scrambles, in the longest time controls, they're great at bullet. It's just somehow happens where the switch flips and they feel like I can do this. And 5+1, that time control is not played very often, right? We play 3+1. That's that Title Tuesday time control. They play bullet all the time, but 5 minute plus 1 second increment, it's not regular at the highest levels.
Yeah, in fact, the 5-1 is really like boring, bro. Nobody plays that, even in the world, like rapid and blitz, at least it's like 3-2, right? So nobody really gets that practice. Like that is an extra 2, and these guys are used to playing this. In fact, Denis, winning 2 Title Tuesdays, knows all about 3+1. He's won 2 of them, and I'm sure he's played more than 2 of them himself, obviously. But he won 2 Title Tuesdays. That's an accolade that really many players that's playing much longer than he's been alive have not been able to say that they can do, and he's won 2 of those. So 3+1 he actually is familiar with, but he is not, familiar right now with being down in the match as he's won his other 2. Maybe he's down before, but right now he's down 4 points, and he's in a 3.1 portion. So this is difficult for him to bounce back. B3 being a question mark move here, Robert.
Yeah, I think knight c5 was the better choice because the b3 square was a knight's placement. So knight c5 tactically worked, didn't drop a pawn, and he goes for this where he's just worse. And look at that rook park itself on c3. Please take me here. I'll take with this pawn. Now I have a runaway passer. a4 is loose. This knight can come to b6. The second rook can come to c8. It's raining quite heavily in New York right now, but when it rains, it pours. And for Denis Lazavik, I mean, he needs to stop that rain somehow. It's not going well at all for him in these early games of this match.
Let me get a question here. I have a question. Did he win a game?
No.
I was thinking, like, I don't remember Denis winning a game yet. So, of course, the psych part 2, that really sets in if you have to get over it. You just have to, you can't think about these things in the match. You just got to think about the game at hand. Like, you have to win it. We got to win a game. We have to win some games, several, in fact, here to really come back before the bullet portion. Now, of course, bullet is going to be different here. Anything can happen, but so far he's had 2.5 points from draws only, right? So we need to make sure we try to step our game up here. Raunak is in the driver's seat. E4, that's what I like to see. I like that. Trying to do something. Oh, wow, boy, that was like, bro, y'all see that, chat? I was like, yo, he all right? Hey, Rob, you okay, bro? Robert. Okay, there he is. Oh, he's back. He's bro, he was stuck in this one face, and we were just like, yo, is he good? You good, Robert? Like, you good, bro?
Hey, you know they like to look at my Hess there or whatever it's called, but the rain in New York probably just crushing my internet. Sorry about that, everybody. But what I was going to say is White is just going to get crushed on the queen side, so he needs to make something happen. He's trying to mix it up, and the center is what he's trying to explode. But James, the queen side completely under Black's control. A4 now is targeted. This looks like a one-sided game in Raunak's favor.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and this is looking, if the Catalan is not working, this is like his best opening. It's just what is going to work. And the time is only getting shorter. I don't have as much time anymore. And again, I mean, it really is a part of the psych part. Can I actually get over myself? You have to beat yourself first, obviously, before you can beat anyone else. So get over that. Hey, I lost some games. We all lose games. Cool. Just play, right? I guess when you have less pressure, it's easier to play, but there is a lot of pressure here. And this is all easier said than done. But I do like the initiative here, or at least him being a little bit more aggressive, not as accurate, but just attacking, doing some things that you may need to do. You may need to shift gears 100% here. Shift even strategy and just play some different chess to get some different positions to try to take out Raunak.
Raunak playing so well, though, and checkmate in 1 is the threat. He brings his bishop back to f8, and apparently that was a mistake. Oh, goodness, James. Bishop takes g7, h6 is the threat with a mate on his mind.
That is sick. There we go. This is what I'm trying to see, right? Of course, Raunak is showing it. We all know he's going to do it. We don't see much of it from Dennis. He's more like clinical. That's why, in classical chess, I mean, he's just rising. Absolutely doing it clinically, right? Very nice. Not allowing as much counterplay. But now he's on the attack here. Very sharp stuff. G6, making some weaknesses around the king.
Okay, so how do you get in? Bishop takes, pawn h6. You need your queen up there and into g7 with mate. That's not going to happen. So where does white attack? Maybe there's a knight g5 at some point. And that's why it was queen f4.
Yeah, come on, Rob. You already know me. If I can sack, we're going to do it twice, okay? Sacrifice first, think later, says grandfather Tao. Of course, yeah, that's his right. Queen f4 and knight g5 looking very strong here. Very. Knight g5, so he had to take. Whoa, on knight f8 and there's no mate.
But you know what there is, James? More sacrifices. Like if you go knight f8 after knight g5, I might take on h7, take on g6. Let's break that whole side of the board open.
I'm definitely doing that. I'm with that all day, right? And then maybe king g2 and rook h1. It goes knight g2, king's Indian attack style. And the engine says that is not a move, my friend, at all. At all. Wow. I wonder why, though. I mean, it's such a practical move. It makes sense, right? Take the pawn.
Just go knight g4. Give up your rooks. Give up all your rooks. He wanted the mate and king h8 because if knight f6 now, you can take and rook g8 and barely hold on.
Barely hold on there. Interesting.
James, this looks very bad for black.
Right? Knight f8 and there's no mate.
Why do you not made it? C1?
Oh yeah, I could have went rook c1 there. Maybe knight c4 or something. Push.
There was bishop d3, so that's why he went queen c2. But apparently it's a mistake. So many mistakes are happening. This is a crazy position.
Time. And you know what, Robert? I forgot the time once again. I was like, 5. I'm still used to 5-1. Like we're commentating. Like we know 3-1 is happening right now. But I actually forgot and I looked up at the time and Dennis has no time, right? That's how fast this happens. It was really quick trying to find the attack. Dennis has no time. Runner kind of right behind him, 20 seconds more. But I'm losing with the white pieces once again. First game of the 3-1. Very hard.
2 passed pawns. Queen takes e1 was available earlier with rook c1 to follow. I like the way that Dennis is handling this, though. He hasn't lost the game yet, and this black king is not completely safe. If this queen gets to f3 and up to f6, there could be trouble for the king on h8.
It is possible. Now we got queen f3. He might go a2 and just send the whole house. Is there anything? Sack nothing. Queen d2. Queen d2 push. Queen h6. No, not enough. Queen d2 push takes. Queen h6. Queen. That's not enough. It's not enough.
He's giving up a piece. I think it's the best strategy for white. He's on a full piece, though, and knight d7 offering a trade. That's good news for black.
Such an annoying move. Yeah. Dang. Robert, we was hoping for queen h6, rook h1, and sack everything. Whoa.
Blunder to rook. That's game. Another win for Raunak Sadhwani, James. He's on fire.
Raunak has not lost a game, guys. I'm just saying, like, now it's more of like, can he beat him a game? I just want to see Dennis win a game right now, at this point for me, as we commentate this right now. It does not say really what's really going on. Dennis just gets in time trouble every game, and it just hurts every single time.
Yeah, this has not been going his way. He's down 5 points. We know that anything can happen in the bullet. These players are both very experienced, and just chaos ensues. But what Dennis needs to do is score that first victory. I can't believe we're this far into the match, James. He's not won a single game.
Yeah, in fact, it doesn't tail like 2.5. Oh, he beat him 2 times. No, that's all draws here. But, man, Raunak has been turning it up, I think. And I think that shift where he didn't play rook c1, I think, as a player myself, and as you play too as well online sometimes, when Hess playing on Chess.com, it pops up. So make sure y'all watching Hess. I low-key be watching his games, and I'm like, oh, man, Hess just hitting with a, what is that? Like, make sure you guys are watching Hess, okay? He does play, like, very late at night, weird times. But, seeing this is like, bro,
hey,
like.
Come on, bro. Why you calling me out like that? Yeah, just because I'm playing at like 3 a.m. doesn't mean you got to be blowing up my spot in front of everybody.
He does play. Hess
come
plays,
on.
guys. Hess does play. It's like, dang, Hess be swinging on him. Like, whoa, be careful. Hess still plays the game, guys. Okay.
Yeah, like,
very nice.
I've been playing a little bit more, but I think I'm gonna take a break from it. Yeah, as soon as I play like 20 games, like, okay, I got to stop playing for like 2 months. So This position here, it looks like there's pressure against the black king, but his last move was knight h7. There was bishop takes h6 threat when the knight was here. It would have been loose. So, James, to my eyes, it looks good for white, but the eval bar says, I'm not impressed.
You know what? I didn't even look at the eval bar. I'm definitely looking at white. Like, white looks great here. But, okay, this is more like Philidor. Even though this was a Roy Lopez, you can see a lot of this in the Philidor exchange type variations. The bishop goes to e6, and you trade it off very easily. And I still like white, though. If I can get this knight to f5, like, it gets live, right? Knight f5 and we live. That's why it's a thing, because it definitely gets very live. And we can bring the other knight to h5. There it is. Knight f5, and you're going to fill a shift. Knight h5 is definitely a move as well in some of these cases. But g6 might end everything. Got to be careful.
I think Dennis is taking with the pawn here. You
are
talking about how strong the knight is. Kick that pony out of there. Then take over the d3 and b3 squares. Suddenly, black is the one who's on the offensive. Oh, it takes with the knight, though.
I really like that pawn takes, too. It's really like a gross structure, but, I mean, you did not let anything go in there. Now I keep the ponies how they are. Knight on g3 and one on f5.
Goes king h8. So he's hiding his king, no checks against it. A knight h5 doesn't actually threaten anything. All of black's pieces are staring at g7 to defend. I'm wondering if this knight will leave h7, maybe go up to f6 right now to go after this queen.
Knight f6, queen h4. Am I trapped or something? g5 is definitely coming. Can you do that? Maybe not. I'm going to be able to stack.
No. James, your spot. g5. Wait.
Yeah,
James, let's bring up the analysis board. James, you were right.
Wow.
G5, and we're definitely live because your queen is dead. Yeah, that queen's trapped. No safe squares for this queen over here. And if you take knight takes G5, thank you for the piece. Knight H6 is probably what scared you a little bit. But
that's
even
what
if
scared
we
me.
we take here and then
you go knight H7 and send him to heaven. Wow, that's crazy. And then Rook G8 and we great. Wow, that's good stuff. Yeah, I missed the extra stuff there. Interesting.
Hey, you spoke about it. He goes knight g8. That is a clear miss. I mean, that is just one of those moves that you have to slow down and find, because after rook a to d1, black is still well ahead in the clock with a good position, but he could have ended the game or at least won a piece. Now, it wouldn't end the game, so it would have been a potential attack, but it would have been much better for Lazavik.
Yeah, that's crazy. And this is not we've seen many misses from Dennis here. Raunak, even though that wasn't precise. Queen h4 was a blunder and it was question mark move. It wasn't good, but he just did not play g5. And I think for Dennis, is probably just working on more tactics. Like, he is positionally the man. Like, he's very strong. But then if he just up his tactics, I think here, which is already, he has nice tactics, obviously. But I mean, he won't have any of these misses at all. Raunak's not missing much. And when there are tactical things, we're seeing them for Raunak here. It is tough, but Raunak now down on time, so maybe we could use this time edge, and this could be something. It's not over yet at all, in fact, for Dennis.
No, and bishop c5 was a mistake because of exactly how Raunak is punishing it. b4, kick this knight there. Let's roll these pawns up on the queen side. And at some moment, queen d6, James, if you take and my knight gets here, I'm hitting 2 pawns at the same time. So good recognition from Raunak Sadhwani. And for Dennis Lazavik, he didn't need to play bishop c5. There was no reason that was necessary. He also has much more time than his opponent. He could have invested right there.
Yeah, it's tough. That is tough there. I guess getting closer to your first one, sometimes you even get blinded. We're like, we've all been in matches, I think, besides very rare cases, like when you're half human, like Hikaru and others. So what happens is you lose some games. You lose some games, and then you're just not even seeing the board anymore as much. You just miss things. And if you get close to the win, you still have it's just the jitters are really there, right? Really there. So hopefully we can break that and strike here. We do want to see more of a level match if we can. But Dennis is up time, 20 seconds. This can definitely be used.
Yeah, Raunak blundered before, bring his queen to h4, but since that moment, he's just played perfectly. And the point is that after it takes, knight takes a7 check is a fork of the king and the e5 pawn. White is going up material. And I think it's important to point out, in rook endgames, one pawn, all rook endgames are drawn. Knight endgames are most similar to king and pawn endgames. So one single extra pawn could be the difference maker and allow you to take a victory.
Well, 100%. In fact, I remember, I think Botvinnik was the one who said that. In fact, it's a really cool thing. I learned that from Devereski in-game manual. It's like, Botvinnik says the knight pawns and they get the pawn in games, but okay. Right. So it was very good to know that, which is interesting. So it is more of a pawn in game than it is a knight in game here. And wow, White's just winning. What? Yeah, he does. Wait, what? 3? Oh, he just has the extra pawn. Yeah. Just extra. That's it. Extra. Count it, he says.
But what Dennis is going to do is quickly bring his king towards the center, maybe bring his knight to c5, but this knight on c4, it protects a5, you're never going after that, and it helps these pawns go forward in the center. So Dennis, down on the clock, he's trying to find a move here, and White's plan is very easy. Just continue to bring pieces forward, and then decide when to push your pawns.
Okay, so can we get a poll, guys? Will, let's do this in the chat. What do you think? Is Dennis going to win a game today? I'm going to say yes. I got, 230,000 channel points. I'm not going to spend all of them, but I am going to spend a lot. I think he will get a game, but it has not happened yet.
No, it has not, and he's definitely not getting this game. He's not going to win it unless Raunak loses internet connection like I have been and loses on time because White is up a pawn and pushing those ones up the board. And what's going on this fourth rank? Too many pieces.
Yeah, right. This is a strange structure. I've never seen that before. In fact, that was kind of funny. Check, king around.
Is there a knight d3 or something going after the f4 pawn at the right moment? Knight e6 and then king goes e5. Wow.
King e5, yeah. King e5. Check.
Okay, there. Yeah. White's not making progress right now.
He's really not. We can push. There it is. Get the king around. Bring it around town. King c4, h5 at some point probably. H5,
I'm going F5.
Or F5, yeah.
He's going for the outside pass. But, James, it's funny because what you're mentioning looked really strong with two pawns in the center. But instead, outside pass pawn wins the game, resignation, and Raunak is feeling it. You see him? I mean, he's bopping his head. He's kind of dancing to the music that his moves are playing.
Yeah, in fact, it is. He's up 6 games here, guys. Here, it's now more about cruising and not losing. If I'm Raunak here, and as Dennis, it's like, bro, I gotta stop the beating. I have to win a game, and the reason for that is because he hasn't won a game. Like, okay, it's been 11 games here, and I haven't won one of them. So I am starting to feel that I'm a little annoyed at myself. Like, I have to play this, but I have to obviously. Again, we're saying the same thing. You gotta, get over the fact that you lost. Easier said than done, but we have to keep going, and we gotta fight, and at least stop the beating, win some games here. Just start playing a little bit better. And be more hard on yourself, like Raunak is. Raunak be winning. Oh man, I drew that game. Like, bro, you up? You already up? Like you up 6 games, right? Like, so it's different.
And that's exactly what Raunak was like heading into the first break, where he drew a game where he was better and he seemed incredibly unhappy. But look at this position. White has this pawn chain, and Black's saying, "Yeah, I don't care. You have a bishop pair. Good for you. Let's trade some pieces because Black is about to be able to double on the open C file, and that means that you should be able to take over this line."
Yeah, I like this. Actually, I mean, Black's doing good. White's doing good as well here. I really don't see. Preference-wise, I actually do like having the extra pawn in the center closer, but it's not. Like, I don't have anything. So maybe, who do I take, white or black? Black is active. Black has active pieces. That's it. Black is just more active.
Yeah, this knight can come to a4, and that's going to be annoying to deal with. You might push the pawn to b3, but we'd love to get our knight up to c3. So both players are just calmly playing this endgame. James, I think we're back towards the start of the match where they were playing just little waiting moves, cautious chess, quiet chess. But okay, that move apparently was a mistake.
I think he had to go rook d2. I think he had to. But I mean, maybe bishop d4. But I mean, rook c2, right? Yeah, rook c2.
Knight d3 he plays?
That was the move. It seemed like the move, though. I definitely would have.
Maybe it was knight e5 first to keep the knight out of d3 and then play rook c2.
That's strong. That is really strong. Insane.
It's one of those moves, James, you only realize after the fact. Because why did the eval bar just get so mad at me for making that move? It's because knight e5 was heading to c4 and stopping the knight from getting to d3. But now exchanges are offered. So I think White can just trade everything off if he would like. Rook D2, here it comes.
There it is, yeah. And Chill Chess
Trade
in the
everything.
chat says 0 sharp games so far. That's correct. There's can't think of one, in fact. All been 0. 0 sharp games thus far tells you how the match has been going, but only in one person's favor.
That's right. And right now, this endgame is in neither player's favor. It's even position. This knight on a4, it's kind of an odd piece, not getting back into the game so easily, but it's waiting. If you play b3, as soon as you do that, the knight lands on c3, and that's a problem. And Dennis Lazavik has already blundered a knight fork today.
Yeah, I was actually going to see that doesn't work. Rook c3. I was trying to get rook 8 to c3 to work, but it doesn't work. Being too tricky there. Knight takes king d3. Wait, that actually works. And then take on d2, and then take on b1. That's like
I see what you're going for. You're going for a trick. Please take me. It's one of those like one move ideas where like if they don't take you, you haven't accomplished anything. But if they do take you, now you're the legend.
Now you might be in trouble. Exactly.
So what is going on here? Opening up the 6th rank for the rook. We could see this rook swing on over at the right moment. James, this is just a pure endgame where I think there's not a single pawn besides the b2 pawn that is going to be threatened. It looks very even.
I think it's going to be a draw. The reason for it is I don't have to let the king cross the c file and getting the king over to b5. Maybe maybe I have to shuffle and get the knight out. Because I can't play b3. Well, maybe I guess he can now. Is that his idea? Knight c5. I think it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, b3, knight c5. Well, knight c5, I almost want to play king c4, but I realize I'm walking into
knight e4, huh?
the discovery. But I would love to be able to run my king up the board.
King b6. Interesting. Yeah, definitely want to run a king up the board here. Time is getting a little bit lower too as well. When time gets low, it's anybody's game. b3 is on the board though. He's going.
Well, James, you say when time gets low, it's anybody's game, but every time the time's gone low, it's Raunak's game. So
okay, yeah, okay, yeah, you're right about that. I can't lie about that. Yeah, it has been Raunak's game every single time. In the time scrambles here, knight c3. So you went with this option instead. If bishop takes, it's going to be rook takes.
Mm-hmm. And if rook c1, there's rook d6 check first to get out of the pin, and then knight takes a2 over here.
Right. Yikes. It's just he's more active. So I have to play rook b2. Ugh.
Yeah. Knight d1 there. Whoa.
Oh,
they agreed on a draw and start a new game.
Wow.
What? Come on. You got to play that out.
Damn, the draw first. Says Rob.
I was surprised. I didn't even see it coming. They just so quickly agreed to a draw and started a new game. And we have a Sicilian again. But, James, we're not getting the types of Sicilian that the fans want to see. They want to see a dragon. They want to see sacrifices. We're getting the positional Sicilians.
This is not a Sicilian, okay? I'm just going to put that right forward. I'm just going to say this is furthest from a Sicilian that you could go. This is not a Sicilian. So this is some type of D4 opening, but they chose the Sicilian to get there. Why not just play a D4 opening? But that's okay. So this is where we are. It tells you, of course, as we said in the chat from Chill Chess, 0 sharp games, 0 so far. So it's going to be another one of those. It's going to be another one.
And right now, we've seen this position before. So now, Raunak, he played c4 in that game, and he plays rook e1 this time. And then, transposes right to what we saw, but it's a bad move.
Oh, c4. Wow. It wasn't a bad – maybe he played something different before? Oh, maybe rook wasn't on e1.
That's right, James. He played it before black castle. Now black can take because queen d8, there's no king takes d8, and you're not going to get your pawn back immediately. He just takes it. Dennis Lazavik spots it. James, this is a big moment for him. He needs to really control this game.
Yeah, correct. And I think you have to trade, right? Queen c2 is queen d3 or something. Maybe you go queen a4, but that is risky. Man, it just feels like you can get hit with something immediately, but I guess there's nothing. The calculation is really nothing yet. Wow, unbelievable. Queen d4. Do want to play that, but okay. Maybe you play queen a4. Maybe you just play queen a4. It's definitely loose, though. That pawn.
Yeah, because queen b6, things like that coming for f2. Look at also bishop e6. You can just play calm, cool, collected chess. He goes queen h5. He says, "What are you talking about? Cool, collected chess? We're getting aggressive. Don't blunder your bishop on c5."
Yeah, question mark here, of course. Right, don't blunder the bishop. So queen b6, your move is very strong, I think there. And I think I have to go but rook f1, bishop e3 sacrifices another pawn on b2. Might even just be losing after knight e2, bishop e3. I think you're just losing. But rook f1, rook e2 or something to defend this pawn on f2.
Yes, one of these moves, perhaps. Rook e2, it does look a little bit more active because you're defending while keeping your rook on open file. But he realizes maybe there was a g6 or something to kick the queen out. So the queen needs space on the diagonal.
Absolutely. And we have the extra pawn. We play knight c3 next, which is played. We want some knight a4 action.
Amazing move. Yeah, bishop
Yeah,
d4. Because you made that point that it was so easy to blunder knight to a4 and start with a move like bishop d3. But that square is not going anywhere. He's going to play bishop d3 next move. And there's all this pressure. James,
this is game.
all of a sudden, Dennis needs to take this game and then start feeling like he can really do this thing. Oh, bishop
what?
D3.
Oh, e7 hanging. Oh, that's cute. The tactics. I mean, he just like me. Like, Raunak is so fun. You just always play tactics all the time. That's just funny.
Analysis board time. I'm sacrificing. I'm going COE right here.
Wow.
Bishop d3, queen e7, bringing my rook to e8. I don't know if it matters. I'll just bring this one. And
That's
if your
scary.
queen goes back and it escapes, bishop takes f2 check.
Oh, my
You
goodness.
take with your rook e1 check. You can only block with your bishop, and then you're, I can't do it because it's pinned, and that means black scoops up everything and then goes into deliver a checkmate. So I feel like the firepower is there for Denis Lazovic, and we see a question mark on his move, queen c5. That's not it. He's still better, but I think he could have played with just fierce attacking mindset. That would have scored him that point.
Yeah, that's wow. That's tough, man. That's tough. I guess being down is really a psych thing a lot of times. It's like you down and like, hey, you already losing. Nothing's working. Even when it is working, it's just not working. It feels like, and now he let him go here. He definitely let him go. Tough. Takes, and I mean, hey, draw. Like, well, black's better though. Black's better, I think.
Yeah, black's up this pawn. It's not the prettiest pawn in the world, but it's an extra pawn which anchors the bishop in. Instead, he goes backwards to e6, and maybe he wants knight d5. He just wants to fix his pawn structure while going after white's pawns, and rook d1's a way to stop that. Now, white has control over the square.
Yeah, I definitely like the activity from black. We were active. We have the pawn. We're just trying to convert. It's always the hard part. Always the hard part. C6 hanging? Hold on. He's doing something, right? What? What you doing?
I'm looking at that too. Isn't he just giving up this pawn? He wants knight e5 and then knight d3 or knight f3, but bishop e4, as you're saying.
F5. You have to go bishop g2, I guess, and then knight d3 or something. But then b3 there. This is wicked. What is going on?
Good point. That after knight d3 is b3. I think Denis Lazovic he made a mistake. He just gave away a pawn. That was his extra pawn in the position. And maybe he's still better, slightly, but it doesn't look like much.
Bishop d5, king f8. Yeah.
Oh,
he had it. Oh, time, though. Time.
And he's being tricky. Bishop e6 runs into knight f3 check. That's why he just played king to f8 and king to e7, so he's protected his bishop with his king.
King e7, and we're good. Perfect. Takes. It's not winning this one, though. I mean, okay, 15 seconds, you never know.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Raunak does not have much time. He brings knight e4. There's knight c5 check. There's knight g5 check. There's rook d6 check. Checks no matter where you look. So be very, very careful here if you are Denis Lazovic.
Okay, here we go. He actually had lost the game to a fork. Remember that? That was the Catalan game. Grinded him. He was up the pawn. Blundered a fork in time trouble. Time is getting a little bit closer here. He's under a minute here. But Raunak is really the one in time trouble. Ooh,
he's tricking him. Pew! Knight c5, fork at the end.
Tricks. I love it.
So what is Denis going to do? He's still better, apparently. He goes f5. He's going for the win. I mean, you can feel it in the way he's playing.
He wants to play for more. Knight g5 check. King f6. Hangs h7. Do a little ring around the rosy there. King e7.
Take this pawn? Yeah, just take this pawn, right? And go up a queenside pawn, but white will go rook a2 at the end and hit your pawn a7. Wow, he's playing for a win.
Whoa. c3 with that. Did not see that one coming.
Knight e3.
Oh, he wants knight b4. Oh, knight e1. Oh, knight e1. But knight b4
yeah,
anyway.
He just wins. He's stealing the pawn and going back. James, he's got this. He's gone c2, and this is the only one. Now knight d3. And if rook takes c2, knight e1 check is a fork.
Oh, this knight. Oh, he got him. Look at Raunak was very angry there, bro. He was real mad. It's understandable.
And it was bound to happen. Denis Lazavik, needs to win a game at some point. And if you're Raunak Sadhwani, he might be playing this out to burn match clock since he's so far ahead. He wants to have fewer games remaining.
You can see it's actually exhilarating. You can see in the posture and a little bit of the face there that Denis actually feels a lot better. I know I'm going to win this one. Like, it's a sigh of like, I can win one game at least, right? And then you bounce back. You try to win some more games, and things happen. That is good to see. Check. Mate. Oh, not mate.
Just don't stalemate. That would be an absolute tragedy. I feel like this game is going much longer than it should have. Yeah, look at Raunak. He's wasting match clock. This is part of the overall strategy. It's not disrespectful. He wants to burn time so that there's less time remaining, fewer games left for Lazavik. And that's game. Finally, Denis Lazavik has a win to his name.
Wow. Den for the win is what they calling them now. There it is. Denis Lazavik gets a game. I'm sure that's a huge confidence boost. And now it doesn't even matter. It's a 5-point game. You're like, hey, you know what? 5 points isn't that much. I mean, it is, but it's not really, especially. I mean, we've seen 4-game match comeback. So 4-point match comeback. So, 5, one extra one. Cool. If we win another one, now we're really talking about, is this a comeback? We'll see.
He said, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years, James. He's just going now against the isolated pawn. So colors are sort of reversed. We've seen Den Laz have the isolated pawn in those Sicilians that aren't quite a Sicilian. Now he's playing against it.
Yeah, right. Playing against the pawn. Yeah. I'm not a fan. Look, these ISO pawns, I actually like white. I play aggressive all the time. So I play Bishop D3 back to B1, and I'm going to attack you, even though you got the ISO pawn. Just like that kind of chess. But Bishop takes F6. Is there a pawn? That's a pawn, Robert.
Yeah, he said, give me that. He's going to castle, get his king out of there. So his king goes that way. And now I want to play rook B1 and then bishop D3, as you mentioned. And there might be a sack and a mate over there.
Oh, definitely. He went bishop C4. He's not as aggressive, which is cool. Good to see different type of styles of chess. It's funny, actually. Shout out to Casa Corley, too, as well. Just to tell you about styles. Casa Corley, good friend of mine, international master, he said, he was like, yeah, I love those games where it's like 50 moves and I grind them and then, he can't move anything. And I was like, bro, that sounds like torture. Like, why would you ever want to do that? But it is about, style. That's what he likes, right? So I'm like, I want to mate in 20 moves. So that's the type of chess we like to play. But it's good to see.
Some people like to play like boa constrictors. They're just like, they're circling around, and then finally, at long last, the prey is there. So I feel like Lazavik here, he's up for that. That's his style. For Raunak Sadhwani, he likes the spicy chess. And here in this game, F7, a potential target, but it's a slight advantage for white. I would play Queen C4 here. Just, aim at that F7 pawn. Maybe Rook to B1 if the queen moves back. Rook to C1 if the queen stays. Slight advantage.
Slight. Very slight. Even though having the same amount of material. Black having, obviously, the queenside majority, which you can use in the endgame, which would be very, very nice here. But of course, with white having just, I think, the opposite color bishop endgame, one side can attack the other. And that's what we're seeing here. F7 is kind of loose, but hard to get to right now.
Yeah, and he's Queen E4. What a move. He's trying to go checkmate in one.
Checkmate in one. Yeah, don't miss that one. And rook B1, I guess.
Yeah, nice call. I was wondering why Queen E4, but double idea. Checkmate and rook to B1, and his knight on C6 might be loose in some of these positions.
That is correct. In fact, wow, Queen C7. He defended mate. Yeah, so he has to defend the mate. The question is, how is he going to do that first? Rook D8, rook B1, Queen C7, rook C1, rook D6. Whoa, there is actually some really precision involved with this. In fact, Queen E4 is a nice move. Rook E7, I love it.
Queen G4 played. Watch out for that square over here. That looks a bit scary. You have to not allow so he goes G6. You know what is interesting, James? If he played Queen F5 instead of Queen G4, G6 wasn't possible because the bishop would have been loose. So maybe it's one of those moments where the queen needs to sit on F5 rather than G4.
Precise. Wow. Yeah, that's a hard one. Wow. Yeah, that actually is very crazy to point out. In fact, King G7, and now what do we have? H4 maybe? H4 is a standard move, so just play it right. Just get out the way.
I'm here for it. I think H4, H5, both sides are interested in pushing their alpha zero pawns. What ideas besides that? You'd like to push your pawn to center, but black has the E5 square so under control.
I was just going to say maybe bishop B3 just to open the file. We don't know what's next yet. Maybe rook D5 or something, rook D6. We don't know yet, but knight d4, yeah, there it is. Okay, trade. Got to.
You know, this is, James, a position where I'm like, yeah, this is probably going to be a draw, but if Magnus was playing, then I think white would win. So I like your rook d5 idea. I think it's just putting pressure on the bishop, also trying to swing the rook on an open rank, and at some point h4, h5 feels necessary.
Shutting down a little bit of the diagonal. Yeah, h4, h5 is just a standard move you make in these type of positions too as well. Just a little bit of space, play king g2. And if they're not careful, you obviously expand on that side with h5 takes, use the h5. All kind of things can happen. Here, opposite color bishops, so usually, obviously, these are more draw-like, but that doesn't mean that it is a draw because one side can attack, which it looks like white's doing more attacking, which he is, than black is. Black's sort of defending. That bishop on f6 is kind of hitting air, nothing at all, not doing anything, just on the board. So we're trying to do something with our opposite color bishops here.
So white would love to play e4, f4, e5 all in one move. If you get that full package in, you're just dominating the game. But queen c3, you're just never going to have time, right? If you play f4, e3 is weak. If you play e4, you still need to get an f4, so it's a time-consuming venture. And then Laz, he's improving his position move by move. Rook d6, you go after this a6 pawn, but instead he gets passive. Rook d2.
Yeah, he's done this before. We've seen this. This is a recipe for disaster. What happened last time, I think, when time got low. But right now, he's keeping time edge. Keep that time edge a little bit. It'd be okay. The A4 is kind of annoying for sure. It's a good move from Raunak. A4, B4.
He's getting very active here. But B5 is loose at some point. Not yet, because the rook on D2 is hanging. But so maybe there's going to be a rook C2 first. Not available. The bishop is hanging. So where's that bishop going?
I might just go queen F3, E4.
Don't play.
Okay.
Don't move your rook too far away because queen takes d5 at the right moment is going to hurt.
Yikes. That is coming, guys. Rook c2, bishop c3.
James, anybody's chance in this game. I mean, f4 is possible, rook f2, like f4, f5, rook f2 kind of stuff.
Ooh, I like it. Queen f3, stepping out of the way. We might see. No, it doesn't work. Wow, no tactics. I mean, of course, this whole match has been like that. Bishop b3, e5 at some point. Nope, not today. Maybe we see a repetition here.
We could, but white is up on time. So if I'm Den, Laz, I'm thinking about playing for a win. H4, just throw in the move. It can't hurt you, right? It's not going to be a blunder. A4.
I saw that because after takes, rook c3, queen f7, hit him, split him. He saw that quick too. Then Laz swinging.
So I like it because it was cool, but I don't like it because it has given black a pass pawn. So Speaking of exchange sacrifice, at the right moment, perhaps black will give up the rook for the bishop to push this pawn. Not yet, it won't work, but just keep that in your back pocket.
Ooh, f5, yikes. That's the same thing as a4. Like, these boys are swinging in this time control right now? Wow. 14 seconds left for Raunak.
I'm not sure who is more dangerous for. I think the black king is more likely to be under attack, but black has a more advanced pawn. Right? That pawn can be a passer. So with rooks coming off the board, black's king still in a bit of danger, but I think that it should be all right for Raunak, but not that much time.
Ooh, might just trade him and just say, hey, bro. No, he says, no, these guys are playing for a win. Like, every move, Raunak's still playing for a win. 6 seconds on the clock. 1 second increment, though.
That pawn was hanging on a5, but he was worried about b3, b2. So just keep... Oh, this king on h6. Be very careful now. Some mating nets.
There it is. Finally timed it.
f4. Watch out for g4. Does it work? G4 works. G4, g5. It wins. It wins on the spot.
Only move. Right? G4,
Oh,
G4,
he misses
G4.
it. He misses it completely. He might get a second chance, though. Look at Raunak's clock. 5 seconds for him.
Yeah. He's looking to see. He just didn't like that for some reason. Queen f6.
King h3. If queen f6, then there's g4 again. So the queen comes up the board. That's a very good call.
He knows the idea now. I think he knows he missed it. He might go queen f5. Yeah.
Bishop g2. You still have to watch out if you're black.
Is there a mate? I do. Oh, you're right. Yes. Shoot, he could go king h3, hide the king. I was looking at queen g1 stuff. Wow, got away. He got away.
Yeah, but we got to go back to that moment as Raunak takes a drink of, is that apple juice? I'm not sure what it is. But there was a win here for Denlas. If he had played g4, James, a kind of a hard move to play because you are giving up a pawn. There's not a single check against the white king. But if you take on h4, g5 check, if you go up the board, bishop f3, yikes. You have to give up your queen because you have no other moves. And if you go back, then queen to g8 is mate. So, James, that was a shot that he could have found to win this game and make the match closer.
That's the daily puzzle rush, guys, which I highly recommend. Do the puzzle rush daily. Trying to get to the high levels there. That was a tough one. My goodness, that was tough right there, guys. I mean, seeing that, look, Raunak Sadhwani is in the zone right now. He definitely has some psych part going on with him, Robert. But hey, hopefully he takes a good break and he comes back stronger. And we're going to do the same. We're going to come back with some more commentary on the second part of the 3+1, guys. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. This right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're gonna forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online, it's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's gonna be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable, just being honest with you. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before. And here we have Denis Lazavik sitting here thinking and collecting his thoughts about how do we mount ourselves a comeback. Look at it, look out the window there as we say, what is the meaning of life? And what is this game I'm playing right now? How are we down? Lots of thoughts but we do want to mount a comeback here as we are down 4 points to Raunak Sadhwani. Raunak Sadhwani is currently up. Lots of chess left still. We got the second half of the 3+1 coming up here. Robert, what's going on?
It's been a bad start for Denis Lazavik, but he is the most recent player to score a victory, and he almost took that last game if he had found G4. So for Denis Lazavik, he has some chances. For Raunak Sadhwani, he's been playing great chess, but you can see the frustration, right? He is quite an emotional person, and he needs to maintain his composure. He still has a big lead, and when you don't score a win in a while, sometimes you get a bit hungry. But for Raunak, you don't need to win games. You just need to not lose at this point.
Exactly. You just need to hold, right? Hold it. You know what I mean? Like you can take a few risks here and there, right? If I can see a quick draw, I'll take it. But he's like, no, he'll take the risk and know that I know I'm losing, but it's up to you to find it. And Denis hasn't been the most accurate in those time scrambles there. So we see Raunak ready to go there on the screen, guys. We got games coming up in a few, and we're going to have the second half of 3+1 starting right now. Here we go. Sicilian G3, man, come on, play D4, man. Dang.
It's so funny because I saw the first few moves and I was waiting for us to be like, it's not a real Sicilian. But Raunak did learn his lesson. You see this? He brought his knight out to C3 and to A4 first, and only after doing all this will he try to play C4 if that's what he wants to go for. But the knight's an E7. It protects C6, which is why Denis was able to take on C4. The knight on F6 makes C4 more attractive.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a great way to kind of, go through the files on the break and see what else I can do. I actually like white here because this bishop that can it's mobile. I go to B2. Both of them are kind of fianchetto. I can actually go bishop B2 as well. Move it back. I mean, sort of Nimzo Indian like too, having the knight on C5 with the C5 stuff, reverse Nimzo like positions. C4 is good. It's lots of activity both sides here, but black is active too as well, to say the least. So yeah, super even.
Yeah, one of the difficult questions for Raunak is, do I take on B6 and then allow the pawns to be closer together? Because typically, we don't want to have many pawn islands. What's a pawn island? From H2, G3, F2, that's a pawn island. A2, B3, C2, that's a pawn island. Same here for black. Same here for black. But A7 is a lone pawn. It's an isolated pawn. And pawn's best friend is another. So right now, Denis Lazavik, I don't think he's worried about knight takes B6. But he may be worried if this bishop slides back to B2 and then you attack on the dark squares.
That's exactly what I'm thinking about. Is attacking on the dark squares here, bishop B2. Maybe you'll see a bishop D8. No, but then bishop F6 is going to be terrible. So yeah, he has no counterpart. Bishop B2 seems like a move I would play. Bishop F3 or H1. Never like trading this bishop there and creating the holes around the squares. That's what he wants, is for to trade the bishop. So I want to give him that luxury.
And at some moment, there could be a knight h4 type of threat that you have to be careful about, trying to open up the king side. It does not work here. That would be a blunder, in fact. But knight h4 ideas are something that I have in mind, like bishop g2, king g2, then knight h4 check. Is that trying to force a draw?
It is definitely forcing a draw there. In fact, draw. Check, 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 check. Everything check. And is he going to go for it? No, he said no. F6, not today.
Yeah, maybe later is what he said. Come on,
right.
Let's try to shore up our weaknesses. He stopped knight takes b6, pawn takes b6, and then queen d4, which would have had a double attack for checkmate in the pawn. So instead, white heads to the e file. James, I know it's risky, but can black try to fight for the e file with the king's help?
Absolutely. Of course, if you don't see anything, if you don't see a way to exploit it, then it's not a real bad move. King f7 looks good, but maybe queen h5. But then king g8 is the bare minimum. But rook e8 is quite annoying, actually. I don't want to trade yet. What do I do? That's an annoying move. Like king f7 is not on the radar, but it is a very good move, in fact. Knight f8, and now what? This is annoying. So boring. So boring. A C4. There we go, Raunak. I could just do something, guys. There we go.
Yeah, you don't want end games. You don't want this little, quiet, subtle chess of maneuvering. You're like, let's get some action going. All right, C4 hits the pawn. Bishop A5 hits the rook. Rook D1 should probably slide over, but black might play rook E8 and then knight back to G6. I'm a little bit worried about this king on G2, James. I know there aren't pieces attacking it just yet, but it's one of those things where your king on the light squares without a fianchetto bishop to help you out, it feels a little bit vulnerable.
It definitely feels vulnerable here, but I do need I'm always a fan of, hey, if you don't have pieces around there yet, I'm going to attack you. And that's what queen a6 is doing. Definitely a fan of that activity. Love activity in active positions. Stuff is open, looking good here, right? B4, okay. Now, What do we do? What do we do is a question. Maybe bishop d4.
I was thinking, does black have queen g4, knight e6? Oh, he goes in this order. Watch out, James. Here it is. Here's knight f4 check.
Wow.
Yeah, it's coming.
Wow.
It's coming.
I gotta go back home. Okay, my bad. Sorry, Robert. If I offended you in any way, I'm just gonna go back home. Bishop e3, and I'm out of there. Yeah, right. We cannot allow that one. So yeah, bishop e3, and just, hey, bro, can we talk about this? Bishop e3.
But this is what you were talking about earlier. That for Denlaz, he needed to just get the flow and start finding tactics. Knight f4.
Let's see if he sees it. Knight f4. Now he has been missing today. Denlaz has missed 3 tactics. Big tactics, but not this time. Not this time. Count it. Knight f4, king f3. My king in the middle of the street right now. It might be just queen h3.
Oh, please take me with your king. I'm going to go checkmate your queen f5. A similar idea. If you take on f4, queen h5 wins this rook at the very least. But this knight you couldn't capture it. And if the king went back to h1 in the corner, these same exact attacking ideas with the queen coming in the light square. So, hey, James, that break. I mean, this 3+1, it started badly for Denlaz, but suddenly he seems to be riding the ship.
And did he win the last game too?
He drew that one, but he won the game before.
That was the one. Yeah, so breaking that losing streak. He got a win, then a draw, and then another win. And now we they call me Denlaz the comeback kid. Yeah, that's exactly what they call me. He's starting to think about that. And that's actually very good at psych part because he was losing. He was down. You can actually see it in his emotion there. So this is another pickup here. Raunak not feeling the greatest as he feels the pressure here. That's a big game for Dennis.
It's completely losing for a while. Your king is in the open. I think you get checkmated if you don't take the knight. But if you do take the knight, you're at the very least losing your rook. Maybe you also will get checkmated as well. But I think Denlaz will go queen h5 and pick up this rook right now.
Yeah, I just picked that up. I don't think there's anything else to do. Take the knight, and he does. Looking good there. Yeah, and Raunak just 13 seconds there too as well.
Yeah, so bishop e7, it defends the rook, and the bishop's under attack. Don't blunder your pieces. Queen d3, okay, he's giving it a check. Where's pawn f3? Bishop e1. Uh-oh.
Oh, bishop e1. Wow, what a move. King g2. Yeah, that's just going to be over, okay? You ain't got to think about that. No more. King. Look at his king on h4. Chat, his king is on h4. That's all you got to know.
Yeah, that's not where it wants it. G5 and we live? James, I'm looking at that.
Oh, yeah, g5, and it's going to be a shift. G5 and takes. And you can mate it, but where? Oh, he's thinking 30 seconds. I mean, just do it. Come on, right? Your king is not going to survive on G5, my guy. Just do it, literally.
He looks great. I mean, not to steal the Nike slogan, but just do it. I'm liking it. Just go for it.
He's trying to calculate it all out, and it's not, hey, man, you're getting low on time, buddy.
Yeah, he's spending way too much time. He goes rook e8, same idea, G5, rook e4. It's made. He found it. What? Was that a mouse slip?
I am baffled. Oh, my goodness. H3. How are you mating him?
Oh, queen g5. That's mate, and because the pawn is pinned.
Mate 1. Oh, that's it. Nothing he can do. Wow, he had to go queen e5. He still found rook e4.
Dang, that was kind of sick, actually. I understand that g5 was cool, but that was kind of sweet. He sacked a piece and then still mated the king over there.
Right. I mean, the king was so far away from anything. Still found a nasty mate in there. Good stuff. And we're back down at Catalan here. And now it's a 4-point lead. Winning another one makes it 3. And we have Bullet coming up next. And I mean, 3 not bad. 3 going into the Bullet, anything can happen there.
And the lights are going down for Denis Lazavik. Not on his chance in this match, but you can see it's getting darker where he is. And the move e4 was just played. So a pawn sacrifice on e4. If you take with the knight on c4, knight takes e4. Is that actually doable? Because there's knight e5 at the end. Instead, he plays queen c2 to keep everything defended.
Yeah, in fact, I guess actually when the lights went down, he started playing better. So he's just I'm just really in the zone. It's nothing but the screen in front of me. I don't do nothing. I'm not even breathing right now. I'm just playing chess and doing my thing. And it's working so far. As the lights went down, he played better here. So b5 on the board, maybe e5, knight e4. This is sort of Vienna-like. Vienna QGD. b3 is nice.
It's a very typical plan in the Catalan. You already given up a pawn, so instead of trying to win it back, you trade it because now there are backwards problems for black. And he hasn't taken back. A takes b3 would be automatic for me, but he knows better. Knight takes b3. You're not getting c5 in, and maybe knight c5 for white. Actually, this is a very good idea, a very thematic idea to shut down this bishop.
Of course, I know, I know like all the chessable courses. The one on the Catalan, I forget who it's by. It's by, I don't know how to say his first name, Srinath.
Srinath Narayanan?
Yes, he has a Catalan course, and actually in his Catalan, that was correct. You take with the knight and you want to just control c5. Like, you don't really put anything there yet. Unless something moves, then you put the knight on c5. But, you just control the square in front of it, which is the most important square. For a pawn, is the square in front of it. So knight b3 is nice stuff here. But I just was never I'm not attacking really. Like, I'm doing queen side stuff. So I'm not a fan of it. And I do like this move a5, which it can go like b4 probably, and maybe create a4 being a solid weakness, and also having a pawn of my own.
For sure, and if there's ever a trade, then you have an outside pass pawn. He goes rook c1, so he's just barreling down the c-file, and black is a bit cramped. So black is up a pawn. That's the good news. The bad news is your pieces don't have squares to breathe. Your knight on d7, where's it going? If it goes to b6, you already are blundering, because a, b, c, b, bishop c7. So he plays b4. So, James, the problem with that move, as we know in the Catalan, is you give up the light squares.
Yeah, that's correct. Knight to d2 is very strong with nice c4 ideas. I mean, eventually we do want to push e5, but the problem is like when here, and this is always the hard break. I think black is definitely fine. Knight e1. Wow, that's an interesting move. Oh, he wants c5, I guess. Knight c5?
Yeah, knight d3, maybe just control. But black sometimes gets c5 and rook c8. I'm not sure if you can, because white has this knight d3 move very quickly.
E4 is hanging in some lines too. That is interesting. That is a very interesting move.
Yeah, good point. Actually, that's critical that e4 is hanging, because normally you just take and rook c8 and knight d3. But as you said, e4 is loose. Raunak, he is not going to miss that kind of idea. So, James, I'm starting to like black's position, even on the clock, but even in the material, though black is the one who is threatening first.
Yeah, that 91 was just inaccurate. Even a small inaccuracy, Raunak smells it and jumped right on it. Knight e1. Now, if you move your knight to d3, as you pointed out, the e4 pawn, which is usually rock solid, we want that pawn all the time. And with white in the Catalan here, e4 and d4 pawns, we're getting rid of your center, which is like your pride and joy a lot of times in the d takes c4 lines of the Catalan. So having that, and now you have to figure out what to do with the knight. The knight is misplaced on e1 and shouldn't be there in the first place. Should have been on d2, right, as we pointed out before. And look at him sipping confidently. Yeah, every time he's confident, you can just tell Raunak feels good about this position. He was able to liberate the bishop now and have some pressure on c5 to get the pawn back.
And Denlas missed c5 completely, and he's thinking, now he goes rook to d1, going for a pin along the line over here. Queen e8 was the quick response, and that was a mistake, apparently. He's moving maybe too quickly. He is ahead in the clock. He's trying to use time as that 17th piece, James.
A5
I think
hanging?
that bishop d6, yeah, a5 will be hanging. Good point.
Yikes. Oof.
Oh, gosh.
What happened?
This pawn is hanging in the near future. c6, by the way. Wow, that's a huge threat with a fork.
Oh, shoot. You can actually take that. You can do that. Wow. c6? Yeah, I thought because of the pin, it was like not as possible. Yeah, but you can definitely take that.
I don't really see moves for black, and Raunak is thinking, but it's probably 2 moves too late.
Yeah, you think when I think even in tournament chess too, when you oh my goodness, like now I want to think when you're losing, right? Now you want to think. No, but of course, this is a fast time control too, as well as 9 minutes are left, approaching 9 minutes of the 3+1, and then we have bullet after this. C6 on the board. Raunak with the head shake, not happy with his position, and we can definitely see why.
Yeah, there's already huge threats here. If rook c8, I wouldn't be surprised if c takes and d8 equals queen is possible. Also, knight takes a5 protects the pawn on c6 while stealing a pawn and attacking the bishop. I think that Denlas, he has the upper hand here, but he needs to be careful about the clock.
Definitely been about the clock. If he wins this one, then it really, the momentum is on Dennis's side for sure. Then it'd be like a 3-point game. We're going maybe one more game of 3-1, depending on how long this one goes here. But Dennis feeling much better than where it was before. Knight g4. That is not a move.
Oh, what was... He went queen to e2. I thought he was just going to go e5, but there's knight e3. Okay, that's why I understand he went for that. Though,
but you still take on f6, right? Oh, okay, but then the knight is still forking.
Look at that move. Rook c8. Why did he play that rook? Didn't you expect to put a rook in front of the pawn? No, he wants queen a7 check and the dark squares.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. Boy, that's scary. You had to block with the knight. You had to. King F1 was mate. King H1, you get hit with knight F2. Whoa.
So it was mate if not for this move, and now black needs a follow-up. 8 seconds left for Dennis and 28 for Raunak. What is the move here for black? I'm tempted by rook d8. He goes bishop takes c6 instead, and the knight is kicked out of g4. That's important.
Oh, man, it's the time. It's the time. Look at this. 5 seconds for Dinlaz. 4 seconds there. You only get this 1 second increment. Rook to d2. He's shaking his head there. Head shakes mutually. e5, maybe something at some point. There it is, e5.
Yeah, what a call by you with e5. He takes it. He walks into a pin.
Knight g4 and rook d8, rook c2, rook c4. Maybe no, none of these work. b3 is nice, but knight g4 is also a move. Rook d8 too.
And g5 is coming. So all of a sudden, white's... Whoa, rook b4. He wins the pawn. That was a mistake from Raunak. He was trying to be clever, overloading this rook on d2. But now it looks like he's dropping this b2 pawn, and all of a sudden, white may be a pawn ahead.
Ooh, this is crazy. Maybe there's a rook c1, rook c3 instead. Rook c1 idea, queen a1, hit the knight. Rook h1 is almost a thing. Whoa. This is crazy. Bishop g4, right? Hanging to with the knight.
Oh, rook a3. He's fortunate to have that move.
Wow.
And yeah, their moves are happening really fast. Watch out for this king on h6. Why he goes to g1 and f2.
This probably is a draw now. Man.
But knight e4. These dark squares are very vulnerable in black's position. I love the knight. I mean, I always want a knight in bullet.
Yeah, you saw how fast he got that knight there, too? That was insane. Like, he got the knight around that. 3-4 moves, knight was on the best square on the board. f6.
F6, that's a crazy move, but it works.
It works, yeah. It works. Take.
Oh, take on f6 by knight e5. Knight e5, bring that knight up. Rook b6 check.
Knight e5, rook e6. g5, okay, king f5.
This looks like it should just be a draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well played by both these two in time trouble.
Man, yeah, Dinlaz is speeding up. You know, he's more confident. He's feeling better. These are better games. He's like way warmed up now. He feels better.
Okay, rook f8, but what's going on? That pawn is scary.
Okay, hold on.
Uh-oh, here, knight g5 and take on h3. Oh my gosh, he might have to defend rook and bishop.
Wow.
Oh, he blundered.
Oh my goodness. Rook check. Check. He blundered something in there, huh?
There was like a bishop f3, but it never quite was in time.
He might be okay now. Oh, bishop f5 is a good move. Takes? What if I just take?
King g3 doesn't work.
Yeah, this is it.
h2, rook g1, h1. He got it.
Man, how he lose that one, bro? This is, man, pushing for a win and playing for a win. I learned this from a GM coach. He's like, yeah, pushing for a win is like, 2 results kind of thing. Or playing for a win is like, 2 results. Pushing for a win is when you can lose. And then he just pushed. Come on, bro.
Lost that game. Sicilian. That was a the Sicilian. Yeah, it's like it's the fakest Sicilian we've ever seen, right? Like this is not a Sicilian. This has become positional chess very quickly. We want to see the tactics, the fireworks, the aggressive play. But for Raunak, it's working. And that game was so critical, James, because it's a 5-point lead right now for Raunak Sadhwani. It was relatively close at some points there to being a 3-point lead. And that would have felt like a closer match, more chances for Dennis.
Yeah, definitely. It would have been much better for Dennis psychologically there, just playing it and having a good game, going into the bullet, like feeling good. Yes, I hit him 4 games. I won 3 or, almost 3.5 of them, something like that, out of the last 4. And then that one is just kind of leveling it. And Raunak, I think, stops the bleeding, stabilizes. And now we're back into this weird, in fact, fake Sicilian that Robert called it here. It's so great way to put it, in fact, because you would never think, if you ever ask him, hey, what opening did this come from? And structures, oh, that's a French. Oh, that's a QGD. Oh, that's a King's Indian. This one, this is far from a Sicilian, in fact, very far. There's still a pawn on C6, right? So how you're like, oh, Sicilian, how did that happen? Like with the pawn on C6. So very interesting, but it is working, as you mentioned.
Oh, it's working very well for Raunak. And I just saw his eyes light up. So he's looking at something here. His rook on e1 is under attack. But something tells me he'll throw in the move queen d4 first. And then I'm looking to sack an exchange or something. But maybe you don't need to do that. You can just move your rook away from e1 to, say, d1. Yeah, this is a problem.
Yikes. d5 hanging. Very nice. C5. b4.
It's been all Raunak in this opening. Yes, Dennis did win that game a couple games ago, but the opening stage in this specific opening has been great for Raunak Sadhwani.
Yeah, and it looks like Dennis is a little dejected there after that last loss there. I mean, it's really tough. You can tell he's just not happy. He is not happy at all. You can definitely tell. And he's losing this one right now quite quickly out of the opening, which could be a disaster going into the bullet. And there it is. We have a blunder, but let's see what it is. Takes, maybe A3. You also have to check.
No, I love A3. Just kick the bishop out of there, take on C5, play
And play
B4.
B4, yeah. Yeah, this is over.
2 extra pawns, and you can see it, as you said, on Dennis's face. James, if he loses this game, he's down by 6 points. You need more games to come back because you just need to get games in and win them. But at this point, I feel like he needs a break. He needs to get the bullet. It does seem like the lights are dimming, and his chances are as well.
That was funny. That was a funny one. That was funny. That was really funny. Sorry for that. That was very funny. Chat, you like that, right? So queen to D8 and then B4 and rook C1. Yeah, he's just up. It's going to be a good one. So hopefully we can just get over this and go into the bullet.
Yeah, this is 2 extra pawns for white with a pass pawn on D6. There's no attack down the F line. You would need a white to blunder terribly, and even if you blunder on F2, it's just one check. The king slides away.
Yeah, one check. Oh, what happened there? A4 didn't like that too much. I guess there's some weird counterplay. No, E4 is fine. He's just giving it all up. Yeah, this is a style. You could actually take this though, right? Bishop takes. Yeah, there's no need to, but you can just take it with the bishop. Bishop takes, queen F2, king H1, and don't do that though. Don't give it that.
Yeah, if I'm Dennis, I'm taking and playing bishop E6, but there's just queen D4, even trading the queens off. So bishop D8. James, the pieces are going the wrong direction.
That is correct. They are going in the wrong direction. Now, they are actually all on the king side. So, again, chemistry, okay, not that bad. They are aiming on the king side, but it is not working. They're not coordinated, but they are on the right side. He does go for, but you can take it with the knight now. Yeah, dang, is that a third pawn?
Yeah. James, 3 extra pawns. 3. Too many.
Yeah, that's too many. One is like, all right. 2 is like, but okay, right? And then 3 is like, no, bro. You guys, it's not good.
3 is resign time, essentially. And, okay, the queen on C3 does attack B4. Rook B1 seems quite straightforward to my eyes, and Raunak goes for it. But I think he's looking for more. He wants to knock him out right now.
Yeah, he's trying for all the dynamicism in the position as much as I can, but nothing is. Besides the weak squares, weak quotation marks around the light squares of my king on G1. I can always go back bishop G2, play it Dennis Lazavik style. In fact, just guard everything and then play knight E4, win on the queen side. Very easy. Trade pieces when I can, where I can. Very easy. White is a spoiled for choice here. He has many moves that he can make, and they all lead to victory.
I know what Raunik's doing because I could see the color change, like that's on his face from this computer screen. Mm-hmm. He's looking at the match timer. So he is happy to let this be the final game of the 3-minute, and that way Dennis doesn't get more games to play as he tries to catch up. So that's what Raunak is doing. He's about to see, we see 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and he knows now that this is the last game of the time segment, and now he's just going to win it.
Oh, and he goes rook B3. Look at that. That was nice to check out there. He was just checking the match clock. The man is very aware of everything. That was a very sweet point out there. As you saw, the screen on his face did change a little color there. He was checking the match clock, checked it, and made the move. He's like, no more time for you. You're going to have to get it done in the bullet or not done at all. And if he wins, him being Raunak, winning this match here, we're going to have an all-Indian final. That is crazy, bro. The Indians are so strong over there. And here we go. Rook takes. This is just a clean one.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns and one on each side of the board. And Raunak Sadhwani has made it to the Junior SpeedChess Championship final before. In 2021, he accomplished that before losing to Nihal Sarin. Last year, it was Arjun Erigaisi who defeated Nihal. So Indian juniors, they've been crushing it.
Every year? I didn't know it was like that. All right, man. Hey, look, y'all got to relax. Y'all got to tell us what y'all doing over there, okay? Tell us. We all want to know what's going on in India. Okay, check. H4.
H5. Just going after the H7 pawn, freeing up a passer on the F file. And, yeah, Dennis Lazavik, I think he can resign this one, but he's not going to. He's just going to play on for a little bit. Why not? Try to get the C7 pawn.
Which he does, actually. It's winning. This is winning.
Two extra
Right.
pawns. Too many. F4, G4. Push them all.
Oh yeah, A6 clinical. I like it. Be
Right, he
careful here, yeah.
puts the pawn on a light square because if it's ever captured, the bishops come off and white wins. But white did win. Resignation. And you see Raunak, he feels a bit relieved, it would appear. Takes a drink, and he also has a huge lead in the match.
Has a huge lead in the match. It is. That guy, that kid there is going crazy actually right now. He's in the zone. He feels better. He's confident. Dennis, on the other hand, is going to have to bounce back really fast, guys. We got the 1+1 coming up. You here with us, right? Me and my twin brother, Robert Hess, in the chat. It's going down, guys. We will be back right after this with the 1+1 portion of the JSCC.
When I say chess, what's the first word that comes to your mind?
The musical and, of course, the board game.
Fantastic. Okay, is chess a sport?
Absolutely. Very competitive, known worldwide. Battle of wits to the highest degree, I imagine.
This is the best interview I've ever given. Howdy, sir.
Good, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Are you an important phone call?
No, I'm not. Hey,
Okay. Hey, that's not the first time I've had people hang up for me. Thank you.
You're a good
Look at that.
guy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Are you kidding me?
Is chess a sport?
Intellectually, yes.
Okay.
Kind of like the same type of sport physically that NASCAR is.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I've actually never heard that comparison as a guy who's been in chess my whole life. That's a great comparison. Hi, sir. Do you play chess?
Sorry, speak French.
Oh, speak French. Okay. En passant. Hey, that guy was walking en passant. Chess.
Chess?
Chess, like the game.
Chess? I can beat you in chess.
If you beat me, I'll give you $10.
10.
10.
If you beat me, I bet.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I'm gonna move my pawn out.
You know what you're doing.
I do know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
It's all right. It's all right. I don't know what I'm doing in life. Okay. All right, bro. That's checkmate.
Aw, fool's mate.
Fool's mate, bro.
I lost.
You
Unbelievable.
lost. You got 30 seconds for me? Quick interview? Come on, you look like a chess player. You play chess?
Don't play chess.
Okay. When I say chess, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
Winning.
Of these three things, one of them is real. Chess dancing, chess climbing, chess boxing.
Chess climbing? Chess climbing.
Chess dancing. Climbing.
Chess climbing. Chess boxing.
Chess boxing.
Chess boxing.
You nailed it. Okay.
Am I right for real?
You nailed it. Seriously, yeah. Of the two of us, one of us is a world chess boxing champion. Which one do you think it is?
Him, with him.
The guy with the camera?
Yeah.
I'd like to say you, but I'm going to go with Mr. Man over the back.
Okay. He's a
not
world.
gonna box me.
No, he's not. I mean, he does get. He tried to hit another guy earlier. So.
He looks.
Oh my God. She didn't even hesitate. From now on, will you stop making me do things in New York and Toronto where it's cold? Can we do every On the Street episode from here from now on? My Lord.
He looks super relaxed, as he should be, and try to feel great here, of course, as he's up in the match. That is Raunak Sadhwani, the man, the myth, the legend himself, as he's trying to punch his ticket to the final and try to win this time, as he failed before 2021, actually. As you see, 2021 JSCC runner-up, 2022 Abu Dhabi Blitz winner, 2022 Chess Olympiad bronze medalist, 4th youngest Indian Grandmaster in history, real hard flex there. Defeated former FIDE World Champion Vasilij Topalov in 2021. Robert, we got the bullet portion coming up. What is going to happen here? Dennis Laz.
Well, it's a 6-point lead for Raunak Sadhwani, who's flexing those muscles. He is, a man built in your stature, the tattoo, the calculation over everything. But in terms of bullet chess, you never know what's going to happen. Like, you could lose 3 games in a row before you know it. So for Raunak, who's an amazing bullet player, I think he just needs to trust himself. Like, he is probably going to win this match, but he just can't take his foot off the pedal.
In fact, yeah, he cannot take his foot off the pedal. He's also going to have to play, maybe super positional real fast, because this is bullet 1 second, 1 second, 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 second increment here. So having that, like, you may have to change even the openings that you play, maybe make him think a little bit here, maybe change the style of play right here and there. But we'll see. Maybe he'll stick to his guns, play the Catalan. But 1 minute, 1 second increment, he has to get it done now. It's only like 30 minutes of this. And if Raunak keeps playing the way that he is, it's no chance for Den Laz, unless he's able to change some things right now.
Yeah, and the 30-minute match clock for bullet chess, that allows you to play a good number of games, maybe 8 games, but to win 6 of them, that's going to be so difficult for Dennis Lazavik, the 3rd seed in the JSCC. And he turned on a light in his room, so he is hoping that also turns a light on his chest. But, James, it's been a tough day for him.
Absolutely tough day. Lights are on now, so of course there is some light and there's some hope. Right, so turn the light on. Maybe that will be the same in his game right here. 1 minute, 1 second increment, guys. Predictions in the chat. Do you think Den Laz has a chance? We have seen similar comebacks before. It is possible, but do you think we're going to see it today? Raunak's playing really good.
And here we go. Dennis gets white in the first game. Let's see how much speed he brings, because he is quite a good bullet player. And, of course, Raunak, one of the best on the site. We have this semi-Tarrasch. We've seen it a number of times thus far. Isolated pawn in bullet chess.
Okay, we got another one. Bishop g5, e3. Castle, rook d1. Yeah, this is the same stuff. It's like he's got to stick to his guns here. Queen b6, same move from last time, too, as well.
Oh, queen b5 this time. I think the previous game, knight c6, bishop b5 was thrown in here. Instead, we see the queen go up to b5, and now the knight up to c6. I don't really know this position, James, but I feel like black, leading in development, should be quite happy.
Right, absolutely, yeah. Oh, g5. Oh, we saw this before. I was like, wait, g5? Oh, wait, no. He did this before, in fact. And we trade off, and that d5 is weak. The more pieces that come off, the better it is for the side going against the pawn, right? Okay, 94. Whoa, this is a pawn set, but a2 is hanging. Wow.
I feel like Raunak has done an exceptional job of playing those type of moves. 94, temporarily giving away a pawn because he sees that a pawn on the other side of the board is hanging. He understands these positions very well, and no problems for black right now.
Okay, 95. Yeah, black's looking good. Bishop f6. We got the 2 versus 1, but we can't wait. Okay, here we go. Bishop f. Hard to kind of like, they be going so fast. You're like, oh wait, oh yep, oh, and and we got a juicer. Yep, we got a juicer, guys.
We do indeed. This is actually a clear edge for white on the clock and on the board. Even if you eventually trade the queenside pawns, that doesn't mean it's going to be a draw. The black king. Look at this. It's a mating net if the rook can get involved.
Ooh, definitely. And that's why he plays rook to the c file. The only open file they could have used was the c file. So he plays rook c7. Very nice.
And f4. You got to play it. Go for it right now. Try to open up the king side. Bishop g7 comes to mind for black. But we are going to see some things open up, and that's good for the white rook on f1.
Ooh, okay. Bishop g7. Trades. He wants some trades here. Anything can happen still, though. I do like the bishops in the center of the board. One of them probably will be liquidated. And rook c1, check first. Maybe now takes. I can't get to this b2 pawn to eat that easy, though.
Yeah, it's so annoying. You don't have any of these moves. But g5 falls. And is there rook a2? He's trying to go for that b pawn.
Yeah, I was definitely seeing it's the only way. Yep, and e2, and he chills.
Yeah, this is really well done right now from Denis Lazavik. He's also up 20 seconds. So if he can get the job done this early, then he can start really believing in himself a little more.
That's definitely, this is probably one of his best games. Very quick. Look how much time he's up. He's up a pawn here. Now he just has to milk the position, not get too low on time, and blunder like we've seen many times before. This is already bullet. He's already in a fast mindset here. Still up time, trying to convert to one pawn advantage.
Just throw the H-pawn up the board. Run with it. It's not going to be stopped. The black king is cut off. He plays H4, bring the rook back to G3, and then play H5, H6, and so on. The rook will try to go to H1 for black. Oh, he trades this way.
King C3. Wow, that's not the move, huh? Felt right.
Yeah, that was surprising. He's giving away his connected pawn, so he's still up 2 pawns, and that's going to be a problem for black. But James, it feels like we're more in drawish territory if black can sacrifice the bishop for the 2 pawns.
Yeah, definitely possible and doable as we've seen before. Wow, this is crazy. Like the Aval bars is having a workout here, doing reps, but up and down here. But the pawns seem like it would be winning, but it just takes so much technique here, especially in this low time.
Yeah, and maybe at this point, objectively, it already should be a draw, you could say. Oh, wait, what? What was the mistake? Why is it going up and down like that?
Right. They both are in it. I guess. Oh, the pawn's hanging. Wow. You can't defend it. You can't defend both. Unbelievable.
That is crazy.
That was crazy. Rook D3 was bishop E4, and then rook G4 was bishop B3.
How in the world did the eval bar just say black was better? That is not possible. So like that is just something going on. They're playing too fast. They're breaking the darn eval bar. At the best, black is going to have to sacrifice this bishop for the pawn, or maybe they'll win the pawn. But black can never be better here.
Yeah, black's better. I mean, wait, hold on. Let me recalibrate. Take the.
Oh yeah, sacks.
That was sick.
Bishop takes F7,
and he's in the
bishop
right
F7.
corner.
Yeah, but you better
right.
You better keep this position in your mind, everybody. This is difficult to defend with no time on your clock.
100%. This is one of the hardest positions. In fact, this is theoretically drawn, but you still have to do it. You know what I mean? Like it's not just given to you. He's not going to accept the draw. And there are
rook of 3.
cases.
Rook of 3.
Yep,
rook of 3. I hit the mating net.
He got it, and he missed it. It hurts.
Yeah.
That's crazy, right? How fast you got to move. I don't think he's going to get it. It's just too fast.
It's hard to defend. It's also hard to find the win when it's there, when you have mere seconds on your clock.
It's just too fast. It's a technique. 4 seconds.
But he's getting him. He's getting him to the edge. This is a good start for him. Move the rook back, and now bring your king over. I think he's taking it. Yep. The rook was hanging.
The rook is. Oh my goodness.
He won anyway. Wow. Raunak is furious, James. It is a 5-point lead still for Sadhwani, but that's not the start that he wanted.
Yeah, not to start the bullet as well there. And then he hung the rook, made it somewhere in there. But it's hard. Anything happens in them bullet scrambles, of course. And now Raunak actually was the one who was picking up a lot of that, so far through the match. So it's only right for Dinlaz to get one himself. He's like, fine, can I get one, man? Like, just stop hogging the ball, bro. Like, can I score as well? And he was able to score here in the first bullet game, which feels really good to strike first.
Yeah. So for Denis with the black pieces, it's very solid. Look at this. Opposite colored bishops. If you're Raunak Sadhwani, play this out forever. There's 23 minutes, 40 seconds on the match clock. If this game is going to be a draw, waste like 4 minutes by just playing this out.
Yeah, exactly. King H1, King G1, every move. No, of course, it's still, you don't do that. Or definitely want to make some good moves in here. But yeah, play it out. Play this one all the way out. This is going to be a long game. There's like no real advantage for either side. In fact, so the center might liquidate soon. We got pieces still on the board, but not a lot.
There's D4, which forces the exchange of pawns. Otherwise, the bishop is trapped. So the bishop gets the F4 square, but that's really bad for these isolated B pawns. So, James, I have to say what's interesting about this is that Denis was slower in the blitz games. In the bullet, he's so much faster.
He only 2 seconds? Hey, man, breathe. Breathe, bro. Like, you got to breathe through it, man. You got to breathe. Look at that.
Oh.
Hitting him. Hitting him. Look how much time he up. 30 seconds. Yeah, he caught him
James,
on time.
We might have a match. If Denis Lazavik can actually take home this point, if he's successful in his quest to do that, it will be a 4-game match with plenty of time remaining.
And the thing is the speed, right? I mean, that is, speed kills, but definitely a lot of times It's going to kill somebody. It's either going to be you or your opponent, in fact, because lots of times that time pressure builds up. And it did. Look at how much time he had. I mean, he played this boy out almost every move. He had 2 seconds off the clock in a bullet game and on move 20, something like that. It was really deep theory here. Oh, he already played it. Look at this. Knight G4. Hit the button, man.
No. For Raunak, just get checkmated, whatever. Waste time. I know it's a bad mindset to have. It's not really healthy to just like continue playing when you're dead lost. But for the match clock, for the trying to win, I think he's just play it out as much as he can.
Yeah, you just play it out. That's correct. It is a great match strategy to play it all the way out until mate, because every second that goes off is great for you. Well, it's a stalemate. Of course, that's not going to happen here.
Queen C1 or Queen A1 will be checkmate.
He's going to wait it out.
James, he's going to, exactly. He's going to wait it out. It's checkmate in 1 no matter what. And when this game ends, there will still be 21 plus minutes of the clock. And all Denis Lazavik needs to do, as if it's easy. Oh, come on. 4 points, though. He can do this, it feels like. So Raunak, he needs to settle himself.
He does. In fact, you can see how mad he was on the screen there. He's checking the match clock, checking it again. He's going back and through. He has thoughts here. It almost feels like he is the one on the back foot on Raunak, how it feels, how he's taking the losses here. He's taking the losses quite hard. Then this is like it's another game. It is what it is. Let's get back in here. Very stoic. He's in the zone. That boy is locked in right now, trying to take a 3rd game in a row.
And we know very well when we play online blitz, it may not be matches and tournaments of this magnitude, but when you play blitz or bullet and you lose a game, you start immediately. You don't even analyze. And that's tilting to some extent. You're just like, okay, I can win the next one. But you've lost 2 in a row. You don't want to see it be 3. And right now, I have to say that the way these games have been going, look at this. Isolated pawn for black, white trying to put a knight on d4. It's very much in the Den Laz style.
Absolutely. Of course, in the Den last time. We've been having great positions every game here. It looks like a little bit of thought here. I mean, Denis is instantly moving. I don't know where this gear came from, but he took it up a whole nother gear. This is a 20-second time edge almost.
Yeah, and G5, we've seen that plenty of times today. The bishop comes out to F3. This knight on D4, it's a stallion.
Oh, my goodness. Knight D4.
Take here.
Look at this.
Oh, gosh, D5's falling because you take with the pawn.
Oh, man, I'm out. Robert, you on your own. We got to come back, boy. We got to come back, my guy. Oh, my
Yeah.
Oh, my
Queen G6 is happening anyway if the queen moves to the wrong square. So this is a problem right now for Raunak Sadhwani. He's played an amazing match. He's such a great player, but he's in trouble. He is losing every game in the bullet.
Wow, right now he's
Bishop
losing every
F7.
game. Bishop F7. He missed it.
Yeah. Woo. It doesn't really matter, I don't think, because he's still just going to double and probably end up winning this game. But you need to find those knockouts when they're available.
Wow. Yeah, he was supposed to find that one there. He's feeling better, and of course, I think Raunak actually feels better. But he's so fast right now. Like, the speed from Denis is very nice, and I think it's getting to Raunak. I mean, I'm a bullet player. I love playing bullet. We play bullet in 30-second every night. So when you got a guy that's fast, just really fast, and you're not blundering, you start thinking, you think 10 seconds, you're down time, but now it's a little bit more even, and he missed that tactic, so I'm feeling a little bit better if I am Raunak, but whoa, I feel the pressure. I feel the heat from Denis right now.
Yeah, since the start of the match in the 5+1, the resilience from Raunak Sadhwani has been unbelievable. Like, he's had some bad positions, and he fights tooth and nails. He makes it complicated, and right now this seems very complicated. He goes Queen G4. There might be an H4 idea at the right moment. The queen moves to F2, but this king on G1, not feeling particularly safe.
Yeah, not feeling safe at all. In fact, I mean, we do have a H4, rook check coming on the back rank. Might just go back to the house. Wow, I can't do that. Rook D1, he takes. Yeah, this might be pressure. Can't even go rook C3. Queen F3 plate, check, and then maybe king F2. H?
Oh!
What? Oh, my goodness, a maiden one. With the nod.
Oh! That came out of nowhere, and that just flipped the match script right back in Raunak Sadhwani's favor. I mean, he of course has a big lead no matter what, but dang, James, that should have been Den Laz's game.
That's a shakeup right there. That's a shocker. When you like in the zone, you're like, man, I'm crushing. Yeah, let's go. I got this bullet portion, and then get hit with a mean one like that, and you got to play the next game. Whoa, he's still recovering from that right hook. Mean one from Raunak there, as that was a mate. Was not expecting that. King F2 had to be the move there. Only move really in that position. He went King H2, and watch what you do. Wow, that's a wrap. And we're into the next game.
James, man, I love horror movies. I don't get scared very easily, but I jumped back in my chair. That jolted me. I was not expecting to see Black win that game by checkmate on that turn. But wow, that is crazy and unfortunate for Denis Lazavik, but great for Raunak Sadhwani. Although Laz still has a chance, mathematically speaking, 17 minutes left. That you only need to have 1 second on the match clock remaining to start a game. So Laz needs to win the next 5.
Right, needs to win the next 5, and he did run off 2, maybe almost 3 games in a row. So if he can do that again, which is possible, he'll have a great shot. I like this G5 move, very, very aggressive, and with the G4 intention, and also Rook G8. So he played G4. These guys just don't care about no king safety at all. I like it.
Yeah, at some point, Black wants an H5 to break open the position, so he could Knight H7 to keep the opponent on G5 defended. And the Black king is not on the king side. It can go eventually to the queen side, so that's what to look out for. Ooh, that was a mistake. The knight's coming to E6 and up to F4.
Ooh, that's ugly move here. Raunak is, man, he's been getting hit. Actually, in the bullet portion, it's been all Laz for sure. But you got to shorten the lead, and you got to do it fast and quick. Raunak is not just going to give it up. And then F4 king. Where do you put the king? F1, G1. Okay.
B5, and then get the rook in the game somehow.
B5 is a very nice idea. D3. That's a hang up pawn. I'll have to take on E6. Okay. If I don't want to lose.
F takes. Oh, F6, rook F7, rook F8.
I go bishop B3 and go knight F5. Then just let him have it. Go ahead, take the little pawn. Maybe knight D5. Something. Rook D1. Okay.
And it looks like he's brought all of his pieces to the right square, just keeping everything defended here. And H5, now's the time to strike. Wow, H4.
Whoa! Man, the spice on this one is real. You can feel the spice, chat. 10 seconds for Raunak. Definitely moving much slower here.
Uh-oh. This queen, I thought was trapped for a second, but I think it has that one square. And Black is up 2 pawns, James. And Black is also up a bunch of seconds because White has 7 seconds himself.
Oh, that's a good move. Bishop H5. Is there a rook D something? Oh, yeah. Rook
Watch
H4.
out for knight G7. Oh, he stopped it, but knight G7 was a fork.
Knight G3. Apparently, that's completely losing.
What is rook? Oh, there's a knight here. I forgot there's a knight on F4 defending the bishop.
Yes. Whoa. Oh, running to the other side of the board. Oh, man. Now time is about even.
Knight takes D5.
Open up the game.
Knight E7. Knight E7, I think? Oh, that's a mistake.
E1 or C1? And then takes. Oh, my goodness.
Queen D2 check. Uh-oh. Knight C3. And rook queen just made.
Raunak is not seeing nothing right now. Laz is swinging. Now, of course, if it wasn't for that mate, Laz, this would have been 4 in a row if Laz would have won the other game.
Oh, my goodness. That was a huge win by Raunak Sadhwani. Not this last game, but 2 games ago. Because Laz, he has outplayed him in the bullet. But he entered the bullet down so many points, James, that it's been such an uphill battle. But 4-point deficit, 14 minutes and change to go. He does have time to even up this match.
He does have time, and he's trying to make it a thing here. He's also moving super fast. I think Raunak's going to have to speed it up some, but also with a little bit more accuracy and less blunders. Easier said than done, obviously. But you're going to have to that's what's going to have to happen, especially if you want to keep the time edge or the edge on the match. That is 13 minutes to go.
But it's kind of like in basketball. You're in the 4th quarter. You're down by 15 points with 6 minutes to go. So you start speeding up the game. And then the opponents, do they speed up as well because they want to match the pace? Do they keep it slow? But then things start going the team with the deficit's way. So then they feel like, oh, I got to change my own rhythm. And this game, look at this. Rook E5. There's got to be a sack on H6 right now. You just take it. You play in the spirit of bullet.
That's right. He's playing the spirit of bullet. As a Jedi would because a Jedi could. Yep. Sack on H6. Then bishop takes. And here we are. Whoa.
Apparently
Bishop
there's a...
E4.
Oh
my goodness.
6! Double exclam!
Woo-hoo. Laz is bringing the heat. That man been doing some tactinos, only in bullet, I guess. But in bullet is where it's been mattering right now. In the bullet chess, Rook E6 stopped him in his tracks.
That was
He's feeling the heat.
sick. James, you know how they have the 5-minute puzzle rush, but you're like, nah, I'm going to do the 3-minute. No, I'm going to do the 1-minute puzzle rush. That's what Laz is saying. That was a sick shot. If F takes E6, Queen G6 check, forces the king in the corner, and Queen G7 would be mate. So let's see if he can get the job done here. I'm feeling for Raunak Sadhwani. I mean, I played enough streaks in my life where I'm losing a bunch and I feel like nothing is going right. Denis Lazavik was Queen F5. James,
Yep.
it's going for mate.
Yeah, let's just go for mate. You also have bishop e4 coming there. 2 brilliants back to back, by the way. The kid hit him with a 2-piece spicy brilliant. Ooh-wee. That is nasty stuff. Rook e7, bishop g5 there. I mean, whatever you want.
He goes rook e5, so he just drops the rook back. What's the idea? Where's the win for white?
Bishop, I was looking at bishop e4, trying to get bishop e4 to work. Bishop g7, queen g5.
d5.
Whoa.
He's just trading
stuff. Sack that too? Oh, he just traded.
Oh my gosh, because e7 is captured. Like, that is just sick full board awareness by Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, he's working. He's working this one. Rook e6. There's another one. That might have been another brilliant. She's everything where he crushed him here. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know who this Denis Lazavik is. I have no idea who this is.
That was one of the best bullet games I've ever seen. No joke. That was unbelievable.
Yeah. Wow. And Dennis like doesn't even blink. He's just like, nah, I'm in it. So I think he likes, you know the guys at the park. You ever been that guy? I went to the park, chess park, playing some chess. And he like, oh, you want to play for $20? I'm like, oh yeah. Okay, does white go first? I just want to make sure. All right, cool. And then you up $100 or $1,000, whatever you play him for. And it feels like we're seeing that right now. I don't know if this is a swindle or like, did y'all, what? Was this on purpose? He's definitely a whole nother Denis Lazavik now.
Look at the evaluation bar and look at the clocks. Denis Lazavik is playing instantly, and he's playing super well. This has been his best time control, and it's 1 minute plus 1 second for the whole game. James, this is ridiculous. There's almost 11 minutes remaining. It's only a 3-point match. If he wins this game, it's down to 2.
Yep, and psych part, you really are starting to kick yourself. You're mad. You're angry if I'm Raunak Sadhwani. I'm absolutely livid. And you should not play with that type of anger or that type of emotion. You can really make even more mistakes being angry. So he has to really compose himself and try to stay calm and just, hey, I'm up. It is what it is. I'm not up what I was, but I am still up. So let's, focus on that part. Focus on the positive there and try to win the game still or win the match. So all that matters is winning the match.
Amazing find there by Raunak. He brings his rook up to a5 because he's chopping at the c5 pawn, and then the d4 pawn will be loose. So c4 by Denis, and he's not happy about that. He had a huge advantage. He was up a pawn. He's given away his entire edge.
Yeah, this looks like some mating ideas. Man, I can't get nothing in there right now. Nothing, huh? Rook h5. That's very tempting. Takes.
Oh, I see you, James. Maybe there's a knight f6 as well in there.
Yeah, that's exactly. You know me, bro. I'm going to just throw every piece at you, every game. Rook h5. Yeah, definitely something.
White's pieces feel a little bit loose, right? Like every piece is a little bit hanging in the balance. Knight d6, there's rook takes e1 first, but that would be a fork otherwise.
Barely hanging on with the white pieces here. Queen f3 is a nice try. Obviously, knight f6 check, which is played. Not falling for none of that, he says. Not today or tomorrow.
James, look at the clock. 21 seconds for white, 28 for black.
Okay, and 28 seconds there. b4.
Rook e8's coming. Okay, I see this plan. He's just taking over the e-file.
Knight f5 coming. I like it. Put a knight on f5. And we live.
So he goes g6, the knight comes right back to e4. Another f6 is a weakness.
94 was no, I can move. Okay, whatever. It's bullet.
That's the best answer to this position. It's bullet. Oh,
it's bullet, like who cares?
Mistakes are happening. Is there no tactic on rook d7, knight f5 check?
Right. Knight f5. Head shake there from Denlas. Takes. Rook e7. I'm good. Wow. What?
It's equal. Black's up a pawn, but there should be enough checks against the exposed black king. And this is going to take a lot of time off the match clock. So reminder to everybody, once more, 1 second needs to be remaining on the match clock to get a game going. So if this game ends in a draw and it takes a lot of time, Denlas will have to win the next 2 and then start a final game with 1 second on the match clock.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough to do, but it is possible. And if he can get those games off, then he will have chances. And that's what it's really about here. As we see, Denis Lazavik has been dominating in the bullet portion here, but this may end in a draw here. He's milking the clock, and this is kind of annoying because you get 1 second each move too, so he can really milk some time here for sure. This could be, another minute probably off the clock. Wait, what happened?
He played for a win,
but
rook a6.
Queen e7?
Queen g5! Oh, he missed
it! G5. Of course, that's hard. G5.
Oh my goodness. And the game was a draw by repetition. That was the worst possible outcome, James. Not only was the game drawn, it was drawn immediately because of repetition, and that allows Denis Lazavik not just to survive, but to survive quickly.
Yeah, survive quickly. That was tough. This has been nice for Denis, too, as well. This whole game, this whole idea with the isolated pawn from Raunak, I probably just want to play something different. But I think I like that he sticks to match strategy, like with the Sicilian against, I think it was Riyadh. He was playing the Grand Prix like every game against the Sicilian. And this Sicilian, he's playing, the G3 every time. So I like that they're sticking to their guns here from there. Oh, I saw a quick pause. Denis is okay. I thought he was just in the zone, or he had a glitch, mouse slip or something. I mean, internet slip. That's going to be problematic. Look at the time.
106 for these G5 lines. It's been very risky for Raunak.
Yeah, it hasn't been working that much. And also, like, he's just getting blown off the board on time here. So, like, Denis is moving light. Look at this. Like a 30-second lead almost in bullet? Bro, I mean, he is next level today, at least in the bullet.
We saw the blunder in a previous game. Knight takes e6 is a threat, so it's king to g7. He fixes that. That's a huge move to stop knight takes e6. Now knight takes f takes e6, and the g6 score is covered.
Yeah, he's up a lot of time here. And king g7, okay, he's definitely dealing with it. Knight f5, I do like. Takes. We got some weaknesses around the king. And d5 saying might have to take on b2. I guess. And then queen f6. Like, right, exactly. That's where we're like, ugh.
Yeah, I think we're like this because most of the positions that we're seeing, black's going to be down a pawn, opposite colored bishops, and have to make a draw that way.
Right.
So rook c7.
Not the most fun.
Bishop d5, e4 to follow.
Takes. e4 looks good. I just don't see enough yet. Unfortunately, I just don't see enough yet for Denis. If we're looking for a comeback here, this is not looking like that.
Uh-oh. Hey, you love a rook lift. Do you even lift, bro?
Do you even rook lift, Chet? You need to lift something right now, Chet. Lift something right now. Queen c2, rook f5.
Starting to look
E5 is coming too.
Very promising for white, but the eval bar is not that impressed.
Yeah, wow, I can't get anything off. Nothing. And this stupid bishop on c5 is really strong. I want to get f4 in, but I can't. And this is the line he got mated in, too, with that queen h4 mate stuff. So very careful.
Don't take on g3 because queen takes c5. That would be a blunder. You think you're the one winning material, but that would have been a blunder over here.
Yikes. e5, no. Rook f3 goes back. Okay.
g4. That was a surprising move to my eyes. You're pushing pawns in front of your own king.
Trying to create some chances, maybe with an h4 at some point, too.
A rook d5's coming? You can't take on e4 because a rook g5 check.
Okay. Bishop b7, rook d6. He's milking the clock. 4 minutes. You need to get you got to be quick here. This is getting crucial on the time. You got to be really quick, and you got to make up 3 points.
Yeah, he needs to win quickly, like you said, and then get another game and win that one quickly. It's looking like Raunak Sadhwani is getting closer and closer to winning this match. It's been very close down the stretch here, but I think Raunak, he has things under control. He's also apparently winning this position.
Missed it. Takes. Totally normal. 3 seconds. It's crazy he'd be up so much time, and then it's just like now even on time.
Oh, he blew his queen!
Oh! Ooh, man, that's a shot in the dark. That's it.
That's it. Oh my gosh, we had to live on the edge for a while. And Raunak Sadhwani, you could tell, he was flustered. He was mad, but he played great defense in so many of these games. And he is going to move on to face his compatriot, his friend Gukesh, in the final.
Yeah, he's going to face Gukesh in the final. There's going to be an All-Indian for, I think, the 3rd year in a row. All-Indian JSCC. That is pretty crazy. Whatever they're doing over there, we need to figure out. Y'all can hit my email, send me some files. I'm down for that. So it's really strong here. Raunak Sadhwani is looking like he's going to win this one. 3 minutes left, up 4 games. Not likely. He's even looking at the clock right now, I think.
Yeah, well, what's difficult is when you lose down the stretch, you kind of remember those things, recency bias. You're like, oh, I didn't play that well. I lost a bunch of games there. But you look at the 5+1 and 3+1. he won those 2 segments by a combined 6 points. Like, that is domination in the longer time, because the games were very topsy-turvy. It's like being on a roller coaster for most of them. But Raunak Sadhwani deserved this match. He almost lost control of it, but he was able to keep his composure in that game just there, and he is going to move on. And yeah, this was a really, really fun match between these two.
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially when we got to the bullet, we saw a whole new Denis Lazavik. Like, he was fast, he was better, his positions were better, he was playing great, and it was like, I mean, a whole different person came out of there in the break there. Unfortunately, if it would have been more of a 3-point lead, we might have had the 1-game match now. If he would have went into the 3-1 or finishing the 3-1 down 3 instead of down more than that. So tough, very tough, but great chess today. Very strategic and positional chess today. I think we got some lessons today, Chad. A few lessons is nice to learn from that.
I've certainly learned a lot about how to play G5 as black and still survive. I mean, Raunak's done that so many times today. Yeah. And here we see you take my queen, I take yours. That sounds like an even trade, but white is the happier of the two because of this pass pawn.
Absolutely. Pass pawn must be pushed. Pass pawn must be pushed. And here we go. All right, cool. Having 20 seconds left or so for Denis. Yeah, this one's over. We got 1:30 on the clock. Chad, as you see up there, we've got to make up 4 points. There's no possible way unless he resigns 4 games in a row, which we've never seen this.
Wow, and look at this. Winning an exchange is Raunak, but watch out for your king safety. Bishop f3, queen to h3. That looks close to a knockout, but you must be able to knock that bishop out of f3 with a move like rook e3 to save the day.
Right, and even bishop f3, queen e8 is nice too. Queening.
Oh, as you said, queen e8 and c8.
Oh, queen e8. Yeah, he just does it. Yeah, that's exactly right.
F3 was sick.
Yeah. That's a nice idea.
Queen h8 check. Nice. He plays it. Get a queen with check.
Woo! And then queen with check, and then get him off the board. Take. One more game. Little fist pump there. Little Kobe fist pump. Raunak is pumped himself. He's ready, and this is going to be our last game of the match today, guys.
It is. So
let's go on to the finals.
He is, but there's some money up for stake. Remember that there's
$4,000
to the winner, and then there's another $4,000 split by win percentage. So a win here for Denis Lazavik could get him several hundred more dollars. He's not thinking about that right now. That's not what's running through his mind. But he's played very impressively in the bullet, and just was the blitz that was not going his way.
Yes, it just didn't go. It just didn't go his way, and it is tough when it doesn't go your way, obviously, but I mean, it doesn't matter how you get it. It matters if you got it done. And he got it done here today. Raunak did. Denis Lazavik still making some money out of this. Good payday for him. And definitely a huge payday for Raunak as he's going to face his countryman, Gukesh. E5, yikes.
Yeah, you take on c6, remove the guard of the knight on d7. I've been super impressed by Denis in the bullet here, but I was so impressed throughout this whole match by Raunak Sadhwani. The way he's handled very delicate, complicated, tactical positions, and even positional ones where it looked like he was in some trouble. I think that both players should be proud of the way they played today.
Absolutely. They should be very proud and just going in, understanding, look, this is more events to come up and more to come here. I mean, Denis made it way further than he ever had in these JSCCs here. And also Raunak has been here before. 2021, made it to the final, lost. Now, again, 2023. He's like, I got another shot at it. Let's take that shot this time.
And Denlaz is scary fast. Like, I'm looking at his clock. He can spend a bunch of time with his queen e5. Please take me. Help my pawn out to get a fork. So he just is playing this exceptionally well.
Absolutely. A nice job here from Denis Lazavik. I mean, he can end on a high note. Just try not to lose the game, obviously.
Yeah, we have seen that happen, unfortunately, where people who are better, they end up blundering something. And there's a knight on h5. That's not the best piece in the world. And king h2. Just like, look at how calmly he plays. King h2.
h2. Your move. Your move.
Bishop h3, no knight f5 for you. Right? All these small little ideas that are great for white.
Yeah, he covered all the checks there too as well. Knight back to h5. Shoot, what do you even do? Bishop g4. Look at the domination of the pieces. He's definitely a squeezer. Like king g3, knight to short king walk on you, but you can't get the king up the h5. But
yeah, he's like, what's my king really doing up there? Now, the knight to short king would go up to h6, and that would help deliver a checkmate. So is there a way forward for white? Because now rook c8 check in some positions might hurt, but I don't even see the mate there with the king going to h7.
Yeah, correct. Do not see anything, but he didn't want to even test it. Rook to d8, and how do we make any progress as white here? Really hard to make anything work without making some concessions or making a little bit weaker.
And white's up a little bit of time, but it's evening up. Both players down to now 12 seconds. And I have to say, another example of great resilience from Raunak Sadhwani. Now he's better as black.
Definitely. A weaker king. I mean, I have no shelter really around my king here. It is a check. I mean, wow, how am I not lost? I don't know. But it definitely feels like I am just lost here. It feels really shaky for the king. Queen c4, trying to trade the queens off. Totally natural.
And rook e2, trying to trade he's trying to save his king. You keep highlighting it's a bad piece, but queen takes a4. That pawn at some point will drop. Like now. Take it. Aye. It's hanging. Take it.
Take it. Like, no, I don't want to, Robert.
Yeah, but maybe now? Nope.
Take it?
Wait, queen d5?
Oh, okay. Still don't want it.
Oh, this is getting advantageous for white. Here comes the d pawn.
Pass pawn. Must be pushed. Push it anyway. Whoa. Oh, yeah, you can take it. Now he's taking it. What? Okay, takes. I'm up in exchange.
Queen g4? King f1. Watch out for rook h2. Oh, knight g3 is coming.
Knight g3 is really annoying. Check.
This is so crazy.
Check. Probably perpetual.
Uh-oh. Black has an outside pass pawn over here.
Check.
But h5's hanging with check. So, yeah, you just give all the checks and make a draw.
Yeah. Check. End of match.
Oh, he's playing for a win.
Wait a second. Oh, he's defending. Right, yeah, it's not check anymore, okay?
King g7. What a try there from Raunak Sadhwani.
Check.
Takes a pawn. Be careful.
5 might have been a move.
Yeah, it looks like it's just no way to escape queen e8. Oh, rook h6, I think is the only move. Or queen takes a2 is available. Missed that.
And then checks. Check all the way through.
Who's playing for a win?
Yeah, right? Whoa, there's not mate? Whoa, that feels so crazy. Yeah, I can't move anything. I have to do this.
Yeah, and the final game has been drawn. Raunak Sadhwani looks, upset, but he won the match, James. He was a champion.
He won the match. He sips his apple juice there, or his tea. We're going to ask him. And then he feels good. He's feeling better, right? He's won the match, and he advances to the JSCC finals, guys. Wow, look at the match score at the end there. 15.5 to 10.5. A little bit closer than I think what they said on the Smarter Chess there. But Dennis Lazavik had his chances there, and he really turned it up in bullet. But at the end of the day, Raunak Sadhwani just had enough. He had enough here. And actually that lead he built in the 5 and the 3 was basically what it was for the bullet as well. It's a tough, crazy game there, but also Raunak Sadhwani is the winner, Robert.
Yeah, you can afford to not play your best chess if you built a 6-point lead, as Raunak Sadhwani did. So he was really powerful in the blitz portions. I'm really impressed by the way he played, and I want to give a lot of credit to Dennis Lazavik, who had the most scintillating game of the entire match in the bullet, but it was too little, too late for Dennis Lazavik. So he'll have to go back to winning Title Tuesdays. The JSCC this year is done for him.
JSCC is done, unfortunately, but of course, yeah, like you said, winning Title Tuesdays, I'm not mad either. All those other great players, it's a lot of great practice, and he's going to like a lot of that, guys. So stick around, guys. Ask some chat questions because we may have an interview with the winner of today's match, guys. So get those questions ready, and we'll be back in a few to talk to you about what happened and talk to the winner. Looking for a new way to learn chess? Meet Dr. Wolf, the ideal chess coach and companion. Play against Dr. Wolf as he explains everything step by step, points out strategic ideas, and alerts you to your mistakes. Train with him and go over your past mistakes until you master them. Choose from over 35 lessons created for all skill levels. No matter your level, everyone could use a coach. Download Learn Chess with Dr. Wolf for Android or iOS devices today.
Did you know you can add emoji to your online games and analysis boards? Simply click on the emoji palette icon, select your emoji, and left-click on the board. You can choose from a host of notations, animations, emoticons, and even your favorite chess personalities. emoticons will fade away after a few seconds. However, notations and special animations remain on the board until they are cleared. To clear them, simply left-click on the emoji or hit the Clear All button at the bottom of the palette. Have fun. Try them all on Chess.com.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, Opening Explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before. Here we are, guys. Here we are. We have Raunak Sadhwani, the winner of today's JSCC match. We got Robert Hess2 with us as well, and your questions from the chat. Congratulations to you, Raunak. How do you feel about the match?
Yeah, thanks. It was actually a tough match. I almost tilted a bit towards the end, but I somehow managed. In the past, I've lost like 5-point lead against Muradli, so I was still not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a year ago, in the Junior SpeedChess Championship. But I have to say, Raunak, we were so impressed with your resilience. In the early blitz games, it felt like even positions that weren't going your way, you just kept fighting and fighting. How were you able to score victories from those tough positions?
I think that was the turning point where I started to defend and eventually I got the games. So yeah, I was just trying to make moves and not lose immediately, and that was working well.
Definitely working well, indeed. Were these openings specifically prepared, for today? Like when you played this G3 Sicilian, and I was like, why play D4? Right? I was just waiting to see D4, and he played G3. But it was working for you very well, in fact.
No, in fact, I didn't check anything today. I was just playing some bullet before the match, and that's it.
Well, I mean, did you work on, in general, I guess is a more general question. Like, how do you work on your defensive skills? Because, everyone likes having good positions, but sometimes everyone, Hikaru, Magnus, we get bad positions. But how do you train so that you can stay in games the way you did? Because really that, I think, was a huge turning point, as you said, your ability to just remain in and not lose, because you didn't lose for a long time.
Yeah, I think I learned a lot by watching Hikaru's games actually, because whenever he is worse or much worse, he keeps playing good moves, and somehow even against the top players, he holds many games.
Wow, very resilient there, very resilient. So I guess the question is, should for people at home here, so we should play bullet games before big matches, is what you're saying here, Raunak, because that's what happened. Seems like it worked out. So is this what you're telling the chess community?
Yeah, if it works really well, because you feel like in the shape. And in bullet, I think you can improve the skill of resilience, because there you try to not lose, when you are lost.
Very good, chat. Here first, bullet all day, every day, chat. From Raunak
James,
Sadhwani.
come on, that's not the answer you were looking for. Raunak, the real answer is because calculation over everything, right?
That's exactly right. Give it to him. We got some merch coming on the way. Raunak, congratulations. Good stuff, buddy.
Well, Raunak, we have some featured chat questions for you. The first one is from Aquamarine. They want to know, what were you drinking during the match?
It was Red Bull.
Okay. Red Bull, sipping it, and it worked out. Of course, you need that as it gives you the wings that you needed for today. In fact, very nice. All right. Well, I have a featured chat question from I Like to Eat Pie. Have you ever dedicated yourself to a lifestyle hobby besides chess?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, the question is from I Like to Eat Pie, and the chat says, have you ever dedicated yourself to a lifestyle hobby besides chess?
Yes, I like to watch and play a lot of cricket, so that's what I do when I'm in my free time.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay, so
Cricket
from
is huge in
bullet
India.
to cricket, you have like completely different ends of how long things take in in your life. But cricket, of course, is an amazing sport. And I guess related to the question about outside interests, we have a question from Articuno Wolfie asking, have you ever struggled with being burnt out from chess?
Yes, definitely I have been. Like, I remember in pandemic, I started to play tournament after tournament, and then I got burned out. But luckily, there was not much damage. But yes, this happens from time to time when you play a lot.
All right. Another last featured chat question here from Jala. Maybe it's Yala. JS. Sharma02. The question is, who do you think will have the upper hand in the finals? That's a great question. Who do you think will have the upper hand in the finals here, Ron?
Me, of course.
That's the answer we were looking for right there. Of course. What else? What kind of question is that? Is what he said, in fact. So he thinks he has the upper hand, as we should, guys. It's very fun stuff there. Well, it's been awesome talking to you, Raunak. Grandmaster Raunak wins today, takes it to the finals. The number 2 seed going to face off Gukesh in an all-Indian matchup we'll see who's the winner there, guys. It's been great hanging with all of you guys today. Robert Hess, my guy, my twin brother, Robert Hess there. Robert, it's been a pleasure to be with you today and hanging out and talking and calling the match. Thanks, Raunak.
Yeah, it was awesome having you, Raunak. So congratulations, get some sleep. But you see it here. It's Gukesh versus Raunak Sadhwani in the championship match. James, I mean, we have an all-Indian showdown. We have 1 versus 2. You could say, that's natural. That's what it was going to be, the top 2 seeds. But Raunak had a sweat down the stretch of this one against Denis Lazavik, and Gukesh, he's waiting for him in the championship match.
In fact, they both had a sweat here. A little bit of that sweat there in the bullet portion for Raunak Sadhwani. And Gukesh had that pressure on him with Pranav. So Pranav was hitting him. It was a 3-4 game, something like that. So it's fire. I mean, we're going to see. It's going to be an all-Indian final, though. It's always good to see these guys clash it out. I mean, whoever it was going to be great to see anyway here. But it's number 1 versus number 2, right? Could have predicted it. Sometimes you see it differently and things play out differently. But it is number 1 versus the number 2. Hess. So, are you going to be watching that one? You going to be ready for that? Are you watching that, chat?
I'm super stoked for it. And I just want to say one more time, I know some of my questions were about his resilience, but Raunak Sadhwani just played such a great match in the blitz, and the bullet, it ended up not mattering so much, but even there, he was resilient. And I just think that that's a good word to describe him. He played some tenacious defense, and it earned him a spot in the championship match. So, huge credit to him. It's a big achievement. And for Denis Lazavik, didn't work out this time, but if he played the way he did in the bullet, James, in the earlier time controls with that speed and confidence and those blistering tactics, I mean, he could have been a different story.
It could have been a different story indeed, of course. And of course, him being a strong title player and winning the title Tuesdays, 2 of them as well. I mean, we have to, talk about the next event and coming up for you guys, right? The Open Qualifiers, title players only. If you're a title player, don't miss your chance to qualify for the 5th event in the Champions Chess Tour. We host qualifiers every Monday, excluding days when other CCT events are underway. So your next chance to join the action is this Monday, June 19th, coming up, guys. For details, use command qualifiers in the chat. Use command qualifiers in the chat there. So it's gonna be nice. Yeah, Hess, are you playing in the qualifiers, mate, or are you calling the shots?
I'm just going to be chilling a little bit, playing. I said earlier, I'm trying to just take it easy. I've been playing too many blitz games at 3 a.m. So for now, I'm just going to sit in the sidelines.
Imagine seeing Hess in the Champions Chess Tour, not commentating, but playing. That's going to be next level there. Can't wait to see it, guys. And of course, speaking of seeing it, Monday is going to be the big boy game. All right. Hopefully you guys are there for that. Hess has been great calling it with you, buddy. Good to see you, man.
You as well. Good to see everybody. Thank you so much. Until next time.